Chapter 51, Become Strong Again. Just as Enel finished speaking, the devil fruit sent by Diamanti in front of him was instantly absorbed by the system. Although these disappearing devil fruits have turned into system energy, they will reappear somewhere in the sea in a short time. At this time, the system started summoning directly after it had Blackjack ability. Thunder gods are being drawn. Ding! Thunder gods have been drawn. Extracting the Thunder God Hokage Ninja Konoha Jonin Heitake Kakashi, Ninja War period. Drawing Thunder God Hokage Ninja Uchiha Suzuki, period of Eternal Mangekyo. Only at the end of the prompt tone, Enel couldn't help being overjoyed. As one of the top 3 animations for migrant workers in Dead Fire, Hokage was also Enel's favorite during his lifetime. Unexpectedly, Urjuzi and Heitake can be summoned at a 50-50 split. This is what Enel didn't expect. However, what Heitake Kakashi and Suzuki are best at is indeed lightning-style ninjutsu. It is reasonable to be able to summon 2 people. Along with 2 lightning bolts, Kakashi and Suzuki appeared in front of Enel. With the appearance of the 2, there were 2 more terrifying auras on Gaia Island. Reiju, who had just joined, was even more taken aback. After all, she had never felt these 2 auras on the island, so she thought it was an enemy attack. However, Logares and the others at the side looked in the direction of Enel. Thunder God has added a new member. The number of these people is increasing. Feeling the 2 breaths, Logares couldn't help but said to Shanyi who was at the side. The latter smiled naively when he heard the words. After all, as long as a companion who can help Enel is fine. And in front of Enel at this moment, Heitake Kakashi is wearing the familiar Jonin vest combat uniform, and the forehead protector is not the logo of Konoha, but a word for ninja. Today's Kakashi is what it looked like during the ninja war. But this is what surprised Enel the most. Kakashi during the ninja period can be said to have subverted his own strength. He really reached the point where he could fight anyone 50-50, and Kagaya could also fight. Most importantly, the current Kakashi is a double Sharingan, and Obito's Mangekyo is all on Kakashi. The 2 pillars on the side are also in that familiar dress. But today's Urjuzi has understood Atake, and after transplanting Atake's Mangekyo, it has become Eternal Mangekyo. But looking at the 2 pillars in front of him, Enel couldn't help but get weird. After all, when the weather cleared and the rain stopped, Urjuzi felt that he was doing well again. Every time I pretend to slap my face, I will be severely beaten. This male second is really a bit of no card. But now, no matter what, they are also their own thunder gods. Thunder gods Heitake Kakashi. Thunder god Uchiha Suzuki. See Thor. When they were summoned to this world, the system had modified their memories. The products produced by the system must be high-quality products. Loyalty is naturally out of consideration. Get up. You stay on the island and stay by my side for the time being. Following Enel's words, the 2 of them hid directly without ink marks. After all, as a ninja, you shouldn't be too good at protecting people. Now Enel can be said to have a real card, and the system has synchronized the Conqueror's Haki and Marine 6 styles on Enel in an instant. For this new ability, the 2 of them naturally need to be proficient. At this time, Enel is surrounded by Kakashi and Suzuki, which can be said to be terrifying. Kakashi in the ninja period is absolutely 100% Admiral level strength. A pair of Mangekyo that Obito can drive Gundam with 1,000 kinds of ninjutsu, plus various Kamui Reikari, has no disadvantages except for a shorter battery life. What makes Enel a little headache is whether these 50-50 problems have followed into this world. And Suzuki's strength is naturally the same. But what excites Enel next is the ability to select the 2. System. Open Kakashi and Suzuki's ability panels. Thunder gods Heitake Kakashi. Possess abilities, Mangekyo Blood Wheel Eye, Lightning Ninjutsu Grandmaster, 1,000 kinds of ninjutsu, Summoning Jutsu, Konoha Fluid Jutsu, Conqueror's Haki, Marine 6 Styles Grandmaster. Thunder gods Uchiha Suzuki. Abilities, Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Fire Style Ninjutsu, Lightning Ninjutsu Grandmaster, Amaterasu, Flame Control, Conqueror's Haki, Marine 6 Styles Grandmaster. Watch the gorgeous panel of the duo Kakashi and Suzuki. Even Enel was very tempted. The thunder gods that have been summoned all the time have a single thunder attribute. The only thing that can be brought about is the improvement of the thunder attribute. Fortunately, Kakashi and Suzuki appeared now. The strongest Thor, of course, can only be called the strongest if he has thousands of abilities in one body. Regarding the abilities of the 2, Enel did not hesitate at all. Is Fire Style the strongest of the Uchiha clan? Definitely Sharingan. System. Directly extract the Mangekyo Sharingan of the duo of Kakashi and Suzuki. In Enel's view, these abilities are naturally the most worthy choices for Mangekyo. Moreover, if Kakashi summoned it alone, Enel might hesitate a bit. Because Kakashi's Mangekyo is not eternal. If you use too much, you will lose your eyesight. But now Suzuki is also there, Eternal Mangekyo plus Kakashi Mangekyo's abilities. With such ability, Enel naturally chose Sharingan without hesitation. Ding! Extraction successful. With the ability of the system, Enel only felt that his eyes gradually became hot. But soon a cool feeling came, and it was replaced by Sharingan, which Enel could switch freely. If there is only Kakashi's Mangekyo, the system can only be kept on after extraction. Fortunately, Suzuki was also summoned, and the system directly copied Suzuki's eternal Mangekyo perfectly. Today's Enel, under the blessing of Mangekyo Sharingan, has increased his spiritual power by a large amount in an instant. The Conqueror's Haki, which has always been at the intermediate level, directly broke through and became an advanced Conqueror's Haki. Now Enel, Conqueror's Haki has reached the top level except for the blessing of Thunder Fruit, and everything else is advanced. As for armament Haki emission or something, it is also a high-level armament Haki. It's just called emission Haki in Wanakuni, just another name. During the Summit War period, the three Admiral teamed up to block Whitebeard's Shock Fruit's ability to show advanced armament Haki. Enel's current strength can be said to have reached the top of the world. Not only has the top attack method of the Thunder system, but also the unpredictable ability of the mysterious Kido and Mangekyo Sharingan. Host, Enel. Abilities, No Weakness Thunder Fruit, Conqueror's Haki Advanced, Thunder Breath, Marine 6 Styles Grandmaster, Railgun, Thunder Dragon Slayer Magic, Kido, Thunder Hairskir's Power, Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Thunder Gods, My Wife Zenitsu, Laxus, Kojiro, Mikato Misaka, Meiraiden, Uchiha Suzuki, Hey Take Kakashi. Ability Synchronization, Conqueror's Haki, Marine 6 Styles Grandmaster. Summon Power, 1/10. Chapter 52. Today's Enel property panel has undergone major changes. And Kakashi and Suzuki, who were hiding around, also felt a familiar feeling from Enel in an instant. The feeling of its commander's help is the most obvious, because they are connected by blood. However, the two did not have any opinions. Because the Kakashi too are now the Thunder Gods. The meaning of existence is to help Thor grow. It is a great honor to be able to use one's own power for Thor. With this pair of Mangekyo Sharingan, Enel's strength has naturally been improved again. But next, the new features enabled by the system are the top priority. System. What is the new function enabled? Ding. Because the number of original characters recruited by host has reached 5. Thor's belief lineup has been activated. For specific functions, please check the host itself. Listen to the system prompts. Enel soon saw the newly opened function at the bottom of the system panel. In addition to ability synchronization, a belief lineup function has been opened. Faith lineup, Uraj, Weber, Van Oka, Cavendish, Reiju. Uraj, faith value 100%. Abilities, Karma Fruit, Dual Color Haki, Marine 6 Styles. Weber, faith 100%. Abilities, Dual Color Haki, Marine 6 Styles. Van Oka, faith 90%. Abilities, Sniper Grandmaster, 2 Color Haki Jr. Blood Sword Alonzo, faith 100%. Abilities, Blood Sword, 2 Color Haki Elementary. Cavendish, faith 80%. Abilities, Beautiful Sword, 2 Color Haki Elementary, Rommel's Weasel to eliminate talent stacks. Vince Mok Reiju, faith 85%. Abilities, Bloodline Factor Transformation, Superhuman Body, 2 Color Haki, Germa 66 Battle Suit. I saw that the new function opened directly included all the original characters joined by Enel into the faith lineup. In other words, I don't have to worry about the loyalty of these people in the future. But to Enel's surprise, among these people, it goes without saying that Uraj and Weber followed him in Sky Island. It is normal for the degree of faith to reach 100%. After so many battles and experience, Van Oka naturally began to follow with all his heart, but he was not as fanatical as Uraj. What surprised Enel the most was Reiju, who joined last. Unexpectedly, Reiju's degree of faith is even higher than that of Cavendish. This is something that Enel did not expect. But regarding Reiju, in the original book, apart from Sanji, he kept his own feelings. So being sent to his side by Judge, I am afraid that Reiju has severed the relationship with Vince Mok's family. Naturally, he began to follow Enel wholeheartedly. Look at the new features of the system. This naturally surprised Enel. With this function, I can completely recruit those strong men in the original book. Because this function can see the loyalty of these powerful people. But most importantly, this newly opened function also has a synchronization function. It is different from the synchronization function of the Thors. This function can only synchronize one ability, unlike Thor's Conqueror's Haki, which can be synchronized at the same time. This function can only synchronize one Haki. However, such an ability is not bad. At least some original characters who need to grow up can save a lot of time to grow up. Thinking of this, Enel naturally didn't need to delay. Now the natural strength of these subordinates in the belief lineup should be improved. The system is ready to upgrade. As Enel started operating in the system panel to synchronize the capabilities for Uraj et al. At this time, most of the Thor pirates had returned to Gaia Island. Uraj, who was maintaining the arc proverbs with Weber, was suddenly taken aback. Accompanied by 2 thunderbolts in the air, they instantly descended from the sky and sank into the bodies of the 2 of Uraj. Soon, 2 waves of terrifying Conqueror's Haki rushed out to the surroundings. In the calm sky, streaks of red lightning kept swimming away in an instant. But soon calm was restored again. Feeling the extra power in his body, and the two beams of thunder that just appeared out of thin air, Urich and Weber couldn't help but looked at each other. This is God's blessing. Let's finish maintaining the arc as soon as possible. Feeling the growth of their own strength, the two who already respect Enel are naturally more grateful. For the duo of Urich and Weber, these two subordinates followed him in Sky Island, and Enel was naturally not stingy. After 2 years of training, the current duo's armed color knowledge and knowledge color have been trained well, and their physical skills have also been cultivated. In addition to the two-color Haki, Enel naturally gave the Conqueror's Haki to the two. A decision made by Enel made the Uriges respect their god Enel even more. On the other side, Fan Oka was still maintaining his favorite gun, Kinlu. A flash of thunder in the sky above Gaia Island instantly entered Fan Aoka's body. Enel naturally chose his top-notch observation Haki to strengthen Fan Oka. An excellent sniper, observation Haki is naturally the most important. Armament Haki can work out later, but observation Haki is definitely not easy to reach the top. But now, with Enel's synchronization, Fan Oka's eyes hidden under the scope burst out with a flash of light. At this time, Fan Oka could clearly feel that his observation Haki could easily cover the entire Gaia Island. With Kinlu in his hand, he can easily snipe anyone on the island as long as he wants. But thinking of Lake Wang who just appeared out of thin air and the changes in himself now, Fan Aoka, who originally had a faith level of 90%, skyrocketed again and directly reached 100%. Today's Fan Oka can say that even in the face of life-threatening threats, he will choose Enel without hesitation. Just like Enel is caught in the big undersea prison now, other people may still hesitate, but Urich and others who have reached 100% will definitely go to the big undersea prison to rescue themselves without hesitation. One sink instantly fills Enel with a loyalist. After strengthening Fan Oka, Enel naturally set his sights on the others. Chapter 53. Another blood sword that has reached 100% is still leading a team on the uninhabited island to receive training from Kojiro. For Sparrow Kojiro's training. At this time, all the members of the first team of the Thunder God Fleet were extremely happy. After all, Sparrow Kojiro is the coder of the Thor pirates, and he is also a strong man. For such a strong person to be able to train them, all the members of the first team are naturally very happy. Similarly, being able to improve one's own strength is naturally yearning for it. Although the training is very rigorous, more than 1,000 people from the first team have now withdrawn, and only about 1,000 people are left. These 1,000 people can be said to have persevered unswervingly. Blood Sword, the captain of the first team, improved the fastest, and he also mastered the two-color Haki initially. While everyone is still exercising. At this time, a thunderbolt suddenly fell directly towards the Blood Sword in the sky. This dazzling thunder light fell directly into the body of Blood Sword Alonso in the eyes of all the first team members. Did you just see it? Until Lake Wang enters the captain's body. Is nothing wrong? You all saw it too. Looking at the blood sword that was frozen in place. At this time, the members of the first team suddenly looked at Alonso with some concern. After all, we have been training together for so long. But at this moment, Sparrow Step Kojiro's eyes flashed a bright light. Is it Thor? What a lucky boy. Seeing the thunder light, Kojiro couldn't help looking at the blood sword unexpectedly. But Kojiro, Alonso's admiration, also saw it. For such a loyal subordinate, Kojiro is also happy that his strength has become stronger. Only in this way can we do more things for Thor. Stop guessing. Alonso is now receiving the blessing of Thor. When he wakes up, his strength will undergo an earth-shaking change. I saw Kojiro speak slowly following the Sparrow Step. The members of the first team who were still worried all around suddenly looked at the blood sword enviously. Everyone yearned for the Thor pirates before joining. Unexpectedly, the first person to be blessed was the blood sword. But what they didn't expect was that Thor could grant miracles. This simply made the players who joined the first team even more respectful. After all, if they can also get the blessing of Thor in the future, they can also soar into the sky. Master Kojiro, can we also receive the blessing of Thor? How can I get the reward from the God of Thunder? That's right, we want to know too. A look at Captain Blood Sword Alonso has been blessed by Thor. Now these players are suddenly excited. Although I don't know what kind of power the Blood Sword Captain can get, but this can't stop the yearning of the team members. For the questions of these players, Kojiro smiled. This situation is naturally what Kojiro expects. After all, this is also good for the future development of the Thor pirates, and it can make everyone full of motivation for training. Don't rush. Quietly watch the changes of the blood sword first. With Sparrow Kojiro said gently. A group of team members also shifted their gazes to the blood sword. At this time, everyone's eyes were full of envy. With the blood sword in everyone's eyes, Alonso gradually woke up. Feeling the changes in his current body, Alonso's saber from his waist instantly came out of his body and slashed out with a sword. Bloody slash instantly opened up all the obstacles in front of him, and finally dissipated slowly. At this time, the rich armament Haki entwined on the blood sword saber is the synchronization of the ability given by Enel just now. A swordsman, the direction of synchronization is naturally armament Haki. That's why there was that scene just now. Seeing the blood sword that suddenly became so much stronger, the members of the first team who had also trained were even more envious. But no one wants to quit. After all what Kojiro said, they also have a chance to receive God's blessing. With this exaggerated improvement in strength, these players naturally admired Enel more and more. Blood Sword, who already had 100% faith, was even more excited at this time. In the eyes of Swegi and Alonso, this is a blessing from God. The reverence for Enel in my heart surpasses everything. Now, as long as someone dares to say that Enel is wrong, Blood Sword will cut off the opponent's head without hesitation to tell him that the majesty of God cannot be humiliated. With the Blood Sword Alonso, the captain of the first team has changed. Now the whole team has undergone drastic changes. Everyone is working hard to get the blessing of Thor. Kojiro, who saw this scene, was naturally very happy, because a batch of ready-to-combat forces could be trained soon. And it is the belief in Thor's fearless combat power. Solved the synchronization of the blood sword. The remaining Cavendish Enel also synced with Conqueror's Haki. Although the degree of faith has not reached the full value. But the stacked talents in Cavendish's ability panel are enough for Enel to make up for Cavendish's Conqueror's Haki ability. Cavendish, who was still exchanging sword skills with Shanyi, was stunned in place like a lightning strike. With the thunder light sinking into the body, Conqueror's Haki also awakened along the way. Is this the ability of Thor? Feel the changes in your body. Cavendish, who originally joined the Thor pirates, admired Enel more and more at this time. A figure bathed in thunder, a miracle that strengthens the power of others. This makes Cavendish, who pursues perfection, admire him even more. I am afraid that in Cavendish's mind, such a god is perfect. The original 80% faith level soared to full value in an instant. This scene shocked Reijo, who joined the Thor pirates, even more. She witnessed the Conqueror's Haki, which is only 1 in a million people awakened after the thunder light entered the body of Urich and others. This simply subverts Reijo's 3 views. At this time, Reijo is more willing to believe that this is really a miracle. No one in this world can explain this ability at all, even the top technology of Germa 66 cannot make a person awaken Conqueror's Haki. Reijo is also more willing to believe that this is a miracle from Enel, the god of thunder. Chapter 54. Regarding the changes of Cavendish and others, Reijo was even more shocked and couldn't recover for a long time. After all, this kind of thing is simply too incredible. But at this time Enel started to synchronize the next person, and this person is Reijo. For Reijo, as a modified body of the blood factor, the strengthening of the body has naturally reached the limit of the pirate world. Among them, apart from the blood factor, Germa 66, who has always been active, naturally knows Haki. So Reijo's two-tone Haki is also Grandmaster. Then it can only be Conqueror's Haki that is synchronized to Reijo. But what Enel didn't expect was that Reijo's faith had become 100% after seeing the changes in Cavendish and the others. After all, this kind of thing can't even be explained by science. After deciding, Enel directly synchronized Conqueror's Haki to Reijo. The originally clear sky quietly appeared in a flash of thunder again. Almost instantly, the thunder light sank into Reijo's body. Cavendish and others who had just been strengthened also noticed the changes in Reijo at this time. For this girl who was forcibly sent out by her father in the name of cooperation, everyone felt extremely distressed. Especially after learning that Reijo's birth was an experiment, everyone felt distressed. If it wasn't for the cooperation of Judge, everyone would have rushed to kill this BD. A father who forcibly reformed his own children despite his wife's objections. Such a man is simply not worthy of being a father. Just when everyone looked at Reijo with pity, Reijo, who has adapted to the synchronous strengthening, instantly burst out a Conqueror's Haki from within. At this time, the other miscellaneous pirates on the island were completely speechless. One by one they were a little numb. After coming to the Thunder God pirates, they experienced torture unimaginable in the whole world. A Conqueror's Haki erupted on a Gaia island every few days. When it was the worst, 2 streams erupted at the same time. This weird scene has almost become a feature of Gaia Island. Hey, are you all not dizzy? TCH, what are you thinking? This is not as terrifying as the 2 conquerors that erupted at the same time just now. That's right, who do you underestimate? I just don't know who among the Cotters has awakened Conqueror's Haki, I'm so envious. Yes, I don't know when we will be able to become Cotters. I saw the communication of these pirates on Gaia Island today. Even the impact of Conqueror's Haki is already used to it. If the world government finds out about this kind of thing, they will definitely think that the other party is dreaming. After all, things like Conqueror's Haki are common in the New World. But no one has 2 members of Conqueror's Haki in the pirate group at the same time. The great pirate who once existed has also been turned into historical dust by the world government. So this kind of thing is simply impossible to exist in the current era of great navigation. If the world government were to know everything about Gaia Island, I am afraid that the world government would not prepare any extermination plan at all. This is even scarier than the rocks back then. Which pirate group conquerors Haki can walk all over the place? Just kidding. At this time, Reijo felt the changes in his body and looked in the direction of Enel with a face of shock. Reijo is even more shocked by everything now. But at this time, Shanyi and others came forward to congratulate Reijo sincerely. After all, Enel's synchronous reinforcement is not acceptable to everyone. Only the true self has a chance. Looking at everyone who cares about him, Reijo can really find that everyone cares about him sincerely. This makes Reijo, who has been staying in Germa 66, feel no such concern at all. This feeling made the eye sockets of Reijo, who is called pink and poisonous, instantly moist. I admire Enel even more in my heart. Originally, after joining the Thor pirates, Reijo wanted to dedicate his strength to Enel wholeheartedly. Now Reijo is completely determined to stay here. I'm afraid even if Judge comes here now and asks Reijo to go back, Reijo will choose Enel without hesitation. With the end of Reijo's strengthening, all members of the Faith lineup have been strengthened simultaneously. Everyone's strength has been raised to a higher level. Faith lineup: Uruj, Weber, Van Oka, Cavendish, Reijo. Uruj, Faith value 100%. Abilities: Karma Fruit, Conqueror's Haki, Marine 6 styles. Weber, Faith 100%. Abilities: Conqueror's Haki, Marine 6 styles. Van Oka, Faith 100%. Abilities: Sniper Grandmaster, Armament Haki Beginner, Observation Haki Top. Blood Sword Alonzo, Faith 100%. Abilities: Blood Sword, Armament Haki Advanced, Observation Haki Elementary. Cavendish, Faith 100%. Abilities: Beautiful Sword, Conqueror's Haki, Rommel's Haki to remove talent stacks. Vince Mok Reijo, Faith 100%. Abilities: Bloodline Factor Modification, Superhuman Body, Conqueror's Haki, Germa 66 Battle Suit. I saw the current lineup of beliefs. Everyone's faith has reached 100%. That is to say, Enel's status is supreme in everyone's heart. In Uruj's mind, Enel is the supreme and only god. I'm afraid that even if Enel asks them to cut themselves off, they will execute it without hesitation. This is the extent to which the faith value reaches the full value. At this time, the Thunder God pirates have truly reached the level of a piece of iron. Even the encirclement and suppression by the world government will definitely not bring any benefits now. Enel breathed a sigh of relief after all this was done. But soon Mei and Mikato came to Enel's side to hold Enel's swollen head. Feel the comfort from the head. Enel couldn't help enjoying this comfortable life quite leisurely. Chapter 55. With Enel strengthening all members of the Faith lineup. A few days after this incident. Soon there was a huge fishing boat in and around Gaia Island. Thor Enel is really a god. Really? Didn't he eat the thunder fruit? You fart, he is the real Thor. He can give miracles. I saw more and more people discussing Enel's operations that day. As the thunder light landed, these subordinates awakened Conqueror's Haki one by one. You can lie, but Conqueror's Haki is felt by everyone. This can't be faked. For a while, the news spread even more. Enel, who heard the news, was delighted. After all, this is also an opportunity to increase one's prestige and belief. As a result, the news spread more and more evil. Thor Enel is the real god. They all appeared that day on a golden arc from the sky. That's right, as long as we believe in Thor, we can get his blessing. You have to be sincere. Only sincerity can lead to success. For a time, not only on Gaia Island, but also on islands other than Gaia Island, the belief in Enel, the god of thunder, gradually became popular. Although this news is rumored. But people want to believe it's true. Thor Enel is god. People also want Thor Enel to be a god. Because gods can send miracles, Enel who sent miracles should be a god. The news soon reached the ears of the world government. Especially after reporting to 5 elders, 5 elders' face instantly darkened. What an arrogant kid. Just eat Logia thunder fruit and try to call yourself a god. Who gave him the guts? Not even the celestial dragons call themselves gods. Look at the report in your hand. There are even photos of people who worship the faith. This PD of the 5 elders. Even the noble celestial dragons, these common people did not worship or believe in them. Turned out to believe in a pirate. It's still the big pirate that the world government has exposed all his evil deeds to the whole world. It's been so long. How are the preparations at Sengoku going? This Thor pirates must be sanctioned. Otherwise, I'm afraid something will happen after waiting for a while. After the 5 communicated for a while, they gave orders directly to Sengoku. But now Marine is almost ready. After waiting so long, Sengoku is also waiting for a good time. But since the 5 elders have urged, the plan naturally needs to be arranged in advance. Go and inform, and release the news we have prepared. However, you must remember not to reveal your identity. As Sengoku said calmly. The intelligence department of the entire Marine immediately started to act. A piece of information that Marine had prepared in advance began to spread on the Grand Line. But at this time, besides world government and Marine, there is another person who is interested in Enel. Thief, ha 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 ha, what a nice brat. Little ones, have you confirmed your direction? I can't wait to see this little guy. I saw an island above 10,000 meters above the sky and was flying towards the Grand Line. At the front of the island is a huge lion head that is lifelike. But at this time, a group of new pirates ushered in on Gaia Island. Captain, this is the territory of the Thunder God Enel. Are we really going to challenge him? Yes, yes, I heard that the other party is a god, and he can perform miracles. Yes, yes, I've heard of it too. Hearing his crew keep promoting Enel's reputation. The leading man, Madara, had a displeased look on his face. Shut up. It's just that I ate Logia's devil fruit like me. The target of this captain's challenge this time is him. Only in this way can I become famous in the sea at the fastest speed. The person who came was Podaka's ace who went out to sea from Windmill Village. It has been less than 3 years since Enel started his journey at Sky Island, and it has been less than 3 years since Luffy went to sea. And Ace went to sea 3 years ahead of schedule. Now he has eaten the Maramara fruit that belongs to him according to the process of history. Although today's Ace has a small reputation, it has not yet attracted the attention of the world government and Marine. So this time, Ace boldly chose Enel as his target. Relying on eating the Maramara fruit by himself, the current Ace is extremely arrogant, and has not yet experienced the beatings of the Sea Society. After seeing Thor Enel's bounty, Ace directly targeted Enel. From Ace's point of view, Enel just ate the same thunder fruit as himself. In this way, he can be called Thor, if he can defeat Enel. At that time, I'm afraid I can be a Vulcan or something. Thinking of this, Ace is full of fighting spirit, after all, this is a famous battle. Seeing that Ace said this, the other crew members of the Spades Pirates had no choice but to agree. After all, Ace is the captain of the Spades Pirates. And everyone agreed with Ace to join, so everyone naturally chose to follow the captain's decision without hesitation. After everyone came to Gaia Island, they found out. The residents of the entire island here actually believe in Enel, the god of thunder. And hope to be blessed by God. Ace couldn't help grinning when he saw this scene. TCH, this Enel is really good enough. If I had gone to sea early, I might have been a Vulcan long ago. Looking at the people around, Ace couldn't help complaining a few words. Just as Ace finished speaking, the surrounding air suddenly became quiet. Because when Ace spoke just now, he didn't want to lower his voice, but wanted to complain to his companions behind him. As a result, the eyes of the people around them instantly focused on Ace and the others. Chapter 56. Captain. Did you say something wrong? Yeah, these people around seem a little unfriendly. I'm afraid that the air will suddenly be quiet. Looking at the unkind eyes of these people around. The rest of the Spades Pirates immediately asked Ace cautiously. The latter also looked embarrassed when he saw this. I didn't expect that my casual complaint would attract such a strong sense of hatred. Rao didn't expect it to be Ace. But now that the words have been said, he has nothing to do. You people dare to slander Lord Thor. Grab it and grab it. Don't let them go, I have already notified the Thunder Gods. Wrap around and around. I saw that with the shouts of the people around, everyone surrounded Ace and others. Looking at the crowd around him, Ace was also embarrassed. But for these people, Ace has no reason to make a move. In the pirate world, some pirates burn, kill, loot one way and become pirates for these. They are used to being bullied and they want to become pirates to bully others. These people are the pirates that Enel said are more terrifying than evil spirits, and they don't do a good thing. But there are others. People like Ace and Luffy, the purpose of going to sea is to be a pirate. In fact, it is more about completing your own adventure. Really complete adventures again and again on this sea. So for these adventurers, it is not a matter of slaughtering towns and islands one by one. So Ace, who was surrounded, had a headache for a while. After all, you can't take action against these people. Captain, what shall we do? Shall I rush out? I'm afraid it will alarm the people of the Thor Pirates if this continues. Looking at the crowd surrounded by unfriendly faces. All the crew immediately suggested to Ace. But after all, Ace's eyes lit up. That's right. I'm here to challenge Enel, the god of thunder. I'm shocked, I'm shocked, I'm shocked. Let's just wait here. Knowing that the other party has notified the Thunder Gods, it seems to be Enel's subordinates. When the other party comes over, you can see Enel naturally. Thinking of this, Ace sat down directly. Regarding the people around him, Ace thought that no one could hurt him. Regarding the commotion on the island, Logares and others soon rushed over. I didn't expect that other than Cavendish, a stunned young man, there would be anyone who would dare to go to the island. Ha ha ha, maybe it's another stunned young man. Logares and the others who rushed over were talking on their own. The content of this conversation made Cavendish among the crowd embarrassed. After all, I also rushed to the island at that time. As a result, the crew members abandoned themselves and ran away. but he was a blessing in disguise and joined the pirate group that is enough to become a legend. So Cavendish was not angry when he saw Logares and others talking about himself, but was a little bit embarrassed. The people who came were Logares and others who stayed on the island, except for Mei, Mikato, and Reijo who stayed by Enel's side as maids. Kojiro, who is still training the first team, is not there, and Suzuki, who has been hiding to protect Enel, is not there. At this time, all the other cotters of the Thor pirates are here. The leader, Logares, even locked his eyes on Ace among the Spades pirates. Oh! Are you guys from the Thunder God pirates? I want to meet your captain Thor Enel. Seeing Logares and others, Ace immediately became interested. As Ace hurriedly explained his intentions. It was Logares who greeted Ace with undisguised aggressive eyes. After all, the Logares are tall and full of characters, and besides their companions, their ruthless attitude towards the enemy is naturally very attractive. Hey kid! If you want to see Thor, then fight me first. Qualified, I will take you to see Thor. I saw that as Logares spoke slowly, golden thunder flashed on his body instantly. Ace who saw this scene was naturally not afraid, and flames ignited instantly on his body. I wish I could fight with the Ace. An open space was quickly cleared between the two of them. After all, fighting affects other people. With the field cleared, Ace came up unceremoniously and just punched. Fire punch! Mara Fruit's ability is activated instantly. Accompanied by Ace's roar, the fist made of flames blasted towards Logares in an instant. The scorching flames caused the surrounding temperature to rise sharply. The people who saw this scene were quite surprised. Hey! I didn't expect it to be another Logia. This grand line is really amazing. However, Logia Devil Fruit alone can't defeat Logares. Seeing that Ace is also Logia, Fan Oka and others were also surprised. But only once. Although it is Logia, it is already too common. Moreover, the strength of Logares is naturally very clear to them after getting along for so long. In addition to Thor, I am afraid that only Kojiro can beat Logares. The strength of Logares is also ranked in the top 3 in the Thor pirates. This was also admitted by Enel himself. After all, in addition to the Thunder Magic and Thunder Dragon Slayer Magic, Logares also mastered the Taboo Magic Shinming Temple, which was enough to destroy the entire marine headquarters after activation. The most important thing is that Logares also possesses Super Magic, the Law of Goblins, and anyone who is identified as an enemy by the caster will be punished. Although I don't know how this Super Magic exists in the world of pirates. But this Super Magic is definitely at the bug level. Therefore, the strength of Logares is definitely among the top 3 on board. It is naturally easy to deal with Ace at this stage. The roar of the Thunder Dragon. Facing the fire fist blasting in front of him. The golden thunder all over Logares' body instantly condensed in his mouth. Accompanied by a roar, the golden thunder beam instantly blasted towards the fire fist. The two attacks collided instantly. Chapter 57. But what happened next was different from what he had imagined. Especially the members of the Spades Pirates who are unified with Ace. Everyone thought that their own captain was a Mara Fruit-capable person, and the opponent only had one cotter, so they should be able to fight evenly. But the result was unexpected. The golden thunder beam instantly shattered Ace's fire fist. The mighty fire fist is now nothing more than a flashy show. Facing Logares' concentrated Brontosaur roar. Just a face-to-face has already made a decisive decision. The beam of light smashed Ace's fire fist head-on in an instant, and sparks scattered all over the sky. But at this time, Logares' thunder beam continued to blast towards Ace with undiminished power. When the latter saw this, his expression changed and he hurriedly moved towards Yibian. Boom! With a loud bang, the Thunder Dragon's roar instantly slammed into the place where Ace was out of the way. The terrifying thunder roared instantly. Just when Ace hid and came back to his senses, he found that the place where he was standing before was blown out of an extremely terrifying deep pit. Seeing this scene, Ace couldn't help but sucked in a breath of cold air. Being able to shatter his own fire fist and still maintain such strength. At this time, Ace's expression became serious. But being able to become Luffy's big brother, Ace is naturally extremely strong. He clearly knew that he might not be able to beat him, but he wanted to. Looking at Logares, who was constantly surging with lightning, Ace gave up and continued to use long-range attacks. After all, I haven't used my fruit very well. So Ace, who had been contemplating for a while, pulled out the broken blade at his waist in an instant and rushed towards Logares. Facing Ace's sudden melee attack. Logares' fists were instantly covered with thunder and he punched it. The physical fitness of dragon slayers is not comparable to that of Ace. They exist to slay dragons. Although Logares is a second-generation dragon slayer who ate the magic crystal. But the second-generation dragon slayer is also a dragon slayer, and the most important thing is that he will not faint the vehicle. Ha 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 ha, brat. Come on, let me have a good time. I saw a layer of dragon scales gradually appearing on the skin of the current Logares shrouded in thunder. Not to mention the current ace, Logares, who has a high fighting spirit, even Kojiro can play on par. Boom. What? Facing Logares who launched an attack in an instant, Ace was a little overwhelmed for a while. After just a short fight, Logares punched him in the face and sent him flying. Ace, who was a bit Madara but still handsome, had his face scorched black by Logares with thunder. Captain? Are you okay? They are too strong, this is still a Cotter. How about we admit defeat? Look at Ace is not a match at all. At this time, the other members of the Spades Pirates couldn't help admonishing them. After all, Ace not only has no chance of winning if he continues to fight like this, but he may even leave his life here. Faced with the advice of his companions, Ace simply couldn't listen to it. Logares standing in front of Ace is the first strong enemy Ace has encountered since he went to sea. How could it be possible for Ace to escape when he finally encountered such a powerful enemy? The purpose of his going to sea is to gain the approval of others, to prove that it is meaningful for him to obtain it. Become one piece. It was just encountering an enemy, how could it be possible to escape? I'm Fire Fist Ace. Thinking of this, Ace let out a loud roar. A stream of Conqueror's Haki instantly swept towards Logares and the others. Feeling the Conqueror's Haki gushing out of Ace, Logares and the others had strange expressions on their faces. Is this Conqueror's Haki? It feels so weak. Yeah, I don't feel anything at all. At this time, Fan Oka and others looked at each other even more. This Conqueror's Haki is pretty weak. Listening to everyone's discussion, Ace felt bad all over. At this time, Ace especially wanted to shout that this is Conqueror's Haki, only 1 in a million people has the qualifications of a king. Just when Ace was a little frustrated. At this time, Logares looked at Ace with great interest. After all, Ace was the first natural Conqueror's Haki they encountered besides the captain. If Mara fruit is luck, Conqueror's Haki is Ace qualification. It stands to reason that if the qualifications of Ace are studied systematically and well, the future potential is absolutely huge. It's a pity that there is no if, and he died in Summit War for nothing. In fact, if Ace joins not the Whitebeard Pirates, but the Golden Lion Pirates. Golden Lion rushed into the marine headquarters alone for Luoji, and finally learned that Luoji was executed and escaped from the large submarine prison. At that time, no pirate could do it. The first thing Golden Lion did in jailbreak was to destroy the marine HQ once again with lion fruit. Only the Golden Lion has true love for Luoji. If the Golden Lion knows that Ace is the son of Luoji, I am afraid that if the Golden Lion cultivates Ace, he will definitely be able to cultivate a more powerful Ace. It's a pity that there is no if. But now, Logares looked at the immature Ace in front of him, and couldn't help being interested. It should be good to add this kid to the pirate group. Nice momentum. Boy, I approve of you. Let's go with Logares. Ace just wanted to be happy, but an incomparably terrifying aura instantly came to him. This Conqueror's Haki was terrifying, and with the impact of the Conquerors, cracks appeared on the ground inch by inch. Ace, who saw this scene, was completely dumbfounded. At this time, Logares released his Conqueror's Haki without hesitation. Faced with this sudden scene, Ace could only hold on. But the rest of the Spades Pirates under Ace couldn't hold on, and all members passed out with their eyes white. Just when Ace was a little startled against Logares' Conquerors. Shanyi and others who were watching from the side also released their own Conqueror's Haki. Several Conqueror's Haki were superimposed and pressed on Ace in an instant. This caused Ace, who was already struggling to support, to exceed his limit in an instant and passed out. This scene played in Ace's mind before he passed out. How can that be? Chapter 58. Are you awake? Not yet, probably soon. Oh, this brat is too weak. That's right, but after putting a Conqueror's Haki on, I passed out. He looked at Ace, who was still awake in front of him. At this time, Logares and the others immediately communicated with each other. Although I recognize the potential of Ace, but the current Ace is too weak. Just when everyone was discussing without hesitation. At this time, Ace woke up reluctantly with a corner of his mouth twitching. Looking at Logares and the others in front of him, Ace really wanted to call out a group of pretenders. Other than you, Conqueror's Haki is Chinese cabbage? But what makes Ace hard to understand is that most of these people in front of him are Conqueror's Haki owners. This is simply unscientific. Not only is it unscientific, Ace at this time is still unacceptable. You know, a man who owns Conqueror's Haki can't be subdued. It is now that anyone here can get a huge bounty if they go to sea. But it is such a group of people who are newly interested in following under the command of Thor Enel. Just when Ace kept thinking in his mind. Logger thus also found the awakened Ace. Yo, woke up. I thought you were going to continue to sleep. Follow Logares to speak slowly. At this moment, Ace stood up with an expression of disbelief. Although he did lose, Ace was not convinced. Just when Ace was dissatisfied, he found that his companions around him had disappeared. Where's my companion? You won't kill all my companions. If so, I won't let you go. Seeing that his companions have disappeared, Ace's face suddenly changed and he looked at Logares and the others angrily. At this time, everyone spread their hands. Why do we kill them? We told them that you are going to join our Thor pirates. So you, the captain, resigned, and they continued their adventure. Let's go with Logares. Ace couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As long as nothing happens to them. But soon Ace reacted. Who wants to join your Thor pirates? Let's fight again. Seeing that his crew was fooled away by these guys. Now I am really alone on the island. Thinking of this for a while, Ace became more and more angry. But in the face of Ace's provocation, Logares grinned and the golden thunder in the corner of his eyes surged instantly. That's right, kid, you're quite confident just after waking up. It seems that you haven't learned any lesson. Follow Logares to speak slowly. Shanyi and the others on the side stared at Ace with the same smirk. Among them, Shanyi's body also slowly surged with traces of thunder. It was a scene Ace had never seen before. Thor Enel ate thunder fruit. But what is the situation of Logares and Shanyi in front of him? And thunder devil fruit? For a while, Ace was a little confused, but he didn't have the same ability, but there should be many similarities. But in the similarity can't all come out thunderous. Just when Ace was still unable to figure it out, a thunderbolt fell from the sky in an instant. Seeing the person coming, Ace's eyes lit up instantly. The person who came was Enel, who had been in a gentle place. Enel has been paying attention since Ace came to the island. For Ace, Enel is more of a pity. After all, with such an outstanding talent and Maramara fruit, he just died in the Summit War. But now that he is in his own territory, there is no reason not to accept such an outstanding talent. Podicus D Ace. Or should I call you Gore D Ace? Follow Enel to speak slowly. At this time, Ace's heart was like a huge wave rolling. No one knows his identity except the old man Garp. No. My name is not Gore D Ace. I am who I am. Podicus D Ace. Although I don't know how Enel knew his identity. But I will not admit that identity, I am myself. For Ace's urgent denial of his identity, Enel smiled. Ace, don't deny your identity. Also, don't learn about your father from other people's mouths, always trust your own eyes. Only what you see with your own eyes is right, although sometimes your eyes can deceive you. Follow Enel to speak slowly. At this time, Ace couldn't help being taken aback. This is the first time Ace heard someone say this to himself after he went to sea. But what Enel said next made Ace stunned. Although One Piece King Luoji really doesn't deserve to be a father. But he stayed with your mother until the end of his life, and the era of great pirates that he started alone caused a lot of tragedies. Because of his words, the number of pirates in the sea has grown exponentially. But these pirates didn't go to sea for adventure at all. Their going to sea caused more and more people to lose their homes. However, your father, One Piece Luoji, is also for someone to find the history that has disappeared for 100 years after him. Find the secret treasure of the past and overthrow this unequal world. Follow Enel to speak slowly. These are all in Enel's own mind. But it is undeniable that Luoji is not worthy of being a father, nor is he qualified to be a father. Listen to Enel. At this time, Ace kept repeating Enel's voice in his mind. After all, this kind of thing is unacceptable to the immature Ace who has just gone to sea. The man he hated since he was a child thinks so. Looking at Ace, who fell silent, Enel led the crowd away without saying a word. After all, this kind of thing can only be done if Ace figured it out. If he can't accept the truth when he knows it, then he's not the Fire Fist Ace Enel remembers. Chapter 59. In the days after Ace learned the truth. Although I learned that Ace is still on Gaia Island through observation Haki. But no one has seen this guy these days. But don't persuade others to be kind without others suffering. This kind of thing can only be experienced by Ace himself. Just when everyone thought that this guy Ace couldn't get out of his horns, Ace's familiar figure appeared in front of everyone. At this time, Ace seems to have experienced an important choice in life and matured a lot. Ace, who came to Enel, slowly said, Thor Enel. I want a ship out of here. I want to continue my adventure, to find his truth. Follow Ace to speak slowly. Enel also had a smile on his face. This kind of Ace is the Fire Fist Ace I know. But as for letting you go to sea? What are you thinking? Now you are a member of my Thor pirates. Don't even think about going to sea. From now on, you can choose the cotters on my ship at will. As long as you can defeat anyone, you can go to sea. You can challenge me too. It doesn't matter if you are sneak attacking, as long as you can successfully defeat anyone, I will let you go. Otherwise, you will join my Thor pirates. Follow Enel to speak slowly. At this time, Ace looked at Enel without fear. For Ace, this condition is like nothing. Unbeknownst to Ace now, a nightmare awaits him. Okay. I promise you. I will defeat your men with my own hands. In the future, you will also be defeated by me. After Ace finished speaking, he got into the forest and made preparations without looking back. Seeing Ace's movements, Enel smiled. Under the perception of observation Haki, all Ace's preparations were in vain. From the moment he agreed, he was destined to be a member of the Thor pirates. For a moment, everyone couldn't help laughing. This little guy doesn't really think he can beat us. No way, no way. Hey, I'm still too young to fall into the captain's scheme for nothing. Seeing Ace who didn't know it at this time, everyone couldn't help sighing. As Cavendish spoke slowly, a thunderbolt struck Cavendish in an instant. But at this time Enel has disappeared in place. Tsitsize, it's too miserable. The curly hair has become fried again. Cabbage, you are so stupid, you dare to talk nonsense even if the captain is around. Seeing Cavendish's haircut that had turned into an afro at this time, everyone was overjoyed. Mikato, who has always been a lion majesty, complained mercilessly. Hearing this, the latter couldn't help but a wry smile appeared on his face. Captain Sama is waiting for us. After complaining about Cavendish, Mikato, May and others quickly chased after Enel. At this time, Logares and the others were also busy with their own affairs. Cavendish was left alone without tears. As everyone on the island began to get busy with their own affairs, Ace, who had been preparing for a long time, also started his own action. Now, apart from the fact that Logares has fought against each other, Ace knows that the opponent is strong and he is not an opponent at all. Therefore, Logares among the Cotters was the first to be dropped by Ace PASS. In addition to Logares, Ace set his sights on Fan Oka as a sniper. After all, the opponent is a sniper, as long as he is close to him, he is definitely not his opponent. Thinking of this, Ace went ahead and set his sights on Fan Oka among the Cotters. It's impossible for you, a sniper, to beat me as a Logia, right? At this time, Enel in the room also noticed Ace's movements. I didn't expect the first target to be Fan Oka. Really, it's not easy to pick Fan Oka. This guy has the same sense of knowledge as me. You just have an idea and the other party already knows. Regarding Ace's choice, Enel didn't know what to say for a while. May and the others on the side couldn't help but chuckled. After all, everyone knows Fan Oka's strength. The name Yin Ufan Aoka mixed up by the opponent in the Grand Line not only refers to the shooting speed, but also his own moving speed is not slow. Plus the current observation Haki and the armament Haki who has gradually become successful. Soon Ace's figure appeared not far from the Van Aoka watchtower. Seeing Fan Oka who was cleaning his favorite gun on the top of the tower, Ace couldn't help but feel happy. I'm sorry. It's up to you. Fire punch. Seeing that Fan Oka was defenseless. Naturally, Ace would not miss this opportunity and blasted out with a fiery fist in an instant. The scorching flames instantly wiped out the entire upper part of the watchtower. But at this time, Ace did not have any joy of success. At this time, Fan Aoka had appeared on the roof of another house at some point and pointed at Ace with Kunlu. At this time, there were 2 more holes in Ace's head that were blazing. Ace who saw this scene didn't understand yet, the other party had already discovered himself. Ace was naturally very depressed when the mission failed this time. I didn't expect that I couldn't even hit a sniper, and if the opponent didn't show mercy, I wouldn't be able to react to the 2 shots just now. This is the horror of snipers. If a Logia user fails to notice the existence of a sniper on the other side and faces armament Haki's shooting, he will definitely be seriously injured or even killed if he is not careful and does not elementize in advance. Seeing the sniper attack fail, Ace was not discouraged, and soon set his sights on Urich and Weber who are boatmen. I can't beat these main combatants, and I can't beat you 2 boatmen. After Ace quickly adjusted his mentality, he headed to the pier. At this time, everyone who learned of Ace's whereabouts couldn't help but have a strange look on their faces. This guy won't lose his mind and go crazy. He actually wants to challenge that pervert of Urich. Looking at where Ace is going, he is definitely going to the pier. For a while, everyone mourned for Ace. Among the Thunder God pirates, you picked the most resistant one, and not only can you resist it, but you will find that the opponent is getting stronger and stronger. Karma fruit is a bug fruit. As long as you immune to death, I will continue to use your power to beat me to become stronger, and finally beat you so that you can't take care of yourself. Soon Ace arrived at the port under everyone's gaze. Looking at Urich and Weber who are maintaining the arc on the boat, Ace directly jumped out generously. 2 on board. Come out and accept my challenge. I can go to sea after defeating you. Drink it with a bang of Ace. Urich, who was still maintaining the arc, suddenly grinned and slowly walked down from the arc. Because Ace's Enel has given the order. So everyone is always ready to accept the challenge of Ace. Seeing Ace challenging himself, Urich naturally accepted it with a smile. In that case, let's come. Don't let me down, kid. Say it with Urich. Ace rushed towards Urich with the flames of the instant burner all over his body. Facing Urich, who was taller than himself, Ace quickly took advantage of him by relying on his flexible movements. The fiery fists that exploded punch by punch kept hitting Urich's body. But because of Urich's 2 years of training in Sky Island, armament Haki is even stronger. Ace's attack has no effect at all. On the contrary, under Ace's constant attack, Urich's size keeps getting bigger. At this moment, the ability of the fruit of cause and effect begins to be revealed. Ace's attack not only has no effect on Urich, at this time Urich began to use the ability of Karma Fruit to continuously improve his strength. At this time, Urich's strength and speed have all improved a lot. Facing the current Urich, Ace's attack is useless at all. seeing that Uraj's strength is getting stronger and stronger. How can it be so strong? Fire Fist. Flame on the Gang. Shenhuo Shiranui. With the Mera fruit ability developed by Ace, it keeps bombarding Uraj. But the effect it played was negligible. At this time, Uraj didn't do anything to Ace. Seeing that Ace was getting more and more desperate, Uraj didn't want to play anymore, and immediately punched out after grinning. This blow contained all the power of Ace's attack for so long. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, Ace was instantly sent flying. This time Uraj didn't hold back, and armament Haki was covered in fists. Ace was knocked out with just one blow. Looking at Ace, who was seriously injured and unconscious in the distance, Uraj scratched his head with a silly smile. Enel has been paying attention to Uraj's KO Ace just now. So after learning that Ace was knocked out again, everyone laughed helplessly. It's really hard to pick anyone, but pick Uraj, a stupid guy. If you want to defeat Uraj, you must have Uraj's power several times stronger, so that he can't activate the ability of Karma Fruit at all. That is to say, as long as Uraj is so strong that he cannot bear the cause and effect of the power gap, then he can defeat Uraj steadily. This is why Uraj can easily kill one of the 4 generals after 2 years in New World. As long as you don't lose in a second, I will wait for me to kill you slowly. Seeing that Ace was seriously injured and unconscious, Enel also sent a doctor to treat Ace's injuries. After all, it's not good to die because of injuries before you join. However, seeing the doctor treating Ace's injuries, Enel couldn't help feeling helpless. This was just a random doctor on Gaia Island. What is most lacking on board is a doctor. However, Enel, among the Thunder-type ability users recruited by the Thunder Gods, did not think about the role of a doctor. For this reason, they can only be recruited from Pirate World in the future. Soon Ace's injury was dealt with. But today's Ace still doesn't intend to give up. In a short period of time, Ace challenged Weber and Cavendish one after another. But it still ended in failure. Combined with Weber's Conqueror's Haki and Marine 6 styles, today's Ace is no match at all. As for Cavendish, this cabbage has been ridiculed by Logares and others for a long time. Facing the challenge of Ace, Cavendish can imagine that if he loses and lets Ace go, not only Logares and others will laugh at him for the rest of his life, but the captain probably will. Thinking of the horrible life after losing, Cavendish put in all his strength as soon as he came up. Although Cavendish's armament Haki has only been practicing for a while, facing Ace is even more ineffective. But relying on his powerful swordsmanship and that weird speed, he quickly chopped off several hideous wounds on Ace's body. Although armament Haki can't cultivate well, he always has a spirit. So far, none of these cotters have played Ace. The whole person fell into deep frustration. Soon Ace, who was injured all over, came to Enel. Looking at the smiling Enel in front of him, Ace felt ashamed. After all, how confident I was at the time. But just when Ace was willing to bet and join the Thor pirates, he saw Mei, Mikato and Reijo next to Enel. They are also cotters, right? I challenge them. Say it with Ace. Everyone was stunned for a moment, but there was nothing wrong with it, after all Mei and the others were also cotters. At this time, in order to be able to go to sea smoothly, Ace would care about being ashamed or not. But just when Ace thought he should be able to succeed, Logares and the others around looked at Ace with strange expressions. Just as Ace was confidently waiting for the 3 of Mei to compete. At this time, the 3 of Mei put down the things in their hands and slowly came to Ace. At this time, Ace hadn't noticed the playful look in the eyes of the 3 of Mei. Chapter 60. Railgun. I saw the 3 of them go out with Ace and Mei. Logares and the others knew the result without even thinking about it. As predicted, the sky of the entire Gaia Island was reflected white by countless thunders. The terrifying thunder washed the land of Gaia Island like rain. Ace's screams outside were endless. Soon the 3 of Mei and Ace walked in, dragging Ace, who had been taught a lesson all over his body. Humph! Who do you hate to look down on? How dare such a weak chicken look down on us? Deserved it. After leaving Ace casually, Mikato started to complain even more unceremoniously. The Lion Majesty feature is turned on again. Hearing the 3 women complain about 090, Ace was crying silently in his heart at this moment. This ship is full of monsters. From small boatmen, to snipers, to swordsmen, and most importantly, even the mates on board are better than themselves. At this time, Ace has completely lost face to look at Enel. Ace, who is full of confidence, has been frustrated one after another until now. Seeing that no one can beat him now, Ace had no choice but to admit defeat. Captain Enel, please teach me more in the future. Today's Ace no longer insists on opening his mouth to join the Thor pirates. As long as Ace joins, he will stay here willingly. So soon Enel's Faith panel has more information about Ace. Faith lineup, Podicus D Ace. Ability, Mera Fruit, Conqueror's Haki Elementary. Look at Ace's abilities. It is simple and rude in the legend, just 2 abilities, 1 Mera Fruit and 1 Conqueror's Haki. Seeing this, Enel didn't know what to say. It is estimated that these two abilities will remain these two abilities until Ace joins the Whitebeard Pirates. Otherwise, if it would be Haki, Ace would not be caught by Blackbeard. At least with the blessing of armament Haki's strong physique, Blackbeard can't easily win it. However, the development of Ace in the later period is mainly based on the fruit ability, while the development of Haki is simply fragmented. So Enel synced armament Haki to Ace without hesitation. After all, with armament Haki, it will never be caught by Blackbeard like in the original. The synchronized armament Haki soon blessed Ace's body. This made Ace, who has not been doing high-intensity exercise after eating Maramara fruit, instantly improve his physical fitness by a large margin. Ace, who was still seriously injured, was resurrected with full blood at this time. His awesome. This is the ability of the captain. No wonder they say it's a miracle. Feeling the changes in his body, today's Ace also has an unbelievable expression on his face. It would really feel like a lie if this kind of thing didn't happen to me. But when it really happened to him, Ace fully understood why the people on the island said it was a miracle. If this is not a miracle, then what kind of miracle is it? With the addition of Ace to the Thor pirates, a problem has also been exposed. That is to disembark with great strength but without good logistical support. Medical personnel are the biggest problem. Just when Enel was thinking about how to find a doctor, the world government, which had been prepared for a long time, was fully launched at this time. Lord Thor. There's news from Devil Fruit. Master Thor. There is news about Devil Fruit. Just when the Thor pirates were finishing their daily routine, shouting one after another caught Enel's attention. At this time, all the cotters on board had gathered together. At this time, a pirate who had just arrived at Gaia Island from the Grand Line came to Enel with a stack of information. After reading this information, everyone looked a little strange. Because this thing is really too weird. In terms of intelligence, because the heavenly gold was robbed last time, this time the Kingdom of East Blue was requested by the Celestial Dragons to send the heavenly gold again. Among them, there are 5 devil fruits. There are countless treasures, and the starting place is the town of Rog in East Blue. Seeing this information, Enel smiled. This is the conspiracy used by the world government. They know they need devil fruit, so they take out devil fruit to lure you to the bait. And this information must now spread throughout the sea. Other pirates dare not touch the gold in the sky. As for the 4 emperors of New World or some old monsters, they will not take this muddy water. After all, the whole world knows that the world government is about to attack the Thor pirates. So this time only the Thor pirates dare to take over the entire conspiracy of the world government. Don't you like to rob the gold in the sky, so come and try to rob this time. At the same time, the news spread across the sea. A Shichibukai summoning order is even more mandatory to order all Shichibukai to assemble. Whoever dares not come will directly cancel the title of 7 warlords of the sea. With this order, the 7 warlords of the sea who didn't want to take this muddy water had to gather at the marine headquarters. Damn world government! Ask me to protect the heavenly gold for the celestial dragons. In Nine Snake Island at this time, the empress who got the news was even more furious. But it's no use being angry now. If you don't go, the title of Shichibukai will be cancelled, and Snake Island will be in danger. So Boa Hancock still had to go to meet, and for a while Boa Hancock's pretty face was clouded even more. After all, celestial dragons is the eternal pain in Boa Hancock's heart. The other 3.0 people on the other side all came to participate. Mihawk is even more vaguely looking forward to fighting against Thunder Sword my wife Shanyi in the Thor Pirates. And inside New World Dress Rosa. Phew fur, interesting and interesting. This world government finally can't help but want to do something. Hope our partners can survive this time. Diamanti, Torrible, guard our territory. Doflamingo couldn't help laughing when he heard the news. But now we still have to rush to gather. Following Doflamingo's words, he jumped straight to use the clouds in the sky to rush towards the marine headquarters. But on the way to the headquarters, Doflamingo slowly dialed a phone bug. Chapter 61. Blue, blue, blue. Blue, blue, blue. Accompanied by a familiar bell. Soon the phone bug in Dover's hand was connected. Looking at the connected phone bug, Doflamingo showed a smile on his face. Enel, this time a conspiracy against you. Phew fur, you should go. Listening to Dover's laughter on the other end of the phone, Enel couldn't help being speechless for a while. This guy is a typical watcher who doesn't think it's a big deal. But this guy's ability to call over also shows that they are really working together. Otherwise, the bad character of this guy Doflamingo, let alone make a phone call, it would be good if he didn't kill you in the war. Regarding Doflamingo's greeting, Enel immediately said angrily, then don't bother the famous heavenly Yaksha to worry about it. This time, the world government will definitely lose everything. Not only do I want to make him lose everything, but I also want to slap him in the face of the world government in front of the 26th world. Say it with Enel. At this time, Doflamingo laughed even more happily. After all, nothing could make Doflamingo happier. The reminder also reminded, Doflamingo naturally wouldn't say anything. After chatting casually for a few words, the two hung up the call. But at this time, Doflamingo is looking forward to this trip to East Blue. I even couldn't help but want to see the face of the world government being slapped in advance. After putting away the phone bug, Doflamingo accelerated towards the Marine headquarters. By the time Doflamingo arrived at Marine headquarters from New World, the other Shichibukai had already arrived. Watching the long overdue Doflamingo. Among them, Crocodile, who was most annoyed by Doflamingo, curled his lips in displeasure. Oh, your Crocodile is here too. Phew, fur, I thought you wouldn't come. It's really surprising. Watching Crocodile aside, Doflamingo suddenly said with a smile on his face. When the latter heard the words, he just smoked the cigar in his mouth. TCH, I just want to see what will happen to such an arrogant rookie after eating the Logia fruit. What a newcomer with enough arrogance. Follow Crocodile to speak slowly. Moria and the others on the side also nodded in agreement. After all, they came here to gradually find out what kind of existence this somewhat exaggerated newcomer is. But it seems that this time, the newcomer can't escape. As long as he dares to show up with the pirate group, then he will be finished this time. Soon the 7 people came to the meeting room led by Marine. At this time, all the Marines were present except Shichibukai, who arrived last. None of the present Marines likes Shichibukai's pirate style. Humph. Dregs of the sea. Among Marine, Akainu scolded unceremoniously. For Akaina's disdainful insult, the Shichibukai just laughed it off. After all, if scolding them was useful, they would have died a long time ago. After Shichibukai took their seats in turn, Sengoku also started the battle meeting. Okay. It's all a united front now. This time, the entire Thor pirates must be wiped out in Loguetown. As long as they dare to come. Then they will have no chance of escaping from the net that has been laid. As Sengoku said bluntly. At this time, the Marines in the conference room had no choice but to give up. Soon Sengoku's combat mission was assigned. Among them, 3 admirals guard the ship that transports the gold in the sky. Marine Admirals replacement Momuzagi and the T-Dolphin were ordered to support at any time in Loguetown. The rest of the Vice Admirals are surrounded by Tianchangjian's ship. As long as the Thor pirates dare to appear, they will directly surround them. This time, in addition to these general officers, Garp was also pulled by Sengoku to carry out this mission. After all, the world government personally issued the order, and Sengoku couldn't let this mission fail. And Shichibukai went directly to the ship of Tianchangjian with 3 admirals. Although there are some cheats in this Shichibukai, it still has a lot of combat power. Even Mihawk, the #1 swordsman in the world, is enough to move Marine. Soon Marine's large force set off for the town of Rog in the East Blue. But at the moment Garp is still sleeping in the conference room. Seeing this scene, Sengoku couldn't help the veins on his forehead popping out. Garp. This time we must do our best to ensure the success of the battle. Otherwise, when the world government is blamed, both of us will be implicated. Following Sengoku's helpless expression. At this time, Garp woke up faintly. Regarding Sengoku's words, Garp didn't take it seriously at all, just going in the left ear and out the right ear. As for how to do it, Garp, who is a marine hero, naturally understands. But how much strength he is willing to display at that time depends on Garp's mood. Seeing Garp's indifferent face, Sengoku was also quite helpless. 710 who told me that this old guy doesn't like the world government at all, let alone serve the celestial dragons. But this time there was no room for failure. Soon all the combat forces in the marine headquarters were dispatched. This time, except for this mission, all the advanced marine combat forces were dispatched. In an instant, layers of nets were set up in Loguetown. As the garrison colonel of Loguetown, Smoker also joined the operation. Just as Marine laid out a net of heaven and earth to wait for the Thor pirates on East Blue. At this time, other sea areas and New World were completely in chaos. Some pirates even want to take advantage of the emptiness of the marine headquarters at this time to take advantage of the opportunity. But soon they realized that something seemed wrong. A monster wearing a marine cloak appeared in front of these pirates who have been active in New World recently. Although the old man was unwilling at first. But seeing the evil deeds of you reptiles, the old man's choice should be correct. At first, the pirates thought it was just a marine who hadn't retreated. As a result, they soon despaired. A huge meteorite instantly appeared over the island and smashed down. OMG. Meteorites. Monster. Oh monster. Chapter 62. Many people have not paid attention to the arrangement of New World Marine. No one cares except for some guys who want to take advantage of the opportunity. Because all eyes are now on East Blue. The town of Rog in East Blue is now heavily guarded. The place where One Piece was once executed has once again become the center of the world. That's where Luoji was executed. I really didn't expect to gather here again after so many years. Good fortune tricks people. Looking at the execution platform built in the past, Garp couldn't help sighing. The old rivals of yore are almost old now. Seeing this, Sengoku just sighed slightly. Compared with Garp, a mild-mannered man, Sengoku is a world government qualified eagle dog. Many things are done by the hands of Marine. Sengoku, on the other hand, executed flawlessly. So for Sengoku, it's just a matter of flawless execution. And this time, the world government not only wants to give the whole world its prestige, but even this time the event will be broadcast live all over the world. The scene of dealing with the Whitebeard pirates in the original book has now been used in advance. At this time, Marine has already been ready for battle, waiting for the arrival of the Thor pirates. Among all the gold in the sky, the entire kingdom of East Blue also lost its blood. The world government didn't pay half a dime for this event, it was all cobbled together by these East Blue franchise countries. These devil fruits can be said to have almost killed these kingdoms. So the hemorrhage this time has the eyes of all the kingdoms of East Blue focused here. After all, this is the flesh and blood of their kingdoms. If it has no effect at all, then they are not at a big loss. When they catch the Thor pirates, their things will still be returned in full. Is this the place where Luoji was executed? It's so central. Phew furfur, of course you haven't seen it, most of the people who were here back then have seen it. I saw that the current Shichibukai has come under the execution platform. Looking at the execution platform, Hancock couldn't help sighing. Doflamingo on the side suddenly laughed, and looked at Mihawk and Crocodile. The two men, Doflamingo, clearly remembered being there when they watched the execution. UI's pirates have now become big pirates in the famous town. However, when Doflamingo looked at Moria, there was a flash of disdain. This trash who was defeated by Kaido and fell into a slump. At this time, Moria didn't notice Doflamingo's eyes at all. The current Moria strength can be said to be the weakest among Shichibukai, not even Crocodile. Except Shichibukai. Marines general level officers also stood at the port immediately with swords. At this time, Marines' power was fully displayed in front of the world for the first time. In addition to the 3 admirals, there are 2 admiral backups, Sengoku Garp, and others are a series of former marine heroes. It's almost time for the information to be sent out. Sengoku suddenly waved his hand. The live phone bugs that had been prepared a long time ago were all activated in an instant. At this time, images of the town of Rog instantly appeared on the screens prepared around the world. Appeared. Is this the town of Rog? Look. That execution platform is where the One Piece King Luoji was executed. Oh my god, Marine is actually playing for real this time. Through the live broadcast, people all over the world had a heated discussion. This is Marine's first public battle. Some common people who hated pirates so much even applauded. No matter what kind of pirate group, it is a symbol of evil in the eyes of these people. After all, pirates are not good things. For a time, the whole world was talking about it. But there are still some people, such as the 4 emperors, and some big pirates who are active in New World, all watching this action. They also want to see the strength of this Thor pirates. If they can leave alive, there must be a place for them in this sea. Similarly, if they are all destroyed here by Marine, that also shows that their tolerance is nothing more than that. As for leaving alive, these big pirates naturally want to recruit the Thunder God pirates under their command. After all, a Logia Thunder Fruit ability user plus a group of codders under him, this power is enough to affect the balance of power in New World that has not changed for a long time. At that time, the New World will definitely be a bloodbath again. But now everyone's eyes are still on the live broadcast. If you want to recruit the other party, you have to wait for them to come back alive. Soon as time passed, the Thor pirates did not move at all. The Marines deployed in Loguetown are even more impatient with waiting one by one. At the moment, Sengoku also had a rather ugly expression on his face. If they are so well prepared, if the opponent doesn't come, it will be a big loss. The Thor pirates won't be afraid to come, will they? I don't think I dare to come. It's just a few devil fruits, if you want to find it, you can still find it. If you come here to rob, I'm afraid you will accidentally leave your life here. Princess Zhao. The Thor pirates shouldn't be so stupid, right? Looking at the extremely calm live broadcast, people all over the world immediately started talking about it. Everyone thinks that the Thor pirates should not come. After all, if they dare to come here knowing that there is a net here, then this group of pirates are either fools or absolutely lunatics. Just when everyone thought the Thor pirates might not be coming, Marine's action this time should also be changed. At this time, a touch of gold appeared on the sky of Loguetown in an instant. Coming. Seeing such a golden light, Sengoku's eyes instantly burst into a bright light. In the eyes of everyone, an incomparably gorgeous golden arc slowly appeared in the sky. It's the Thor pirates. Everyone, be on alert. Chapter 63. With a command from Sengoku, the Marines in Loguetown were on alert all of a sudden. All eyes were on the golden spaceship in the sky. Wow! Their pirate ship is actually made of gold. My god, what kind of pirate group is this? Isn't it good to have so much gold to buy a country and become a king? That's right, to become a pirate, what do you think? At this moment, the people watching the live broadcast became excited. Especially when they saw the golden arc of the Thor pirates, everyone was completely sour. The pirates they usually see are not so exaggerated. Those pirates drink blood one by one, and when they encounter a town, they can't wait to dig 3 feet to snatch all the valuables. It turned out to be a good thing now, the Thor pirates directly shocked everyone with a spaceship made of gold. Although I have heard the name of the Thunder God pirates. But they would have thought that the Thor pirates are so rich. The same is true for the pirates who watched the live broadcast. He looked at his clothes and the tattered weapon in his hand. Damn, are they pirates? Is there such a rich pirate? Look at us again, shit. This is worse than us, even a beggar. For a while, all the pirates who watched the live broadcast were sour. 777. You are also pirates, why can you live so well? Your boat can fly, but we can only drift on the sea. You can build ships with gold, but our gold can't wait to hide it and never use it. As soon as the Thor pirates appeared on the stage, they filled up the hatred value all over the world. Whitebeard, who was far away in New World, couldn't help laughing while watching the live broadcast and listening to the sour complaints of his sons. Goo la la la, what a funny kid. But this arc is indeed full of cards. Even the well-informed Whitebeard couldn't help but sigh. This golden arc is indeed a good one. This is the first time in my life that I have seen a flying ship other than my old friend Golden Lion. Kaido on the other side just glanced casually and didn't pay attention. As far as the golden arc is concerned, Kaido's size doesn't match at all, and it's useless to ask for it. Wanakuni also has a lot of wealth, so there is nothing to envy. As for Charlotte Linlin, it was more direct. Watching the live broadcast while eating sweets. Katakuri. As long as this kid doesn't die. Just invite him to mother's tea party. I really like him more and more, mom, mom. Hearing his mother's order, Katakuri on the side could only follow suit. After all, it was mom's order. As for the redhead, he was much happier. At this time, the entire pirate group started a party on the island of the territory. This is a rare battle. The most important thing is that the red-haired friend Mihawk is also in this battle. Ah, it's really exciting. Mihawk is here too, it should release water. I hope this kid can survive this disaster. At this moment in the world, there are still a group of people watching the live broadcast. Because they need to observe the power of the world government through this war. Only in this way can they continue to work hard to overthrow the rule of the world government. What a fun kid. If you have the chance, you must contact this kid. If we can win over our team, then our revolution will go much smoother. And this arc, if technology can be obtained. Monkey D. Dragon, who was watching the live broadcast, became interested in talents. After all, with such strength, if you join the ranks of the Revolutionary Army, it can play a very important role. All of a sudden, the world's attention shifted to the exaggerated appearance of the Thor pirates. Even the 5 elders who have been watching the live broadcast are a little sour. None of them travel as the 5 elders so well. Humph. CGFG, arrogant brat. Take this ship back when Sengoku wipes out the Thor pirates this time. We will use this ship to travel when the time comes. It makes sense. It should be so. After observing for half a day, the 5 immediately discussed for a while. After getting the result soon, the 5 of them looked at each other and smiled. In terms of shamelessness, 5 elders, the old monster who has lived for so long, is naturally already proficient in it. Soon the proverbs of the ark appeared not far from the town of Rog. Captain, the battle prepared below is really terrifying. This marine is probably trying to annihilate us in one fell swoop. It's really scary. Seeing the marine waiting in full battle below, Cavendish couldn't help but look at Enel at the side. The latter smiled disdainfully when he heard the words. Today's Enel's strength has reached the top of the world. Even if Sengoku Garp makes 2 shots at the same time, he may not be able to beat himself. Conspiracy? Skynet? In the face of all overwhelming strength, any strategy is useless. Only the winner can define everything in this world. Little ones. Are you ready? Give these marines some greetings first. Looking at marine below, as Enel said slowly, a look of madness flashed across his face instantly. The cotters beside him were equally excited. This is your chance to be famous all over the world. From today, the name of Thor pirates will spread to every corner of the world. Lei Ying. Following Enel's order, countless thunderbolts began to gather in front of the ark's motto. At this moment, the originally calm sky was covered with dark clouds and thunder began to flicker continuously. Dense thunder began to condense in front of the ark. Soon, a faint blue spherical thunder appeared in the sky instantly. Everyone who saw this scene felt a little bit in Marine's heart. Hey, is this the enemy this time? Is he really Thor? When that thunderball falls, the entire town of Rog will probably disappear. Seeing that the thunderball in the air was getting bigger and bigger, the pitch-black Lei Ying soon covered the entire town of Rog below. This godlike scene almost made most marines despair. With Lei Ying ready to recharge, Enel instantly smashed down towards the town of Rog below with Enel's playful smile. World government? Marine? Let me see your measurements first. Chapter 64. Is this the power of Thor? Monster. He's a monster. Watch the thunderball in the sky that is bigger than the town of Rog. At this time, a part of Marine even felt a sense of retreat in his heart. Such monsters, they will not be opponents at all. Moreover, in the eyes of everyone, the thunderball was slowly falling towards the town of Rog. For a while, apart from Marine, the residents of Loguetown also suffered from unwarranted disasters. Oh my god! Thunder punishment has come to the world. Marine, think of a way. That's right. This thunder god was provoked by you. Hurry up and find a way. We don't want to die. Watching the thunderball in the air getting closer and closer, the people in Loguetown panicked. Originally, seeing so many Marines guarding here, they felt full of security. But now it is extremely ironic. Countless Marines can't bring a sense of security to the people in Loguetown. The whole town of Rog was filled with cries and shouts. And this scene was also transmitted to all parts of the world through live broadcast. Seeing this terrifying move, everyone fell silent. They didn't expect Thunderfruit's ability to be so terrifying. The pirates who were still clamoring to take advantage of the fire were honest. After all, Enel's Thor pirates can fly. When the time comes, find them and throw down such a thunder penalty. They don't have the strength to survive this terrifying move. Is this the power of Enel, the god of thunder? This is horrible. Oh my god, I just scolded such a pirate. Can Marine stop it? Looking at the terrifying thunderball in the screen, for a moment, everyone no longer worried about the Thor pirates. Everyone before was still thinking that the Thor pirates might be wiped out here. As a result, everyone's thoughts were instantly reversed. Phew furfur, Thor is really scary. Is this the Logia Thunder Fruit? What a powerful force. Taro he, his shadow must be very badass. Is this Enel, the god of thunder? Enel, the god of thunder who robbed celestial dragons of heavenly gold. Looking at the terrifying blow in the air, Shichibukai had different thoughts at this time. Although they were ordered to come to help in the battle, they had the final say on how much effort they would make. Apart from Doflamingo and Boa Hancock among the seven, they stared at the arc proverbs in the air with flickering eyes and wondered what they were thinking. But the world government has been preparing for such a long time, so it is naturally impossible to be scared because of this. Seeing the flustered Marines, Sengoku immediately waved his hand. Calm down. I saw a burst of shouting with Sengoku. The Conqueror's Haki on his body burst out instantly to shake the field. Because of Sengoku, these Marines who were flustered quickly calmed down. Everyone looked at Marshal Sengoku with burning eyes. That's right, it's just a group of pirates, so what if they ate the Logia fruit? Marine also has Logia abilities. It's not that the four emperors from New World are attacking. Could it be that their Marine can't deal with a newly rising pirate? Marine shall prevail. Justice shall prevail. The Thor pirates must be wiped out here. Just as Sengoku said with a righteous face. The Marines in Loguetown immediately responded. Slogans that justice must prevail were shouted in an instant. As Marine 3 Admiral, it is naturally impossible to still be greeted by this aerial lightning that fell on the town of Rog. All of a sudden, the three of them stood up at the same time. Yes 3 Admiral. We are also people with Logia ability. Justice must prevail. Don't be too arrogant, pirates. At this time, the 3 admirals stood up and instantly boosted morale. For a moment, Marines' morale skyrocketed. And the 3 admirals did not hesitate to raise their hands above their heads and aimed at Lei Ying in the air. Ask for her flowers. At this time, the 3 high-level armament Haki were activated instantly. An invisible energy instantly blasted into the thunder that fell from the sky. The simultaneous power of the 3 of them caused Lei Ying, who was falling, to stay in the air strangely. Seeing this scene, Enel couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Sure enough, although the 3 admirals are Logia-capable users, Haki's cultivation level is definitely not low. The application of this advanced armament Haki is simply handy. Following the movements of the 3 of them, the stopped Lei Ying instantly exploded in the air. Zi. Boom. Accompanied by bursts of thunderous roars, the sky over the entire town of Rog turned a dazzling silvery white. The thunder snakes all over the sky are swimming all over the sky at this moment. After the 3 easily dealt with Lei Ying, Marine's morale skyrocketed again. Marine must win. Justice triumphs. Accompanied by a high-pitched slogan shouting. People all over the world now feel an unrivaled sense of morale. This change has given ordinary people a sense of security. But the faces of the other pirates watching the live broadcast turned black. The strength displayed by Marine is actually a little scary. All the pirates carefully planned whether to hide to avoid the limelight after the big battle. The Marines' morale is too strong, and they will not be able to escape when the time comes to suppress pirates. Just when the whole world is talking about it. Kizaru, the only one among the 3 admirals who could fly, instantly turned into a golden light and rushed into the air. It's really scary. Raytheon Enel, come and don't be indecent, take my trick. 8-foot Kyanguyu. The hands of Kizaru, who flew to the front of the arc in an instant, were likened to orchid fingers. Accompanied by a dazzling light blooming. Countless laser beams containing terrifying energy instantly shot towards the arc motto. Come on. Kizaru Admiral. Justice shall prevail. 5. Chapter 65. Watch Kizaru's movements. At this time, the Marines are even more imposing. Accompanied by bursts of deafening shouts, Kizaru's 8-foot Kyanguyu instantly covered the Thor pirates on the arc proverbs. Looking at the yellow monkey in front of him, Enel didn't even move. Logares, who was standing aside, instantly turned into a flash of lightning and charged forward. Thunder overwhelms the raging waves. Boom! Just when Marine below had a moment of hope that Kizaru could get it. Suddenly there was a deafening thunder in the air. I saw a golden thunder instantly blocked all the beams blasted by Kizaru. The terrifying thunder continued to blast 667 towards Kizaru without any hindrance. Kizaru, who saw this scene, was also very surprised, but he turned into a beam of light and disappeared in place in an instant. As Logares hit the air, his figure also appeared in front of Kizaru. Oh, another little brother who uses thunder. And, just now, you can elementalize, right? It's terrible. Did you pirates eat thunder fruit? Looking at Logares in front of him, Kizaru was also a little puzzled. It is simply unscientific that the Thunder God pirates appear again and again as strong fighters using thunder. Facing Kizaru's question, Logar thus grinned. I won't be interested. Today your opponent is me. Thunder Gods, Logar, that's, come on. The moment Logar thus finished speaking, he turned into thunder again and greeted Kizaru. A golden thunder and a flash collided continuously in the air instantly. Thunder and light clashed continuously from a long distance. At close range, Kizaru held the Tiankanjiun sword and Logares directly held a Thunder Dragon Fangtian halberd to fight together. This fierce battle stunned all the Marines below. Isn't that man Enel? No. He just said what his name is, Thor Logar thus. Oh my god, he can match Kizaru Admiral. How can that be? Watching Logar that's, who was inextricably fighting with Kizaru in the air, all the Marines were stunned at this time. They can't think of anything. Thunder God Pirates, a newly rising pirate group active in the Grand Line. In addition to Thor Enel, there are even cotters who can be on par with Kizaru Admiral. This kind of thing is simply unheard of. Even Sengoku didn't expect it, and his whole face became gloomy in an instant. Because of this change, Marine is likely to fail because of this. At the same time, people from all over the world watched the live broadcast. Is this the captain of the Thor pirates? It's as good as Admiral Kizaru. He doesn't look like Enel. It's not like this in the reward order. I don't know who yelled. Everyone immediately looked at Enel's reward order, and it turned out that it was not the same person. For a moment, everyone froze in place. In other words, the Thor pirates conservatively estimate at least 2 Admiral-level combat power. Thinking of this, everyone present took a deep breath. 2 Admiral levels of combat strength, which can almost be on the top of the New World's 4 Emperors. And at this time in the town of Rog. Doflamingo was also the Logares who saw the aerial fight with Kizaru. It's getting more and more interesting. Is this your confidence? I was still wondering what Enel's whole card was. As a result, Enel threw Doflamingo a king bomb when he came up. But it also made Doflamingo even happier. After all, it is the world government that is ashamed. In Shichibukai, apart from Doflamingo and Hancock, Crocodile, the sand crocodile, has a faint smile on his face. As a Shichibukai, Crocodile naturally doesn't like to make the world government happy. For a while, everyone was paying attention to the 2 in the air battle. And at this time the arc proverbs above. It was a joy to see that Logares had already started fighting. Others also became excited at this time. Seeing everyone's appearance, Enel also smiled. May, use electricity to keep the arc flying. This is our trump card to retreat. Fan Oka, you stay on board. Use your sniper roll to the limit. Others. Let your hands and feet go and do it. After Enel finished speaking, everyone on the boat immediately grinned. All the people jumped off the boat under the leadership of Enel. Enel, who was the leader, was even bathed in thunder and rushed towards the town of Rog below. Shanyi at the side also followed closely behind with a surge of golden thunder. At this time, Suzuki and Kakashi, who had been guarding Enel, also appeared in front of everyone. Look at the sky. Someone jumped off. That's Thor Enel. In 1.3, everyone's eyes were drawn to the battle between Logares and Kizaru. Some people were attracted by the figure jumping down from the air arc. Seeing the figure bathed in the thunder light at the head of the horse, the pupils of all the Marines shrank suddenly. With a shout, everyone looked at Enel and others who rushed down. Humph! It's finally down. Already. This time we must wipe out the Thor pirates. Seeing Enel, he rushed out first. Sengoku even directly issued the order for the big battle. The Marines in the town of Rog are waiting for Enel's arrival. Chapter 66. Pirates. Get ready to stay here. Meteor Volcano. Watching Enel et al. Fall in the air. Akainu, who was unable to fight in the air himself, jumped at the chance. The magma missile containing terrifying temperature instantly blasted towards Enel and others in the sky. At this time, Enel simply ignored Akainu's harassment. For Enel, the target now is the devil fruit they guard. Look at Sakazuki, who is waiting in battle below, and Aokiji, who is watching. Before Enel could make a move, Kakashi and Suzuki rushed forward. Chidori sharp gun. I saw a lightning flash from Suzuki's right hand in the air, accompanied by a sharp bird song. The lightning sword instantly slashed at the countless magma fists blasted by Akainu. The sharp thunder light instantly chopped up all these magma fists, dissipated them and fell into the air. Thunder God's Uchiha Suzuki is coming. Thunder God's Hey take Kakashi participate. With 2 bangs. The 2 in the air instantly chose their 26 opponents and rushed up. Suzuki and Kakashi stopped Akainu and Aokiji one by one. At this time, no one can stop Enel from the ship that transports the sky. Successful. Enel who fell from the sky ignored Akainu and Aokiji and walked into the cabin directly. Naturally, the world government's customized plan this time strives to be truth-seeking. So devil fruit is really placed among the gold in the sky. Damn pirate! Go away! Seeing that Enel directly walked into the cabin where the gold in the sky was placed, as if no one else was there. As Admiral who stays here? Akainu and Aokiji suddenly became anxious. Just when the 2 wanted to rush over, Suzuki and Kakashi stopped in front of them without hesitation. Damn pirate! Damn! Dark Hound! Seeing that the pirate dared to stop him, Akainu's violent temper came up in an instant. After all, pirates deserve death in Akainu's eyes. Already furious, Akainu immediately shot out the Dark Hound, and the hot magma turned into a ferocious dog and directly blasted towards Suzuki. Just when Akainu blasted this blow and was about to go straight to Enel, Suzuki's figure appeared in front of Akainu intact. How can that be? Akainu who saw this scene was also dumbfounded. Even Aokiji didn't dare to resist this trick of his own. Moreover, you are a Thor pirates, 1 Admiral level Enel, and 2 Admiral level Logoses who are fighting Kizaru are enough, right? Are you all Admiral? I saw a transparent skeleton slowly emerging around the current Suzuki. The Dark Hound blasted by Akainu just now was blocked by the transparent skeleton without even touching Suzuki's hair. Looking at the transparent skeleton, Akainu couldn't help being taken aback. Damn it! Thor Enel, no wonder collecting devil fruit. I got so many powerful fruits. Seeing Suzuki's weird ability, Akainu didn't think too much, he could only think that he got some strange devil fruit ability. Thinking of Enel's danger, Akainu can only get rid of Suzuki before passing. On the other side, Aokiji against Kakashi also encountered the same problem. His own frozen fruit couldn't do anything to Kakashi for a while. Instead, Kakashi used all kinds of strange ninjutsu to deal with it for a while, and he couldn't stand a stalemate. Hey takes 50/50th's power has once again shown its talents in One Piece world. Seeing that the 3 admirals were all stopped by the cotters of the Thor pirates, Sengoku, who has always commanded calmly, couldn't sit still at this time. It would be embarrassing for Enel to take devil fruit away from them. Momozagi! Dolphins! Hurry up and help! Following Sengoku's command, the 2 celestial generals also quickly rushed to prepare to help. But before Momozagi could take a few steps, Urge and Weber stopped in front of them. Excuse me. Your Majesty, Thor's work cannot be disturbed. No traffic here. I saw that following Urge's naive words, his tall body instantly blocked the 2 jumping rabbits. Looking at Urge and Weber, Momozagi and Dolphins can't get through for a while. The other vice admirals were stopped by Misaka Mikato and others. Moreover, the Thunder God pirates also had an excellent sniper on the arc in the sky to kill the marine below. The situation fell into a disadvantage for a while. Seeing this scene, the veins on Sengoku's forehead were throbbing. Fortunately, the appearance of a figure really made Sengoku heave a sigh of relief. Mihawk! Hurry up to support. Must stop Enel. I saw that Hawkeye, the world's #1 swordsman, came to the forefront at this time. This made Sengoku overjoyed. Hawkeye's combat power is definitely top-notch. But for Sengoku, the 850 Hawkeye doesn't care at all. I was able to come to the gathering just because I wanted to meet my wife Shanyi, the Thunder Sword of the Thunder God Pirates. Thunder Sword, my wife Shanyi. Let me see your sword. There is only one eagle-eyed target coming forward. As Hawkeye finished speaking slowly, Shanyi, who originally wanted to help, also stopped. With an intuition beyond ordinary people, Shanyi can feel that the Mihawk in front of him is very strong. Stronger than any pillar I have encountered. Please enlighten me. To be able to compete with such a person, Shanyi is naturally very happy. Only in this way can I do more things for Thor. Although I am very stupid, I only learned one style of sword move, but as long as I master this style well, I can reach the pinnacle too. The 2 confronting each other at this time were not affected by the other shouts of killing around them at all. The 2 only have eyes for each other. With a burst of breathing, traces of thunder slowly covered Shanyi's body. At this time, Mihawk's eagle-like eyes locked on Shanyi firmly. The aura on his body slowly gathered. Thunder's breath, one shape. Thunderbolt. Chapter 67. With a burst of breathing, Shanyi, who had adjusted his breath to the best state, slashed towards Mihawk in a flash of lightning. The instant explosive speed brought by the breathing method of thunder. Mihawk, who is the world's #1 swordsman, was also amazed by the split-second slash. But in the face of Shanyi's sword, Hawkeye instantly raised the black sword in his hand to meet Yayet. As the world's #1 swordsman, Mihawk's strength is naturally extremely powerful among swordsmen. Although Shanyi's sword had already flashed like a thunderbolt, but the sword was easily received by Mihawk. But at this time, Mihawk saw that Shanyi didn't change his moves, it was still this lightning flash, but his aura became stronger. Flash of thunder 6th company. Ah! Accompanied by Shanyi's roar. In the eyes of everyone, a thunderbolt surrounded Mihawk and continuously launched attacks. From the very beginning, Mihawk took it easy and gradually became a little more difficult. Because Shanyi's 6 consecutive moves got faster and faster each time. Through the continuous acceleration of thunder flash to break through the upper limit, the speed of slashing is naturally getting faster and faster. Mihawk has never seen such a swordsman on the sea. There has never been a swordsman who can practice one sword move all the time. Blocking all of Shanyi's attacks, Mihawk also expressed admiration. Great swordsman. Lei Jian, my wife, Shanyi. Continue to grow. I will be waiting for you in the #1 position in the world. Ha 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 ha, seeing a swordsman like you today is a worthwhile trip. After Hawkeye finished speaking, he stopped shooting. Because the current Shanyi is not his opponent yet. I have stayed in the #1 position in the world for too long. For a swordsman who pursues the way of the sword, Hawkeye is undoubtedly eager for an opponent. But there are too few swordsmen in the sea who can be the opponent of Hawkeye. The only redhead who can fight all the time has lost an arm. This made Mihawk completely lose the idea of fighting the redhead. Now, he finally saw a sword king who had the hope of challenging him. So Mihawk will not fight here, because he needs an opponent to help him go further on the sword. After saying that, he picked up his black knife again, Yayet turned and left. Hey! Hawkeye, what are you doing? The enemy hasn't been defeated yet. You can't leave like this. Seeing that he was about to gain the upper hand and win with his eagle eye. As a result, the opponent withdrew his sword and left. For a while, the marines all around shouted at Mihawk. The latter heard the words but ignored them at all. Seeing this, Sengoku was even more furious. Hawkeye! Why are you holding back? You don't want your Shichibukai title anymore. Obviously, he can take advantage of the situation to take down a cadre of the other party. As a result, Hawkeye quit now. Hearing Sengoku's words, Mihawk glanced indifferently. It doesn't matter, if you want to take it back, please feel free to take it back. I just promised you to come here together, as for how long to take the shot, I decide for myself. After Mihawk finished speaking, he left without looking back. Now Mihawk doesn't want to get involved in this battle, because he has already seen the target he wants to see. As for the result, Hawkeye was very satisfied, and the suspended duel just save it to continue when you challenge yourself later. Seeing Hawkeye leaving, Sengoku was even more angry. And this battle also let people all over the world see Lei Jian Shanyi's strength. Why didn't Hawkeye fight anymore? Why didn't you fight? You will win soon. That's right. These pirates are indeed a virtue. A guy who doesn't work hard. What Shichibukai do you want? Seeing that Hawkeye withdrew his sword and left. For a while, people watching the live broadcast all over the world began to yell and curse. After all, we can't do anything to us if we scold you at the end of the video. It's the same as the keyboard man in life, and I don't know if I scold you here. However, some pirates active in the sea have seen Hawkeye's intentions. Interesting. Does Hawkeye want to wait for this thunder sword to grow up for a while? As expected of the world's #1 swordsman. Watching Hawkeye leave. These sword masters from all over the world even had some thoughts in their hearts. But they also knew that they were no match for Hawkeye at all. It can only be hoped that this Lei Jian, who is favored by the Eagle Eye, can snatch the title of the world's #1 swordsman in the future. Ha 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 ha, I'll just say. How could this guy Hawkeye be honest and act honestly? I win. Hurry up, drink drink drink. And at this time in the New World Island. As Hawkeye's friend, the redhead immediately became amused when he saw this scene. But I'm also happy for Hawkeye from the bottom of my heart. This guy has been looking for an opponent for a long time. This time it finally came true. Seeing that Hawkeye left without paying attention. Today's Sengoku can't turn against Shichibukai, after all, there is no extra force to deal with them. Now we can only rely on the Marines to withstand the pressure. Just when Sengoku thought he could withstand the pressure, a melodious voice like a lark reached everyone's ears. The figure of Misaka Mikato also appeared in everyone's eyes. Looking at the gold coins on Misaka Mikato's fingertips, the Marines around thought that this little girl sponsored them for military expenses. Nyokyunhao, just as everyone looked towards Misaka Mikato, they saw that Mikato was aiming at the Marine team ahead. Seeing this scene, Sengoku suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Railgun. Boom. As countless thunder lights gathered at Misaka Mikato's fingertips. Mikato, who had already fully charged, shot out the gold coin fox in his hand instantly. The gold coin wrapped by the thunder instantly turned into a beam of thunder light cannon. Not good. Seeing this scene, Sengoku's pupils dilated instantly. Just sounded a warning. The electromagnetic cannon blasted by Mikato has already blasted directly at the marine in front. Wherever he went, there was no grass growing, and the streets of Loguetown directly blasted a terrifying gully, and there were still traces of thunder constantly flashing in the gully. But the gold coin was lying quietly at the end of the gully. Chapter 68. Is this caused by a girl? OMG. What did I see? There was no one in front of Misaka Mikato. Only an extra terrifying ravine in the town of Rog proves what happened here just now. At this moment, everyone's eyes were attracted by Misaka Mikato. They couldn't figure it out. How could a girl who looked like a teenager have such power? Moreover, what's going on with the Thunder God pirates? There is another Cotter who controls thunder. Calculated except Enel the god of thunder, the 3 Logoses who fought against the 3 Admirals, Lei Jianshanyi and the little girl in front of them. And there are a total of 6 lightning type ability users. How can that be? 1 thunder fruit and the well-known thunder devil fruit, but it is impossible to have 6 similar abilities. At this point, no one cared about the lethality caused by Misaka Mikato. After all, people with lightning abilities are just so unreasonable. Not only is it surprisingly fast, but its destructive power is also one of the top abilities. At this time Sengoku has already confirmed it. Garp. Gotta catch Thor Enel. This pirate group must have a secret. 563. The emergence of so many lightning-type abilities must have something to do with the devil fruit collected by Enel. I just followed Sengoku's words. Garp, who didn't want to do anything, had to do so. He is a marine after all, a marine hero wearing the mantle of justice. Although they don't want to work for the world government, Garp is also responsible for the life of these marines. Railgun. Boom. Seeing that he hadn't shot yet, Garp stood up. Misaka Mikato, who had been paying attention to Sengoku and Garp for a long time, fired a super electromagnetic cannon without hesitation. The terrifying thunder beam blasted towards Garp in an instant. Ahahaha. Are all the little girls these days disrespecting the old and loving the young? Facing this railgun, Garp couldn't help but burst out laughing. Just when the electromagnetic gun unstoppably blasted in front of Garp, a big hand covered with armament Haki grabbed the gold coin in the electromagnetic gun firmly. Without the cannonball, the thunder contained in it naturally dissipated. Gub, looking at the gold coin in his hand, Garp couldn't help looking at Misaka Mikato in surprise. It's such a waste, that gold coins are used as cannonballs. However, I can only take you back. After all, the existence of your Thor pirates poses a great threat to this sea. Following Garp's words, he walked straight towards Mikato. The Marines who saw this scene were all excited. Vice Admiral Garp. Shoot. It's Vice Admiral Garp. Great. With Vice Admiral Garp taking the shot, I will definitely keep all the Thor pirates here this time. Be a Marine hero. Garp's reputation is undoubtedly extremely high in Marine. Just after Garp stood up and prepared to make a shot, Marine, who had been suppressed, boiled again. People around the world watching on livestream also saw the Marine hero in action. It's Hero Garp. Great. With Vice Admiral Garp, we can win. One Piece was captured by this legendary sailor. It's simply too powerful. I want to be a Marine too. For a time, because of Garp's shot, people all over the world yearned for Marine. Other old monsters in the same period as Garp also looked sideways. Garp's strength is not like they get weaker when they get old. This guy's strength is probably even more terrifying than when he was young. Seeing that Garp has made a move, everyone can't help but feel sorry for the Thor pirates. A rising pirate group is about to be captured by the old guy Garp. Just as Garp walked towards Misaka Mikato, a ball of flame suddenly appeared in front of Misaka Mikato. Hey Sister Mikato, go help others. Leave the stinky old man to me. Humph, call me your lady queen. Be careful yourself. Seeing Ace appearing in front of him, everyone naturally knows about Ace's life experience. Seeing Ace appearing, Misaka Mikato complained without hesitation and left quickly. After Misaka Mikato left, Ace turned to face his grandfather. Long time no see, Grandpa. Facing the familiar figure in front of him. And this familiar voice, Garp froze in place for an instant. He knew that Ace went out to sea and became a pirate, this was his freedom and he couldn't stop it. But Garp didn't expect Ace to join the Thor pirates. Grandfather. Fire Fist Ace. Vice Admiral Garp is Fire Fist Ace's grandpa. Listening to the conversation between the two, Marine around was completely dumbfounded. They never thought that this Fire Fist Ace and Vice Admiral Garp are the grandson and grandson of each other. The Fire Fist Ace Marines naturally know it. Although they just went to sea, relying on the Logia Maramara fruit, Marine still has plans to recruit the other party to become a Shichibukai. But this Fire Fist Ace has obviously joined the Thor pirates. UBD Ace. You didn't listen to the old man's words and came out to be a pirate. Join such a dangerous pirate group. Do you want to PS me off? Look at the Ace that appeared in front of you. Garp was completely angry because Garp knew Ace's identity. The Sengoku world government also knows it. Don't underestimate the intelligence department of the world government, it's already very embarrassing for Garp to let Garp raise ace. But don't blame the world government for being rude if you go to become a pirate. So Garp will be angry when he sees ace appearing on the battlefield now. You can be a pirate honestly, don't get caught in this life. But why did you join the Thor pirates? These are things Garp can't save you by himself. Sure enough, during the conversation between Garp and Ace, Sengoku as the conductor also fixed his eyes on Ace. At the same time, the images in the live broadcast are transmitted to the whole world. My god! The grandson of marine hero Garp is a pirate. How can that be? Why is Garp's grandson a pirate? Chapter 69. Look. It's Ace. Ace actually got into a fight with Grandpa. How so? Inside the windmill village in East Blue. Because it is a live broadcast, the village chief also finished the live broadcast early. Luffy, who would have gone to sea in about 3 years, also saw the live broadcast. When seeing Ace appeared, Luffy was even more excited. But at this time, Ace and Garp are confronting each other. As for the grandson that I take care of every day, even though Ace is not my own grandson, it is still better than my own grandson. This kind of family affection made Garp feel a little bit reluctant for a while. Because Garp knows, if he catches Ace, I'm afraid Ace will be dead by then. World government can tolerate raising Ace by itself, but it will never tolerate Ace going to sea again to become a pirate. After all, a Gordy Logi is enough to give the world government a headache. But what Garp didn't expect was that Ace actually appeared on the battlefield that shouldn't appear. Soon, 5 elders also knew about Ace. The phone bug carried by Sengoku, who is the coach, also rang at this time. Sengoku. Announce to the world who Ace is. Then say that the secret of One Piece Logi's wealth was also told to Ace. We can't let another person like Gordy Logi appear on the sea. He must die. After 5 elders finished speaking, he hung up the phone directly. The 5 elders at this time were also discussed. All these years are enough to give you Garp face. The blood of One Piece has remained untouched until now. If you Garp can turn One Piece's son into marine, our world government won't care. But now, since he went to sea to become a pirate, then, our world government will not sit idly by. Really, if another man like Gold Logi appeared, their world government would lose face. Since Ace is going to go the old way of his dead ghost Laozi, then let him go below, his dead ghost Laozi. Garp. Looking at Garp who hasn't done anything for a long time. At this time, Sengoku couldn't bear it. After all, Ace is the powerful grandson of his old buddy, and it would be too cruel for them to kill each other. But as the loyal dog of the world government, Sengoku can only give orders. If you blame me, wait for the war to end. Garp, why is your BD's family so disturbing? One by one, sons too. Grandsons too. As Sengoku muttered. The situation is inevitable. Garp, who was still confronting Ace, suddenly thought of something and his expression changed. Just when Garp was about to tell Sengoku, a voice that was very familiar to Garp spread throughout the town of Rog. Everyone. This Fire Fist Ace. Podicus D Ace. He wasn't called that originally. His real name. It's called Gordy Ace. He is the offspring of the One Piece Logi. I saw Sengoku speak slowly. At this moment, the whole town of Rog fell silent for a moment. Garp looked at Sengoku anxiously. For Garp's gaze, Sengoku could only reply with apology. After all, it was an order from the 5 elders. Oh, it's so scary. The bloodline of One Piece Logi. It survived. While avoiding the attack of Logares in the air, he looked towards Ace in the distance. In Kizaru's memory, many forces were assembled to find Logi's blood. Unexpectedly, it was raised by Vice Admiral Garp. It's really unexpected. At this time, Akaino's eyes were full of disgust. The blood of One Piece. Then they deserve to die. These offals of the sea. After hearing the news, Akaino punched Shichibukai away and wanted to kill Ace. In Akaino's heart, the current Enel is not as threatening as Ace. But soon Shizukai's face that no one would make a fool of himself appeared in front of Akaino again. Humph. Don't even think about going there with me. The two fought together again in an instant. But this news is too shocking. So many Marines have murderous intentions towards Ace. After all, the era of great exploration opened by One Piece Logi caused many people's hometowns to be ransacked by pirates. That's why there are so many Marines who want to kill all the pirates. Ask for her flowers. OMG. The blood of One Piece is still alive. This is absolutely amazing. Fire Fist Ace's father is Gore Logi. For a time, the news that Ace was the blood of One Piece spread throughout the world. All the people watching the stream stared at Ace's face. Some pirates became even more excited. This is the son of the One Piece Logi. As for the red hair, white beard, and others, they were even more surprised at this time. One is my captain, and the other is my friend. Seeing that the son of the captain, friend, is still alive, the two are naturally very happy. But now, the environment Ace is in makes the two of them worried. 0. Ace may fall in this war if he is not careful. just when everyone became more and more interested in this war. At this time, Ace smiled indifferently. It's okay Grandpa. Sooner or later. And I'm not going to go his way. I want to complete the adventure he didn't realize. I just followed Ace to say it. At this moment, Garp was taken aback. For the adventure that Ace said Luoji didn't realize. As Garp who has been chasing Luoji all his life, he is naturally very clear. That is to overthrow this rotten world government. Because of terminal illness, Luoji chose to surrender. Because of terminal illness, Luoji put his hope on the people after the age of great exploration. So when he learned of Ace's current thoughts, Garp smiled with some relief. The little kid who was still asking himself whether he should appear in this world now has his own goals. Ace. Even so, the old man will not show mercy. Are you ready to be sent to prison by the old man? Ace. Hear Garp's call. Ace laughed without fear. Although I know that one day when I become a pirate, I will face my grandfather Garp. But now that he has gone to sea, Ace will not leave any regrets for himself. Even if it is caught, it will not hesitate. Fire Fist. Shi. Chapter 70. Fire Punch. The conversation is over, knowing the strength of his grandfather Garp. So Ace came up with full fire power. The scorching flame turned into a huge fist and smashed towards Garp. Look at Ace, whose strength has grown at this time. The smile on Garp's face grew stronger. As for Garp, as a grandfather, he watched Ace grow up, so how could he do anything to his grandson on the battlefield? Even though he said that, Garp didn't dodge Ace's punch at all. Boom! I saw that Garp was thrown flying when he touched it just now. His muscular body even smashed directly into the houses beside the street, and he didn't appear for a long time. Vice Admiral Garp. OMG! Vice Admiral Garp is down. No way. 013 looked at Garp who was blown away by a punch without any defense. All the marines all around looked worriedly at the collapsed house. But at this moment Sengoku looked deeply towards the place where Garp fell. In the end, my old man chose neither to help his grandson nor to help the world government. Then it's fine to just stay there quietly like this. Blood of One Piece. This old man will be your opponent. Did I know that the secret of the treasure of Luoji, the One Piece King, was left to you when he died? Say it. Seeing that Garp is unreliable, Sengoku can only play in person. But before the battle, Sengoku suddenly threw out such an unreasonable sentence. Ace couldn't help being taken aback when he heard this sentence. What did you say? What wealth of One Piece? Why don't I know? Sengoku doesn't care about Ace's question. As long as this sentence is thrown out, it doesn't matter whether this action fails or not. There will be huge troubles waiting for the Thor pirates in the future. As predicted. After this sentence was broadcast from Marine's prepared live broadcast, the whole world fell into silence for an instant. In the former pirate, Luoji started the age of great navigation with a single sentence. Countless pirates hoped to find Luoji's treasure in pirates and become the new One Piece King. But now, because of Sengoku's words, these pirates are completely boiling. Hey, did you hear that? The treasure of One Piece is on this Ace. The son of the One Piece. Jahahaha. The treasure is ours. Little ones set sail. For a while, the pirates all over the world who got the news went completely crazy. The era of great navigation, which was already crazy, is now boiling again. All the pirates go to sea again with only one purpose, that is to find Ace and ask the secret of the treasure. Now that Marine has spoken out, whether it is true or not, these pirates will try it out. After all, the blood of One Piece is real. Everything is exactly as Sengoku imagined. Countless pirates began returning to the Grand Line from the New World. Waiting for the Thunder God pirates will be the countless pirates who won this war. I have no idea what you're talking about. Fire Punch? Although I don't know what Sengoku said. But Ace could sense that it wasn't a good word. So looking at Sengoku in front of him, Ace threw out a fire fist without hesitation. But Sengoku and Garp are different. Garp can give up his position for family affection, but Sengoku is not. All. Just when Ace thought he had succeeded, a deafening bell echoed in the town of Rog. At this time, Sengoku has transformed into a huge golden Buddha statue. Just now Ace's fire punch didn't even burn Sengoku's clothes. Facing this huge golden Buddha statue, Ace also felt a little tricky for a while. The current Ace is no match for Sengoku at all. At this time, Garp in the ruins beside him also had a look of worry in his eyes. But Garp knew he couldn't do it, he was still a marine. Just when Sengoku slapped Ace with his palm like a glaring King Kong, a dazzling Fuguang instantly dyed the entire town of Rog silvery white. Boom! Boom! Accompanied by a muffled sound, Enel's figure appeared in front of Ace and fought with Sengoku. At this time, Enel has absorbed the devil fruit in the gold in the sky. It's just 5 rubbish Zoan devil fruits, I added 5 energy points to myself. So Sengoku Enel, who sensed that Loguetown had started to attack directly, rushed over in an instant. Marshal Sengoku. Just 5 Zoan's devil fruits, you put on such a big formation. It really flatters me a bit. Say it with Enel. At this time, Sengoku's face became more and more ugly. With that palm that he fought just now, he didn't even suppress the Thunder Kid in front of him. Hehe, I didn't expect you, Thor Enel, to be so courageous. Knowing that we have set up an ambush, you dare to come. Just when the two confronted each other. At this time, Enel grinned and looked at the live phone bug not far behind Sengoku. Enel knew it, and the 5 elders watched it too. Hehe, it's just gold in the sky. I will do what I say, 5 old immortals, if you send a trip to the sky, I will snatch it once from the Thunder God pirates. Stop talking about gold in the sky. Even celestial dragons, Lao Zi would dare to kill them. I saw Enel say it with killing intent on his face. What Enel said just now spread all over the world in an instant through the phone bug. Everyone watching the live broadcast was stunned. No matter if they were civilians or pirates, they would never have imagined that Enel would dare to say such a thing. This is no longer a question of courage, it is simply an open challenge to the world government. 0.10 OMG. Is this Enel? How dare he dare to provoke the world government? It's over, he must be crazy. This lunatic really dares to provoke the world government. For a while, people all over the world thought that Thor Enel was a complete lunatic. And the nobles who watched the battle even cursed. The existence of Enel simply reduced the majesty of these nobles to the extreme. At this time, Sengoku, who was standing in front of Enel, looked at Enel in surprise. Unexpectedly, Enel dared to say such a thing. I'm afraid that the 5 elders are going to completely get rid of this brat now. In the Holy Land at this time, the room of the 5 elders was unexpectedly silent, and the atmosphere was so depressing that it made people shudder. Chapter 71. Too arrogant. He must be killed. Nothing can get him out of here this time. Send all the CPOs out. Depending on the situation, Sengoku's plan will fail this time. After a long time, there was a burst of exasperated discussions in the room. Soon after all 5 people agreed. From the Holy Land Marie Joyce, several masked men wearing white cloaks quickly left the Holy Land and rushed towards the town of Rog. This time, the consequences of what Enel said were too serious. I'm afraid that's not enough to put Enel to death. The entire world, the inviolable majesty of the celestial dragons is gone. Maybe some stupid young man who just went out to sea killed the celestial dragons. After all, the celestial dragons in the Holy Land are all virtuous, and 5 elders knows it well. So Enel had to stay in Rog Town. At this time, Sengoku also reflected it, and the body that turned into a golden Buddha suddenly emitted bursts of golden light. Arrogant brat! Shock break! Accompanied by a roar. At this time, Sengoku blasted out like a glaring King Kong palm, and an invisible shock wave blasted towards Enel instantly. It's not Summit War right now, and Enel isn't Luffy. This palm was harder than hitting Blackbeard. Facing Sengoku's furious palm, Enel blocked his body with one hand, muttering words. 81 of Bakudo. Splitting void. After Enel finished speaking, an invisible wave instantly turned into a transparent barrier in front of Enel. Sengoku blasted out with a palm and was stopped strangely in midair. Feeling the sensation in his palm, Sengoku was sure he hit something, but couldn't see it. Looking at the leisurely Enel at this time, Sengoku's expression gradually became serious. Enel in front of him definitely has other secrets, abilities other than Thunder Fruit. Facing Sengoku, who became cautious at this time. Enel, who has got the things now, doesn't plan to procrastinate any longer. Now is not the time for the strength of the pirates to challenge the world government. Just one marine headquarters is now on par with its own pirate team. If at this time, there is a complete war with the world government, I'm afraid that my pirate group will really be left here. One Piece Luoji is willing to surrender and be executed, that is terminally ill, I will not. Then. 200 million volts. Thinking of this, the thunder on Enel's body surged crazily in an instant. Accompanied by Enel's actions, countless thunderbolts gathered in the sky of Rog Town towards Enel. Around Enel, there were constant lightning strikes indiscriminately. Is this Logia's top Thunder Fruit? What a powerful ability! Oh my god, how lucky is this guy to be able to eat such a fruit? Is this the Admiral class? People who watched this scene through the live broadcast were envious for a while. After all, Thunder Fruit's ability and special effects are full, and the sky is constantly cohesive. Soon, in everyone's eyes, a giant made of thunder appeared in the center of Rog Town. Thor. Enel, the god of thunder, set his sights on Sengoku directly. The thick thunder all over his body continued to surge on Enel like a fluid. This is your reliance, brat. Don't get too carried away. As soon as the words were spoken, a golden giant Buddha rushed towards Enel in an instant. As far as Sengoku is concerned, Enel is just a brat who ate Thunder Fruit. After dealing with Luoji and Golden Lion, you are still afraid of you, a brat? The tall golden Buddha and Enel's incarnation of Thor collided instantly. Right after the fight, Sengoku discovered that the thunder on Enel's body was powerful and terrifying. Even the giant Buddha form of his phantom beast couldn't bear it, and half of his body was paralyzed in the moment of the fight. That's the horror of Enel's Thor form. There are surging thunder all over his body, and if he is a little careless in the battle, he will lose everything. Much stronger than Enel's half-assed Thor in the original book. The thunder all over his body has the shadow of the Thunder Dragon Slayer magic, and the power of the thunder is much stronger. Seeing Sengoku show his flaws, Enel didn't hesitate. A lightning halberd instantly condensed in the hand of the Thor giant, aimed at Sengoku and struck down. This scene can be said to be fast and ruthless. Sengoku, who was still able to fight, was paralyzed for a while and couldn't react at all. Faced with this thunderous blow, Sengoku also secretly groaned in his heart. I actually saw it for a while. Just when Enel was about to succeed, a figure appeared instantly and smashed the thunder halberd that Enel had chopped off. Boom! I saw that Garp, who had not continued to participate in the battle because of Ace, was standing beside Sengoku at this moment. Sengoku heaved a sigh of relief after dodging the blow. If I followed that halberd just now, I am afraid that even the Zoan phantom beasts would not be able to hold it back. Seeing the appearance of Garp, Enel naturally expected it long ago. After all, he is not Ace, and Ace may not do anything in Garp. But if the enemy is himself now, Garp will definitely stand up 100%. With the help of Garp, Sengoku also quickly slowed down and the two of them greeted Enel together. Facing the attack of two people like a storm. Enel is also constantly dealing with it with his terrifying observation Haki. But Sengoku was fine, and Garp's fist made Enel a little uncomfortable. Garp's strength is the only character set by Oda in the One Piece world that will not weaken due to age. In other words, although the current Garp is getting older, his strength has not declined at all. Garp's fists, Enel was also a little bit overwhelmed after receiving several punches. The sound of the big Buddha resounded continuously and the thunder bombarded everywhere, and the whole town of Rog completely turned into a battlefield for the three of them. Although Enel's current strength has changed a lot, close combat is still not Enel's strong point. After all, I haven't drawn any thunder gods whose bodies are like monsters. Soon Enel relied on his own speed to widen the distance between the three and began to use his strengths to attack his weaknesses. My own abilities are all remote, there is no need to fight with Garp two people. Railgun. Hados 88. Flying dragons strike thieves and shake the sky. Brontosaurus roar. Chapter 72. Railgun. Hados 88. Flying dragons strike thieves and shake the sky. Brontosaurus roar. Just as Enel opened the distance, three roaring thunderbolts instantly blasted towards the two of Garp. Although these moves are the drawn skills of the thunder gods. But it is more handy to use Enel as a host. Soon, the railgun, which was faster and stronger than Mikato, bombarded Garp in an instant. The thunder that filled the sky condensed and exploded with one hit. Seeing the same move, Garp punched it without thinking. As a result, Garp's face changed dramatically at the moment of contact. Boom! Zzz. With a loud bang, countless thunderclaps echoed in the town of Rog. And Sengoku on the other side is not much better. Aikido thunder strikes a thunderous dragon-slaying magic. The 2x2 superposition made Sengoku scream. I saw that Sengoku's body in the shape of a Buddha is gradually unable to hold on. Under the bombardment of two thunderbolts, Sengoku retreated even more. Although the thunder was finally offset by the ability of the Buddha, Sengoku also consumed a huge amount of physical strength. Soon, he couldn't even maintain the form of the Buddha. This sudden exit from the Buddha form could not help but make Sengoku's face change slightly. Fortunately, Garp stood up again. Although the blow just now suffered a little loss, but overall there was no serious problem. Seeing that Sengoku was a little powerless and wanted to continue fighting, Garp stopped him directly. Leave it to me next. After Garp said that, his whole body was churning with anger and blood, and he rushed towards Enel again. Today's Garp understands that Enel, a person with Thunder Fruit ability, cannot be given the opportunity to attack from a long distance. Thunder Fruit's long-distance attack is simply too powerful. Only close combat has a chance. Relying on superhuman physique and physical skills, Garp's 6 forms is even more perfect. One shave and moonwalk arrived in front of Enel's body, and armament Haki's iron fist covered it instantly blasted out. Looking at Garp who was fighting in front of him, this punch was inevitable. Garp's full strength is definitely the top of Marine. But at this moment, Enel's eyes suddenly glowed scarlet. Boom! Catch! With one hit from Garp. There was a loud noise in an instant from the terrifying strength. The crisp sound of bones breaking was heard throughout Rog Town. Success! Great! With Vice Admiral Garp in the works. What Thor Enel? Still won by our Marine. Justice triumphs. Hearing this sound, all Marines suddenly boiled. As expected of Vice Admiral Garp, as long as there is Vice Admiral Garp, they can definitely defeat these pirates easily. Just when Marine was very happy. At this time, the other cotters of the Thor pirates didn't even have the slightest worry. Because they know the strength of Thor. At this time, Garp also had a somewhat serious expression on his face. I saw that Garp's punch didn't hit Enel. Instead, it was blocked by the transparent skeleton that suddenly appeared beside Enel. This brat really has a lot of abilities. Another ability I've never seen before. Seeing that he missed a hit, Garp also retreated instantly. After all, Garp has never seen this kind of ability. But at this time Enel was quite surprised. This is Susanoo of Mangekyo's Blood Wheel Eye Belt, and Garp actually broke the junior Susanoo's skeleton with a single punch. Looking at the broken skeleton, Enel also took a deep look at Garp. As expected of a man whose combat prowess is not affected by age. But that's all. Mangekyo turned quickly as Enel's eyes were scarlet. A giant silver-white skeleton appeared in the town of Rog instantly, as if bathed in thunder. The shadow cast by the tall skeleton body directly enveloped all the marines in Rog Town. This. What is this? We're really fighting people like this. My god. Look at this giant skeleton that looks like a god. Marine in Rog Town was completely desperate at this time. Even Garp couldn't deal with the skeleton giant in front of him for a while. The blow with all his strength just now only broke a bone. The current complete body mustache is much bigger than the few bones just now. Akainu and Aokiji, who were fighting with Suzuki Kakashi, looked at the two with strange faces. Because the ability that Enel uses now is exactly the same as the two of them, except for the color. Damn pirates! What a strange ability! Facing Akainu's question. Suzuki and Kakashi both had the same Mangekyo eyes, and two giants, one purple and one blue, suddenly appeared at the port of Rog Town. Appeared. Two more. What is this? Oh my god! The Thor pirates are all monsters. He looked at the two Susanoos that followed. Now all the marines in Rog Town are completely desperate. Even Akainu and Aokiji, who had been fighting all the time, looked at this scene in shock. At this time, the hearts of the two of them can be said to be extremely restless. Suzuki Kakashi, take the others and return to the Ark. Time to leave. Say it with Enel, who is the leader. Suzuki and, what money is good, Kakashi directly control Suzuki and bring everyone back to the Ark. Logares, who had been fighting with Kizaru, turned into thunder and returned to the ship. There is no point in continuing to fight, this time the target devil fruit Enel has been obtained. But at this time, Enel's tall giant Susan slowly grasped the energy knife at his waist. Marines seeing. You guys have to accept this gift. Then Enel suddenly pulled out the energy knife at his waist. The slash from the energy knife instantly slashed around Enel without hindrance. Wherever the slash went, the tall buildings in Rog Town were split into two instantly from the middle. Seeing this scene, Sengoku's eyes were tearing apart. If this knife cannot be stopped, the entire marine will be completely disgraced. Quick! Everyone stop this slash! Chapter 73. With a command from Sengoku. The marines, who were already in despair, reacted at this time. All of a sudden, the marines in Rog Town took action. Officers at the school level have more or less mastered one or two styles of marine 6 styles. Soon a group of officers who were good at Tempest Kick slashed out one after another to block it. But in the face of Enel's cross-cutting style, the slashes spreading around did not stop at all. The Tempest Kick for these field officers is completely ineffective. However, the vice admirals who are good at swordsmanship soon stood up. A series of terrifying slashes instantly met the unstoppable cross-cutting slash in front of him. Damn it! Stop it! Hurry up and work harder! With the continuous efforts of these vice admirals, Enel's cross-cutting attack quickly weakened like the naked eye. At this time, Garp, San Admiral and others also stepped forward to block with advanced armament Haki. The 4 of them exerted force simultaneously from 4 directions. Soon the slash completely dissipated in front of the 4 of them. After doing all this, the marines collapsed to the ground. I saw that the entire town of Rog in 417 had been destroyed in disgrace. Centering on the place where Enel slashed, the surrounding area was destroyed in a circle, creating a huge group of ruins. At this time, the marines are no longer interested in fighting. The Thor pirates can fly, so what do they use to chase them? Just Kizaru Admiral, a cotter who can fly back to the opposite Thor pirates, is not a vegetarian. All the marines were silent for a while. Watching Enel's arc proverbs in the air. Sengoku also showed a look of helplessness in his eyes. I didn't expect such a huge operation to let the Thor pirates run away in the end. Enel left directly after swinging the knife. After all, if you continue to stay here, maybe the world government will have something to back it up. Seeing Rog Town in ruins, Sengoku also felt a sense of frustration in his heart. At this time, Sengoku actually had the idea of retiring in his heart. After all, he was also getting older, and many times he would be a little powerless. I am not like the old guy Garp, his strength is still terrifying. Looking at Garp standing aside, Sengoku also remained silent for a long time. At this time, everything in Rog Town was broadcast to the whole world by the live phone bug. Everyone was silent when they saw this scene. Marine lost. Marine actually lost. Oh my god, these pirates are terrible. They were able to single out the entire Marine headquarters, and finally retreated unscathed. It's over. Another pirate group is about to rise in the sea. Look at Enel, who is the last to leave in the frame. People all over the world have only one thought in mind. That is, there will be another group of overlord-level pirates in this sea. I am afraid that the sea that has not been turbulent for a long time is about to change again. But the pirates of New World don't think so. The blood of One Piece is on the ship of the Thor pirates. They have so many lightning-type ability users in one pirate group, this must be related to the treasure of One Piece. As long as you catch Ace and ask out the secret treasure, we can be stronger than the Thor pirates. I don't know who in New World spread such a word. For a moment, the New World pirates looked at the Thor pirates who had just left as if they smelled a bloody shark. At this time, all the big and small pirates in New World are eyeing the Thor pirates. After all, just one secret treasure of One Piece is enough to make these pirates excited. In the same way, it is also possible to make one's own pirate group stronger than the Thunder God pirate group. Brothers. Let's go. CGCH, what shit Thor pirates? So what if I escaped from Marine by chance? That's right, Laozi has never been caught by Marine. Find them. The treasure is ours. Accompanied by a loud cry. Countless pirates flock to New World, and everyone is active at the entrance of New World. Now that the Thor pirates have been reborn from the ashes, they will definitely enter the New World. So countless pirates gathered here waiting for the arrival of the Thor pirates. But at this time, these pirates let go of their prejudices and did not attack each other. As for the secret treasure of One Piece, it is for those who are capable according to their own abilities. Still others took the risk and returned to the Grand Line. I want to sneak attack and grab the secret treasure directly in the hometown of the Thor pirates. Such pirates are not in the minority. At this time, the 4 emperors of New World were surprisingly calm. Kaido didn't care about these messages at all. Enel is not the King Luffy, he clamors every day that he wants to be the One Piece. As a result, Kaido smashed it with a stick. As for Charlotte Linlin, she was very happy. Quick Katakuri. Send this kid a mother's invitation letter. He must be at the tea party. I'm liking him more and more. I really don't know what the baby will be like. Thinking of this, Charlotte Linlin even ate the sweets in front of her. Seeing this, Katakuri on the side could only complete the task assigned by his mother. The redhead and Whitebeard on the other side are much more relaxed. Ha 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 ha, good kid. I didn't expect the son of the captain, Luoji, to be on his boat. I really hope to see you in New World as soon as possible. Except the redhead wants to meet Enel out of curiosity. Whitebeard is more of a love of talent. I am old and need a successor, so I want to adopt Enel as my son. But at this time on the Moby DK, Blackbeard, who has been hiding on the ship, has a look of jealousy. Damn it, Thunder Fruit, Maramara Fruit. Both are top-notch Logia. Why hasn't the fruit I longed for appeared yet? Thinking of this, Blackbeard became even more anxious. But although few people know about that devil fruit, Blackbeard knows it all the time. For the devil fruit, Blackbeard is a must, no one is more suitable for this devil fruit than him. But now, Blackbeard can only continue to hide on Whitebeard's boat. Chapter 74. Phew furfur, it looks like the war is over. Then let's say goodbye. It's a pity, I couldn't keep all the Thor pirates here. Today's Loguetown is in ruins. All the Marines are secretly licking their wounds in this clean-up mess. After all, in this battle, not only did the Thor pirates remain, but even the prepared heavenly gold was taken away again. When the face of the whole world stretched out its own face and was beaten. At this time, Doflamingo and Shichibukai also greeted each other with a smile and left. I'm afraid they will continue to stay here. At that time, Marine will turn their backs and deny people, and the world government will directly revoke their Shichibukai title, which will be troublesome. So it's best to leave early. Seeing the extremely arrogant Doflamingo, all the Marines were even more furious. It is because of these inaction Shichibukai. During the war, besides letting the water go, paddling, some don't fight at all. People are getting more and more disgusted with the Shichibukai system. But this system was formulated by the 5 elders and the world government, so what can they do with Marine? It can only be swallowed with broken teeth. Just like the original Zephyr. Now everyone understands why the original Zephyr was so against the Shichibukai system. Watch Doflamingo leave. The rest of the Shichibukai will naturally not stay. Boa Hancock left without knowing what he was thinking with a pensive expression on his face. But now he has gone further and further on the road of espionage. As for Jinbei and Crocodile, naturally they left separately. Mihawk also left Loguetown long ago, after all, he has already seen what he wanted to see. As for the last Moria at this time has not been defeated by Luffy. So the world government is still useful, so naturally let the other party go. Soon Marine cleaned up the battlefield and devoted himself to the rebuilding of Loguetown. After all, this is where Luoji was executed in pirates. This place cannot be destroyed, and reconstruction work is inevitable. The place where the One Piece King Luoji was executed is also the place where Marine became famous. Let's go, I'm afraid the world government's accusation is coming. What a big head. After ordering everything, Sengoku couldn't help but look at Garp beside him. The latter pretended not to hear the words and scratched his ears. Seeing this, Sengoku also looked helpless, and could only face it on one level. Not long after Sengoku left, several figures in white cloaks appeared in the town of Rog. Looks like the battle is over. We're late. What should I do? Do you want to continue? The other three of the four immediately looked at the leading CPO. The latter also looked towards the sea with a gloomy gaze. Continue. The mission of the 5 elders is to take down the Thor pirates. Keep chasing. After saying that, the 4 of them used moonwalk to rush into the sky in an instant. At this time, the 3 admirals who hadn't left in Loguetown also noticed these figures. TCH, CPO. A few guys who are dying. Watching the departing CPO. Among the 3, Akainu cursed inwardly with unusual disdain. In Akainu's eyes, apart from his compatriots who are also marines, these pirates and lackeys of the world government are not good things. Kizaru and Aokiji on the side didn't say anything. But Kizaru couldn't hide the playfulness on Kizaru's face. The 3 of them have personally experienced the strength of the Thor pirates. The strength of several Cotters is comparable to them. Not to mention Enel, who can fight against the duo of Marshal Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp. With this CPO, 40 people may not be able to win the Thor pirates. But Kizaru didn't have the time to warn them. After all, I really hate trouble. Follow Sengoku back to Marine HQ. Sure enough, 5 elders' criticism calls came. Even Kong, the former Marine Marshal, called to question him. Ask for her flowers. Seeing this, Sengoku can only make amends again and again. But the only good thing about this battle is that he told Ace's life experience and what he said. I'm afraid there will be huge trouble finding the Thor pirates. For the time being, there is nothing to worry about. Just let them bite the dog. Looking at the bounty on the table, Sengoku's expression was fixed. Pass the order. The rewards of all members of the Thunder God Pirates will be changed. As for the amount, I will send it to you later. Preparing to issue a new reward order to the whole world. With Sengoku's voice just fell. Crane Vice Admiral and Garp walked into the office. Seeing Sengoku's uneasy expression, Pu suddenly laughed heartlessly. 0. However, Crane Vice Admiral gave advice on the quota of the bounty. If the bounty of the Thor pirates is directly above the 4 emperors of New World. At that time, I am afraid that the Thor pirates will be in big trouble. As for the possibility of chaos in the New World, that's not the responsibility of Marine. After all, most of Marine's power is above the Grand Line and the world. As for New World, the messy the better. When the world pattern is completely disrupted, Marine will have the opportunity to enter the New World to finish. After the decision was made, everyone immediately looked at the bounty offered after the discussion. Then it was handed over to the printing department to start printing and distribution. This Thunder God Pirate group is really scary. Yeah, I don't even know what the ability is, it's simply too terrifying. I don't know what amount will be set this time. I think it's over 1 billion. I think so too. Just when Sengoku sent someone to hand over the amount of the reward order. At this moment, the printing clerk Marine, who was still chatting and beating farts, took a closer look and was completely dumbfounded. Seeing Enel play a lot of 0 queens, the two seemed to be frightened at this time. No way. Marshal Sengoku set such a high bounty. Is the sea about to boil now? End. Chapter 75. How to do. Just follow this seal. Looking at the list of amounts in his hand, one of them looked towards Marine beside him in disbelief. The latter also nodded blankly when he heard the words. No matter how unreasonable this amount is, it was decided by Marshal Sengoku and the others. The 2 of them followed suit. Hope I'm not mistaken. This amount is too scary, the 4 emperors don't even have such a bounty. It doesn't matter, print it quickly. Suppressing the shock in my heart. At this time, with excited hearts and trembling hands, the 2 carefully calculated and entered the bounty. Soon under the operation of the 2, stacks of brand new reward orders were printed out. And the top one is Enel's reward order. Soon these new reward orders were sent to the News 730 bird to be sent around the world. But at the same time, Morgan also received the news. After learning of the bounty offer, even Morgan, the editor-in-chief of the news newspaper, had never heard of it. This bounty is simply enough to shake the entire sea. Big news. Absolutely big news. It's really fun. Quick, quick, quick. Everyone is working overtime to keep me busy, this is big news that shocked the world. Looking at the information, Morgan has already predicted how much shock this news will bring to the world. Because such an amount of reward must be the final decision of the world government. Therefore, to have such a reward, the world government absolutely agrees. This is what surprised Morgan. Soon brand new newspapers appeared in the hands of people all over the world. Looking at the headlines in the newspaper, the whole world is quiet at this moment. Shocked. The appearance of the 5th Emperor of the Sea. After the battle between the Thor pirates and the Marine headquarters, the curtain has come to an end. The posthumous son of Luoji, the former One Piece King, also joins the Thunder God Pirates. The Thor pirates are a threat to the world government that will kill Captain Thor Enel. The bounty has been increased to 5.5 billion Baileys. Equal to One Piece Luoji. Over the 4 emperors, another overlord who is most likely to become One Piece has appeared. He is Enel, the god of thunder. The contents of the newspaper instantly made the whole world dumbfounded. That gigantic 5.5 billion Bailey almost kept shining in everyone's eyes. The fifth Emperor of the Sea. The new One Piece. Watch news from Morgan Studios. Naturally, people have never doubted the authenticity of the news. Because as long as it is news from Morgan, it is absolutely true. After reading today's newspaper, people are completely overwhelmed. OMG. 5.5 billion Baileys. World government is not kidding, is it? This joke is not funny at all. How could there be such an exaggerated reward? For a while, people talked about it. Even the pirates who are active in the sea are full of disbelief. This is 5.5 billion Baileys. The reward amount once offered by One Piece. It was actually obtained by a kid who just went to sea? Really? How can a brat get such a high reward? Is the world government's head broken? Humph, even so, he won't be able to enter the new world alive. Looking at the information in their hands, all the pirates dismissed it. The bounty of the 4 emperors is not as high as that of a kid, what a joke. The rewards offered by the 4 largest pirate groups in New World are not as good. Seeing this, these pirates even dismissed the newspapers in their hands. There are more and more pirates gathering at the entrance of New World now. Everyone is waiting for the Thor pirates to make their move when they enter New World. Boss, boss. Look, the reward offered by the Thunder God Kid is even higher than yours. This speed is too fast. It reached 5.5 billion Pele so quickly. The red hair pirates who were still having a banquet also saw this newspaper. Among them, 5.5 billion blinded the eyes of everyone in red hair pirates. Even the redhead himself has a reward of only 4 billion Baileys. Now Enel, the god of thunder, outranks all of them directly. This is what the whole world did not expect. The redhead smiled. With such a strong junior appearing, the captain's wish should come true soon. Luffy. Hurry up. Hope to see you soon. And on the other side. Whitebeard, who is the strongest man in the world, couldn't help being stunned. Whitebeard's bounty is the closest to Logi's at 5 billion. As a result, I just wanted to accept Enel as my son. Turning around, the world government issued a reward order of 5.5 billion. This made Whitebeard a little embarrassed. Your bounty is not as high as others. You run to them and say, come and be my son. Goo la la la, interesting. I'm afraid this kid's trouble is not ordinary. As Whitebeard spoke slowly. Marco beside him also smiled knowingly. After all, you have the posthumous son of One Piece Luoji on board. Now the bounty has reached the 5.5 billion of the former One Piece Luoji. The world government is a blatant conspiracy. Marine is not your opponent, you can grab the heavenly gold if you say so. I don't have that much effort to deal with you now, let these sea reptiles deal with you. You are not a pirate, then make you the public enemy of pirates. For a while, all the pirates, big and small, all set their sights on the Thor pirates, which had just ended the war. As for Kaido, he went berserk in an instant. Boom. Damn. Damn. 4.4. Get out of here. Seeing the bounty offered, Kaido became unhappy for a moment. The mace in his hand was wielding even more vigorously, and the dilapidated headquarters that had been slapped by Kaido suffered another devastating blow. Boss, be careful. This is all just built. Boss, slow down. Because of Kaido's rampage, the entire beast pirates were in chaos for a while. But at this time, beside Kaido, there is a masked figure picking up the newspaper that Kaido dropped just now. Look at the bounty and portrait of Enel above. The person who came had eyes full of longing. 5.5 billion Baileys, if only I could go to sea. I really want to see what this Thor Enel looks like. Chapter 76. Except for the furious Kaido. The 3 disasters under him are even thinking about teaching the Thor pirates a lesson. His boss was instantly furious because of this group of pirates. But now it's not what they think. With the 3 of them dissuading with their hands together. Kaido, who vented for a long time, calmed down slowly. Humph. World government, this bunch of trash. Laozi will kill Marie Joy sooner or later and kill them all. After Kaido finished speaking, he directly picked up a bottle of wine gourd and drank it wildly. But having said that, Kaido's eyes never left Enel's face in the newspaper. Quinn. Keep an eye on this Thor pirates for Laozi. Just enter the new world. Laozi will go to him to see, what qualifications does he have to offer a reward higher than Laozi's. After all, Quinn on the side hurriedly nodded in agreement. The current Kaido explodes at one point. But soon Kaido's eyes were on Jack again. Jack. 26. When the injury is healed, immediately go to Laozi to find that BD clown. I promised for so long, but I haven't delivered a single devil fruit. Give Laozi a good lesson and improve his memory. I just said it in Kaido. Jack, who was still wrapped in bandages, nodded hurriedly. After all, even the people and the boat were broken up last time. Now it's time to continue to complete the tasks assigned by Kaido. It can only be said that it is an ancient species of demon fruit power. Its skin is extremely thick, and it can be recovered with a roll of bandages. Jack, who agreed, set off directly from Wanakuni soon. This time, I must give Doflamingo a good look, and vent all the anger I have suffered during this period on Doflamingo. And at this time Dressrosa. Doflamingo, who returned to Dressrosa, also saw this newspaper. After browsing the newspaper, Dover couldn't help laughing. At this time, Dover felt deeply how correct his decision was at the time. I didn't expect how long it took. Enel, who just went to sea not long ago, has already become like this. It was a horrible mess. When the face of the world government defeated the Marine Siege, openly challenged the world government in front of the whole world. This scene simply made Doflamingo admire. But fortunately, the Thor pirates are their partners. Phew, this world government's conspiracy is really getting more and more shameless. You want to mess up New World? He looked at the newspaper in his hand. Dover also guessed the world government's plan. But Doflamingo doesn't care at all. Today, Dover does not know why, but he has begun to firmly believe that his partner can handle all this. Even Dover himself didn't notice it. What's more, I even vaguely began to focus on Enel. Enel asked Enel for many things on his own initiative. But these Doflamingo don't care at all. Now in Dover, I have begun to look forward to what it would be like to step on the world government. At this time, the Thor pirates had already returned to Gaia Island. The Golden Ark Proverbs even stopped at the port for countless people who came here to watch it. Captain Sama, your bounty has increased again. Oh my god. The world government is crazy. It even gave the captain a reward of 5.5 billion Baileys. Just when the Thor pirates were resting. May, on the other hand, hurried in with the newspaper and the newly arrived reward order. Hearing May's words, Enel couldn't help being taken aback. Mikato and Reijo on the side hurried over to read the newspaper. I saw that the content in the newspaper was exactly the same as the reward order. It was a reward of 5.5 billion Baileys. Captain. This is crazy. One Piece Luoji is only 5.5 billion Baileys like you. The world government is trying to push you to become the new One Piece. Look at the newspaper in your hand. Reijo, who knew a lot about intelligence, froze in place. She never thought that the bounty could be so high. Hearing Reijo's words, Enel smiled and threw the newspaper aside. As for the purpose of the world government, how could Enel, a time traveler, not understand? It's just taking advantage of the trend to push his own pirate group to the forefront of the times. One-handed conspiracy completely made himself the public enemy of pirates all over the world. After all, no one is willing to appear a pirate king directly out of thin air, and no one wants someone to become the pirate king before them. So there are definitely not a few enemies next. The speed of summoning the thunder gods must be accelerated. And at this moment Misaka Mikato also noticed their own bounty. Among them, Logares, Suzuki, and Kakashi, who played on a PAR with the three admirals, are all 1.5 billion Baileys. Although I don't know other information, but all of them are summarized by Lay 883 gods. And Shanyi raised it from 500 million to 1 billion Baileys. Among them, Uruch, Weber, Mikato and others are also 1 billion Pele. As for Cavendish and Ace, both reached 500 million Baileys. But unlike everyone else, Ace's reward order is only for capture alive. On the other side, May, who was on the boat, didn't get a reward because he didn't show up, but Fanoka made himself reach 600 million Baileys because of his excellent sniping. Looking at the piles of reward orders, it turned out to be all from the Thor pirates. Reijo was completely stunned by the huge reward. Now everyone can imagine what it will be like to go to sea in the future. There are definitely countless pirates who want to destroy themselves and others. As for the world government, it's all their fault, and they naturally enjoy it. But at this moment, Enel didn't care. Because the Grand Line can't stay here all the time by itself. Sparrow Kojiro has sent the news that the first team is almost finished training. When the training is over, it's time for the Thor pirates to set off for the New World. At that time, it is time for New World to completely change the world. Chapter 77. Master Pokmas. We're going to Gaia Island soon. Please prepare to land on the island with Baron Eggy. Just as the matter of the Thor pirates continued to ferment in the sea, a ship flying the pirate flag of 4 Emperors Big Mom slowly approached Gaia Island. As the boat approached the shore, 2 figures, Ri and Ai, suddenly appeared on Gaia Island. Looking at the Gaia Island, Pokmas frowned. I am used to staying among all nations, but now I come to a remote place like the Grand Line. Even Homais, who was transformed by a mother, doesn't bother to come here. What a terrible place. It seems that there is nothing on this kind of island that Mom can take back. After looking at it for a while, Pokmas couldn't help but said to Baron Eggy. The latter took a sip of tea leisurely after hearing the words. They will not take back anything that is of no value. But they came here this time under Katakuri's order to hand over an invitation letter for the tea party to Thor Enel. I heard that my mother attached great importance to this invitation. That's why the two of them didn't dare to neglect. Although I disdain to come to this kind of place, let's finish the task quickly first. Soon the two walked towards the island. But at this time, there was an opened newspaper on the boat the two were on. The two of them, of course, had read the new news. But the two didn't care at all. In the eyes of the two, only Big Mom is the strongest in the world. Pirates who have just become famous one after another, what is there to be proud of? Soon the two came to the town of Magic Valley. At this time, Magic Valley town has been completely transformed into a base camp by Enel's Thor pirates. The buildings here are full of luxury, gold, gems, and gorgeous decorations are all in this Magic Valley town. And above the most gorgeous temple, a skull flag depicting thunder is fluttering in the wind. Tsitsize, this Thor is really extravagant. I am very satisfied with this place. Ha ha ha, small places are interesting. Looking at the street under his feet, Pakmas nodded in satisfaction. As for Baron Eggy, he was also a little surprised. But just when the two wanted to find Enel, who had already known the arrival of the two, had already appeared on the street with everyone. Watch Enel appear. The people in Magic Valley town suddenly boiled. Master Thor is invincible. And the Cotters of the Thunder Gods. Watch Enel et al. Appearing on the street. The pirates who had seen the true face for a long time cheered instantly. Hearing this messy voice, Master Pakmas frowned. A small place is a small place. A rubbish logia is touted too. Look at the cheers of these people around. Pakmas suddenly complained a few words in disdain. But after all, I want to complete the task assigned by my mother. Immediately, the two came to Enel. Seeing Enel's face printed in the newspaper, Pakmas couldn't help but look at Baron Eggy beside him. The latter also quickly took out an invitation from the eggshell. Thor Enel, this is what Mom asked us to give to you. 3 months later, Wonguo will hold a mother's tea party. At that time, Mom hopes you can show up. Followed by Pakmas and said slowly. Baron Eggy also casually handed out the invitation. But at this time Enel did not answer. Instead, he looked at the dwarf lion in front of him with a smile on his face. Why should I go? Could it be that someone came to send me an invitation and I want to participate? Just when the two of them thought that the mission could be completed. Enel didn't even accept the invitation from Baron Eggy. In the astonished eyes of the two, they directly refused. As for the invitation card in Baron Eggy's hand, it's better not to touch that old hag's stuff. What did you say? How dare you refuse Mom's invitation? Do you know the consequences of refusing Mommy's invitation? Looking at Enel in front of him. Pakmas and Baron Eggy couldn't believe their ears. After the two of them spoke in shock. Enel repeated it again without hesitation. That old, ugly old hag. Who would a normal person go to the old hag's tea party? After Enel finished speaking, he suddenly looked at May beside him. Are you participating? Don't participate, don't participate. Facing Enel's inquiry. May suppressed a smile even more and shook her head. Seeing this, Enel looked at Mikato who was beside him. Are you participating? Don't I've already said it's an old hag, so ugly Obazan, who would go to see it? For Enel's inquiry, Mikato refused without hesitation and snarled. Seeing the two's answers, Enel couldn't help smiling and looked at the second area of Pakmas. Look, whoever is serious will go to a tea party. As for the participants, the ghost knows if they were forced by the old hag's coercion. Damn. I saw that Enel said it with a look of contempt. Okay, at this time, the two Pakmases exploded. No one has ever dared to refuse my mother's invitation so unabashedly. Damn guy. No one has ever dared to refuse a mother's invitation like this. Young. How dare a kid who ate the Logia fruit be so arrogant? Logia, who thinks she is invincible, will not live long. Following the roar of Pakmas, the two of them killed Enel in an instant. After staying in the Four Emperors group for a long time, the two of them simply looked down on any rising little pirates. Mom sent us to send you invitations because she thinks highly of you. If you don't want to give me face, then prepare to accept the wrath of the Big Mom pirates. In the face of Enel's insult to the mother in their hearts. The two, who hadn't thought about the conflict, suddenly exploded. Chapter 78. Facing the Thor pirates that even the marine headquarters needs to be encircled and suppressed with all their might. At this time, how can the Baron Eggy and Pak music be rivals? At the moment when the two exploded. Laxus and Shanyi beside Enel greeted him. One is Logares, who is comparable to Marine Admiral, and the other is Susanoo, who even Mihawk wants to wait to grow. After just a while of fighting, they made a decisive decision. Logares' body was filled with golden thunder, and Pak's fur all over his body stood up with a single encounter. Pakmas passed out before he even had a chance to attack. The tortoise-shell defense that he was proud of couldn't even block the thunder blasted by Logares. On the other side, Baron Dandan faced Shanyi. I saw that Shanyi, who had already grown once, directly entered the awakening state at this time. Accompanied by lightning flashes all over his body. Draw the sword! Draw the sword! In an instant. Baron Eggy, who is also good at swordsmanship, didn't even see a fatal wound appear on his body through Shanyi's movements. How is this possible? Why so fast? At this moment, Baron Eggy is a little skeptical about life. When did such a terrifying swordsman appear on the sea? However, as the Eggy fruit ability here, Baron Eggy's life-saving means are exceptionally good. At the moment Baron Eggy was fatally wounded, the cracked eggshell flowed out of Baron Eggy's egg-shaped body. Soon, Baron Egg, transformed into Viscount Chick, appeared in front of everyone. But at this time, the Chick Viscount didn't feel relaxed at all. Although the strength has become stronger after the change. But Pokmus was already lying dead beside him. I'm afraid that even if I evolve to Earl Rooster, I won't be an opponent. At this time, the Chick Viscount completely panicked. He never thought that the Thor pirates would be so terrifying. I'm afraid I'm going to stay here today. Just when Viscount Chick was thinking about something with a heavy face, Shan Yi at the side would not wait for the other party. Dare to offend the God of Thunder, Shan Yi, who is a member of the God of Thunder, is the first to summon the God of Thunder to this world. Such behavior is naturally impossible to forgive. Still that familiar blow. Golden Thunder flashes away, by. The eggshell on Viscount Chick's body still suffered a fatal injury. Seeing the fatal wound of eggshell, the Viscount's heart completely cooled down. Because I still didn't see the attack just now. Not even a chance to react. As the eggshell cracked again, soon Earl Rooster in the strongest form appeared in everyone's eyes. But in the face of Zanai who has entered the awakened state. Today's Earl Rooster is no match at all. Now is not the 2 years since Luffy went to sea, and Earl Rooster's strength has not grown to what it was then. Thunder's breathing method, Thunderbolt Flash. Cut. Accompanied by a crisp sword cry. At this time, Earl Rooster was pleasantly surprised to find that he saw Shan Yi's figure. But I don't know why this figure is upside down, and why the sky is below. Earl Rooster's head fell heavily to the ground under his puzzled expression. Only then did Earl Rooster realize that he had been beheaded by a sword. Shan Yi only came into contact with his awakened state after killing Earl Rooster with a sword. Looking at Shan Yi's appearance, Enel really didn't know what to say for a while. Shan Yi perfectly brought his fine tradition of destroying the world of ghosts to this world. Beheaded without moving. At this time, Pokmus, who was turned into a turtle with a thunderbolt by Laxus, woke up faintly. As soon as he woke up, he saw Earl Rooster's huge head staring straight at him. Baron Eggs. You guys. You are finished. Mom will never let you go. Looking at Baron Eggy's huge head. At this moment, Pokmus panicked completely. These guys even dare to kill the 4 emperors. Yo, the shrinking turtle has woken up. That's right. Continue. Seeing that Pokmus woke up, he still dared to shout. Logares on the side couldn't help showing a smile on his face. After Logares said, a golden thunder blasted on Pokmus in an instant. The terrifying thunder tore Pokmus apart again. At the same time, New World 4 emperors and among the nations. Bree, who was in charge of guarding the life cards of the cotters of the pirates, was surprised to find that Baron Egg's life cards had been burned out. There is only one possibility for this to happen, and that is that Baron Eggy has been killed. Oh my god! How dare someone be so bold? Seeing this scene, Bree hurried to Katakuri through the mirror fruit. Katakuri big brother. Something happened. Baron Eggs is dead. What? Hearing Bulei's words, Katakuri couldn't help being taken aback. These 2 people were sent by themselves to send invitations to Enel, so how could they die? Who is the opponent of the 2 of them in a place like the Grand Line? But soon Katakuri reacted. Damn it! It's that Enel guy. Let's go. Go find mom. This kind of thing, let mother decide. Soon Katakuri took Bree to the castle where Big Mom was located. What did you say? After hearing Katakuri's report, Bree even took out the tray where Baron Eggy's life card was placed, and there was nothing on it. Damn! How dare he! Damn brat! Baron Egg is undoubtedly more important to the Big Mom pirates than Pokmus. After hearing the news, the terrifying conqueror's Haki instantly radiated to the entire world. At this time, Charlotte Linlin was furious to the extreme. Since he became 4 emperors, it was the first time he saw his cotters killed. Or was killed while delivering the tea party invitation. I just didn't take my aunt seriously. Damn kid! Pokmus isn't dead. Hit his phone bug. I'd like to see what explanation the little thunderbolt can give me. Chapter 79. Blue, blue, blue. Blue, blue, blue. Pokmus, who was hiding in the tortoise shell and was constantly being hacked, suddenly heard the ringing of a phone bug. But at this time, Pok Music has no strength to connect to the phone bug. If it wasn't for my tortoise shell, I'm afraid the phone bug would have died. How could there be such a terrifying person? Is this just a cotter? It's over, even if I go back, my mother will definitely kill me. Enduring the injuries on his body, Pokmus looked at Baron Dandan beside him, and felt even more ashamed. Now it is considered a mission failure. You must know that my mother will not let go of those who fail in the task, even her own biological daughter. Every now and then, decades of life are deprived. Now that Baron Dandan died here, he would definitely not be able to survive if he went back. Compared to the Knight Baron Eggy, he is just the most ordinary combatant. But at this moment, the phone bug in Pokmus' arms kept ringing. You don't need to guess to know that it's my mother. Katakuri and Wane failed to get through, and Big Mom was about to go berserk at this time. Seeing this, he hurriedly called again and again. Hear this annoying sound. Enel also gestured towards Logares. The latter left and stopped the thunder that was about to explode. Only then did Pokmus get a burst of relief and hurriedly took out the phone bug from his arms. Brew. Pokmus. Why is Baron Eggs dead? Give the phone to Thunderbolt. Just the moment the phone was connected, Big Mom's deep and terrifying voice came out from the phone bug. Hearing this voice, Pokmus was even more frightened and trembled all over. Faced with Big Mom's order, Pokermus didn't dare to neglect at all, and hastily handed the phone bug in his hand to Enel tremblingly. At this moment, Pokmus still dared to resist. Not only was the ruthless Logares staring at him, but Shanyi himself, who was ready to draw his sword at the side, didn't dare to move. After receiving the phone bug, Enel saw the phone bug's disgusting expression. Stains. Old hag, let your fart go. I killed the man, what can you do with lousy? With Enel's triple answer. At this time, the other end of the phone bug was quiet. Katakuri in the palace turned even paler. He didn't expect this Thor Enel to be so foolish. Not only did she threaten her mother, she even directly called her an old witch. This simply touched the bottom line of Big Mom. As predicted. Under Katakuri's worry, Charlotte Linlin was completely blown away. UBD. How dare you call me an old hag? Good. Get ready for my wife's wrath. I saw that following Big Mom's furious speech. The phone bug in his hand was smashed into pieces by the ant's palm. Looking at the phone bug that hung up in his hand, Enel threw it aside indifferently. Glancing at the fur on Pokmus' body, Enel couldn't help but sigh. This fur family is too small. If it is bigger, you can peel off the skin. Send him to meet his good partner. Let that old hag, ant, be even angrier. Just as Enel said. Just as Pokmus was about to say something, he saw a golden thunder dragon Fang Tian halberd piercing his body. Pfft. The defensive tortoise shell that I am proud of is like tofu. The thunder dragon Fang Tian halberd condensed in Logares' hand pierced Pokmus in an instant. This made Pokmus completely lose his life before he could even speak. Charlotte Linlin, who was already furious in IWC. At this moment, Bree's face changed again. I saw that Pokmus' life card was also burned out. That is to say, the duo of Pokmus and Baron Dandan all lost their lives on Gaia Island. Ask for her flowers. Seeing this scene, Katakuri gasped even more. He didn't expect Enel to be so terrific. This action completely offended our Big Mom pirates to death. Looking at the empty plate in Bree's hands, Katakuri shook his head involuntarily. Pokmus is just a combatant. Although he is a fur tribe, there are also many fur tribes in Wonguo. If I tell my aunt about this again now, I am afraid that my aunt will come and hunt him down for thousands of miles. So Katakuri let Bree endure it. Seeing this, the latter nodded in agreement. After all, a crazy mother is really scary. You can directly take away your own son with a lifespan of 70 years. If it really drives mother crazy again, the entire 10,000 kingdoms will probably suffer. But soon the Big Mom pirates drove all the ministers and generals back to 10,000 kingdoms under the order of Katakuri. The entire Charlotte family sprang into action at this moment. At this time, no one knew about the conflict between Big Mom, one of the 4 emperors, and Enel, the god of thunder. The whole world is still shocked by this shocking newspaper. Above East Blue at this time. In Kakosia village. Thor Enel. Looking at the exaggerated rewards and photos, Nami, who has been forbearing to work under Arlong, couldn't help but flash a glint of hope in his eyes. In Nami's view, such a strong man will definitely be able to defeat Arlong. After all, Arlong is only a 20 million Pele guy. This Lord Thor is a full 5.5 billion Baileys. And because of the miracles, many people choose to believe in Thor, and even East Blue also has people who choose to believe. Thinking of this, Nami couldn't help but look towards the Kakosia village in the distance. The tall buildings in the Arlong area can overlook the entire Kakosia village. Looking at familiar people, Sister Nyokijeo, Aegean who has been taking care of her family, and the doctor in the village. Master Thor. If you are really Thor, then please save Kakosia village. I would give my all. Son. Chapter 80. As Nami couldn't help but kept praying in his heart. The scene I hoped to see never happened. Like everything is fake at all. Looking at the dragon domain that hadn't changed, Nami couldn't help showing a wry smile on his face. I knew. How could such a thing be true? If you want to save everyone, you only need to save enough money. Soon. Thinking of the money I hid in the orange orchard. At this time, Nami put a hopeful smile on his face again. After all, the money in the orange orchard is almost enough. As long as you collect enough 100 million Baileys, you can save everyone. Thinking of this, Nami is full of longing for the future. And this time 730 in the dragon domain. Damn, this Thor is so lucky. You can eat such a powerful devil fruit. Why are these lowly humans Looking at the newspaper in his hand, Arlong even threw the newspaper on the ground with a look of displeasure. For Enel, the god of thunder in the newspaper, Arlong was even more displeased to the extreme. They are the most noble group of people, why these humans can get such a good devil fruit? But the Murlocs can only live in the dark underwater. Humph. Chirp. Go and bring me Nami. I still want to buy Kokozia village from me. Do you really think I don't know she hid Bailey in the orange field? Thinking of Nami, a little thief who hid all the stolen ones in the orange orchard at home, Arlong wanted it. She thought none of them knew. As a result, Ju happened to bump into him when he came back. So Arlong knows every time Nami hides money. Soon Ju obeyed Arlong's order and brought out Nami, who was drawing a picture. Looking at the stubborn little thief in front of him, Arlong couldn't help grinning. At this moment, Arlong looked evil no matter what. But Arlong will not do anything to Nami, because this is a genius navigator, and the ability to draw pictures is the best Arlong has ever seen in his life. So only by making Nami feel hopeless, will she really stay in her own pirate group. Nami. You said how about we go to your orange field today? I heard that a kitten seems to have buried treasure somewhere. With a smirk on Arlong's face, he said. Nami's pupils dilated instantly upon hearing this. The orangery is the place where he buried his treasures, how could Arlong know about it? At this moment, Nami's face became extremely ugly. No more. How can there be treasure in my orange orchard, how can it be? If there is, how could our family not even be able to pay for the head money? You say yes, the dragon boss. I saw Nami saying it cautiously. At this moment, Arlong showed his own cruel smile. Seeing Nami, Arlong, whose attitude softened instantly, he knew that he had grasped Nami's lifeblood. Unfortunately, such is the fate. Truth is always in the hands of the powerful. As it is now. Nami. Don't worry, I've Europeanized Pakro. I believe there will be news soon. As Arlong spoke slowly. At this moment, Nami was completely stunned. It never occurred to her that Arlong already knew about the treasure she had buried. Just when Nami was at a loss as he stood there blankly. Kruby, however, returned to the dragon's domain with a sack of treasure on his back, and Nyokijeo, who was seriously injured because of his resistance, was also in his hand. Noki Hai. Crow Obi. UBD. Seeing Nyokijeo covered in blood, Nami couldn't bear it anymore. The angry Nami instantly drew his weapon and pointed it at Arlong and others. But at this time, Arlong was staring at Nami, who was still trying to resist with a playful face. Give it up, Nami. As long as you obediently be my navigator, I will definitely let your village go. If you dare to resist. Speaking of this, Arlong's eyes flashed even more fierce. Crow Obi on the side directly pinched Nyokijeo's head. The powerful strength made Nyokijeo, who was already seriously injured, cry out in pain. Seeing this scene, Nami didn't dare to resist, and she couldn't stop the helpless tears. At this time, Nami was completely desperate. There is not a ray of sunlight shining in this world at all. Just when Nami was desperate, a thunderbolt directly blasted into Nami's gloomy world. Although it's a little late, but it's good to catch up. But you shameless Murloc, I really feel sick whenever I look at it. Accompanied by a flash of thunder, it fell into the domain of the evil dragon. A teasing voice immediately entered the ears of Arlong and the others. Hearing this sentence, Arlong immediately stared at the visitor with an angry expression on his face. As the thunder light slowly condensed, Enel's figure appeared in front of Nami. Looking at this familiar figure, Nami was completely stunned. This is exactly the same as the figure reported in the newspaper. It was Enel, the god of thunder, who he had been praying for to save him. Master Thor. At this moment, Nami couldn't help but mutter softly. 2.7 At this moment, a golden arc hovered above the Arlong field. This magnificent golden arc is exactly what Nami remembers. Can't be wrong, the person in front of me is the god of thunder I have been calling for. He is here. At the moment the arc appeared, several figures also jumped off the arc. At this moment, Arlong saw Enel's face that was still fresh in his memory. The thunder god Enel, who offered a reward of 5.5 billion Baileys. I had just finished watching the reward and unexpectedly appeared in front of my eyes. Seeing that it was a real person, Arlong backed away in horror. At this time, Enel turned his head to look at Nami, the little thieving cat who was still a little immature. It's not too late, my navigator. Chapter 81. Hear Enel's words. At this time, Nami couldn't help but burst into tears. Seeing Nami crying, Mikato, who got off the boat, also came to Nami. There is Mikato comforting, although usually a bit harsh tongue. But Mikato is also very distressed about what happened to Nami. After solving the 2 barons of eggs, Enel thought that not only is there no ship doctor on board, but there is not even a Poseidon on board. To go to the new world, although the arc proverb can fly, it also needs a navigator. So Enel's first thought was Nami, who was still working as a draftsman under the hands of the evil dragon. On the way here, everyone also got information about Nami from Enel. Everyone feels sorry for the little girl Nami. As for the evil dragon and others who are domineering in Kokozia village, everyone has nothing to do with it. Shanyi. Base. Don't worry about Nami anymore, after Enel said. The sun-wheel saber on Shanyi's waist was drawn out of its sheath in an instant. I saw it disappearing with a flash of golden knife light. The entire arm of the K-26 Luo Obi who was still carrying Nyakajeo was severed. Ah! My hand! My hand! Kurubai, who was still on guard, just watched his arm disconnect inexplicably without even looking at it. Accompanied by a sharp pain, Kurubai couldn't help but backed away. And Nyakajeo was also rescued by Shanyi. Seeing this, Nami, who was relieved a lot under Mikato's comfort, hurried to Nyokijeo's side. Looking at the seriously injured Nyokijeo, Nami couldn't stop crying. At this time, Arlong felt like an enemy. As a former member of the Sun Pirates, Arlong naturally knows how powerful these pirates with a bounty of over 100 million are. And this one in front of him is more than a little bit stronger. Ahem, cough, Thor. Our dragon pirates didn't provoke you, did we? If you want to take Nami, you can just take it away. Please also hope to let us live. Our eldest brother is Jinbei who is a Shichibukai. Please look at Hixia Jinbei's face and let us live. After calmly analyzing the current situation, Arlong immediately relented. With Arlong flatteringly speaking. Enel was a little amused by Arlong. This guy actually lost his mind and got the name of Hixia Jinbei. Don't think that Laozi hasn't read the original work, Jinbei won't care about your rubbish. And don't say you moved Hixia Jinbei out. Even if you move Whitebeard out today, it is impossible to let you go today. Hehe, Arlong. Truth is often in the hands of powerful people. And now, here. I am the truth. I only heard Enel's words. I thought I should be able to escape. After all, Jinbei's name is still very resounding, and he is friends with many pirates. As a result, Enel's words made Arlong freeze in place for a moment. My own thoughts fell through. Don't kill me. Thor. You are a big pirate who resounds across the sea, don't kill me. I have money. Lots of money. I will give you everything. Today's Arlong is even a gap between each other. As far as Shanyi just now, all of them together are no match. Not to mention Enel who is called Thor in front of him. Soon under Arlong's signal, Zhu, Xiao Bie and the injured Kurubai moved all the money out of Arlong's domain. As a pirate who ruled countless villages on this island. And it lasts for many years. In addition to handing over some of Arlong to the mouse captain of the Marine 16 branch in these years. All the rest of the money is here. Look at these piled up baileys, and some treasure. It is still stained with the blood of the people in these villages. The dragon pirates are like vampires regularly sucking the lives of these villages. It is impossible for Enel to have any compassion for such pirates. Logar thus. Oh. After receiving Enel's order, Logar thus stepped forward. At this moment, Arlong and the others panicked completely. Before I could take it out, I took it out. Don't. I already took out all the money. Please let me go. Facing the pleas of Arlong et al. Logares didn't respond in the slightest. For Logar thus only, because of the order to Enel. Thunder overwhelms the raging waves. I saw following the actions of Logares. In an instant, a layer of thunder cloud appeared in the sky above the evil dragon domain. Golden lightning kept flashing in the thunder cloud. Feeling the oppressive feeling brought by the thunder cloud in the sky, Arlong and others were completely desperate at this time. At this time, in Kakosha village. Knowing that Nyokijeo was taken away, Ajian and others immediately gathered the villagers and rushed towards the Arlong field. Nami takes care of everyone in Kakosia village by herself. They couldn't let the same happen to Nami's sister. All of a sudden, all the villagers rushed towards the evil dragon's domain. Just when everyone arrived at the door, they were completely shocked by the scene in front of them. I saw a golden thunder falling from the sky in an instant. The Arlong and other murlocs they had been fearing for a long time were instantly reduced to carbon slag under the thunder, and the tall dragon domain also collapsed under the lightning strike. Everything seems to be over. It seems to have returned to the time when they had a good life. Arlong was wiped out. That nasty pirate is dead. Are we liberated? Seeing this scene, all the villagers couldn't help cheering. After all, they have been waiting for this day for a long time. One blow shattered Arlong's reign for so many years, and one blow shattered Nami's childhood nightmare. Watching the villagers coming, the collapsed dragon domain, and Enel who rescued himself like a god. At this time, Nami's heart is full of hope for the future. Thank you, Captain. Chapter 82. As the dragon domain was defeated by Logares with a thunder. The shadow over Kakosia village finally dissipated. All the murlocs in the entire dragon pirates were smashed to pieces by Logoses with thunder. As for Zioba who was whitewashed in the original book. Sorry, I'm not Luffy's idiot Enel. Regardless of Nami's feelings, he forgave Xiao Haki directly. You have no idea how much pain these murlocs Arlong have caused Nami and his homeland. In the end, you said forgive and forgive. Don't persuade others to be kind without suffering from others. Although Xiao Ba was finally cleared up. But during Arlong's reign, Haki was still Arlong's loyal executioner. Although Zioba is silly. But Xiao Ba still carried out Arlong's order. So for these murlocs, there is no one worthy of sympathy. Solved the dragon domain. The whole Kakosia village celebrated because of this incident. The villagers also discovered Enel et al. Thor Enel is well known all over the world. It was passed to East Blue, and it was fermented in Grand Line until it became a real god. So when the villagers saw Enel, they were even more grateful. Thank you Lord Thor. Thank you Lord Thor. Finally, Arlong and the pirates are eliminated. Faced with the gratitude from these villagers, Enel also repeatedly stopped them. After handing Nyokijo to the doctor, Nami couldn't help showing a happy smile on the face of Enel, who was admired by everyone. This smile is one that Nami has not shown since the reign of the dragon. With the enthusiastic invitation of the villagers, a grand celebration party began. Coming into this world, Enel didn't celebrate and relax. Taking advantage of this opportunity, everyone on board joined in. For a moment, the already lively party became even more lively. Cavendish and Ace, who have been playing tricks all the time, performed the show shoulder to shoulder. At this moment, everyone was completely relaxed. At this time, Nami was sitting next to Enel, staring at Enel adoringly. The person in front of him is the man who saved his life. A true god. As the banquet draws to a close, the Thor pirates, who have been resting in Kakosia village for several days, are also preparing to set off again. After all, it is time to prepare to enter the new world, and there is still a ship doctor who has not been found yet. So the pace has to be quickened. At this time, Nami also packed his bags and bid farewell to Nyokijo, Jian, and others. Jian is actually equivalent to Nami's father. Seeing that my child is about to pursue his dream and go away, Jian was filled with emotion for a while. But very supportive. Because Jian knew that this was Nami's dream since he was a child. Go, go, go. Be safe. Let us see your news as soon as possible. Master Thor. Please take care of Nami. With the blessings of the villagers. Arc Proverbs suddenly rose slowly. The gorgeous spaceship finally sailed towards the distance under the watchful eyes of all the villagers. However, while the Arc Proverbs was sailing slowly, Enel suddenly glanced downwards. I saw a marine branch base standing on the sea. Looking at the marine division, Enel is not by Ichiraku. Isn't this the place where the mouse captain of the 16th branch is? If you happen to come across it, I'm sorry. God's judgment. In the blink of an eye, Enel's right arm instantly turned into a thunderbolt and blasted towards the sky. Soon, a terrifying beam of lightning instantly enveloped the marine branch below. What is the sky? Go and inform Captain Mouse. Look at the dazzling thunder in the sky. All the marines in the branch suddenly became alarmed. Soon the scruffy figure of Captain Mouse appeared in the branch square. Looking at the thunder in the sky, Mouse Tianzuo's expression changed dramatically. Ordinary marines may not know it, but rats know it very well. This is the ability of Thor Enel. Boom. Just when the mouse captain just wanted to escape, the thunder column in the air instantly blasted down. The dazzling lightning instantly engulfed the entire marine branch. As the thunder light slowly dissipated, only some ruins on the sea surface proved the existence of this marine branch. But soon the surrounding seawater surged up and completely submerged the place. After disposing of the mouse captain, the Ark sailed to the distance under Nami's command. And at this time in the town of Rog. The town of Rog, which had been destroyed for the most part, has become more prosperous after rebuilding. Because the One Piece King Luoji was executed, this place is known as the place where the uprising ends. Now because of a big war, the town of Rog is even more lively. As the colonel stationed here, Smoker has caught countless pirates these days. Countless idiot pirates who have just set out to sea insist on coming here to have a look. As a result, Smoker's temper has become increasingly grumpy recently. But right under Smoker's nose, a newly built pirate ship went into the sea. The hull of the ship is actually engraved with all the members of the Thor pirates, and the bow of the ship is directly engraved with Ai, Chien's, Nilu, who is the incarnation of Thor. Finally finished. Little ones. We go out to sea to follow in the footsteps of our idols. I saw that the leader was Bartolomeo Gui, the gangster leader of Rog Town. Because on the day of the war, I witnessed Enel's incarnation of Thor alone against Garp and Sengoku. From that day on, Bartolomeo has been completely obsessed with the Thor pirates. So soon with the help of Grandma, Bartolomeo's pirate group was formed. With the help of Grandma and the subordinates recruited by gangsters before, the pirate group has been formed in this way. Look at this equally magnificent ship. Bartolomeo was even more excited to board the boat and hang all the reward orders of the Thor pirates on the wall. Ha 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 ha. Little ones. Barto Club set sail. Chapter 83. Report. A group of pirates was found at the port. What? Anyone else go to sea? After listening to his subordinate's report, Smoker immediately stood up with a displeased face. These days, Smoker has caught countless pirates. As a result, the number of pirates that East Blue has recently gone to sea has decreased significantly. Unexpectedly, there are still people who dare to go to sea on the cusp of the storm. Soon Smoker brought a group of marines to the port. But when he saw Bartolomeo's ship built for an idol, Smoker's forehead was twitching. It turned out to be a group of pirates who regard Thor as their idol. Don't even think about going to sea this time. After Smoker finished speaking, he instantly turned into a cloud of thick smoke and chased after Bartolomeo and others who had just left the port. At this time, everyone on the ship was still immersed in admiring the reward order of the Thor pirates. But soon the gangster in charge of observation saw Smoker catching up behind the boat. Boss Bartolomeo. That fellow Smoker is catching up. How to do? Now in the town of Rog, Smoker's prestige can be said to be dizzying. Seeing Smoker, everyone on the boat panicked. But at this time Bartolomeo came to the stern. Seeing Smoker rushing over aggressively, Bartolomeo suddenly made a strange shape with his hands. With Bartolomeo's movement, a transparent barrier instantly blocked Smoker's front. Smoker, who was still aggressively rushing over, instantly hit the barrier and turned into a big cloud of smoke. By the time Smoker reacted, Bartolomeo's ship was already far out to sea. Although I can temporarily fly in the air as Logia, but it also requires physical strength. Going too far can be very dangerous. Colonel Smoker, what's wrong with you? Ha 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 ha. Smoker, who was floating in the air, looked at Bartolomeo who was still saying goodbye to him. The whole person was suddenly out of breath. Seeing that he couldn't catch up, Smoker had no choice but to return to Rog Town. But the pirates who went out to sea from Rog later suffered disaster. On the other side, Enel embarked on the road to find the ship's doctor. Because the Thunder system is really not a well-known doctor task. It will definitely not be able to be summoned by relying on the summoning of the Thunder gods. So Enel set his target on Luo, who should still be in North Blue now. Op fruit is awesome to use as a ship doctor. As for Luo, may be disobedient because of his partnership with Doflamingo. Sorry, triple-double Mangekyo cast illusion on him. Don't be disobedient, it's okay to let Luo treat Doflamingo as a Krasen. The Golden Ark immediately moved across the sea towards North Blue. The influence of the incident of the Thor pirates on the sea gradually weakened. A group of 4 CPOs from world government also arrived at Gaia Island. Looking at everything that is prosperous on the island, the 4 looked at each other with disdain. It's really arrogant. It's just a bunch of pirates. You really think of yourself as the master of this island? After looking at the island, the 4 couldn't help but quickly walk towards the central area. They're here to destroy Enel, the god of thunder, after all. It's a pity that this time the 4 of them were destined to miss out. Because the Thunder God pirates left long after they had dealt with the people sent by Big Mom. Seeing that there are no cotters stationed on the island, the 4 of them couldn't help being inexplicably angry. Damn it! It's not here. What should I do now? If you don't complete the task, you know the consequences of going back. The 4 looked at each other. Now it can only stay here and wait for the Thor pirates to appear. This is their base camp, as long as they don't go to New World, they should come back. Just when the 4 of them were still thinking this way, a large number of people directly surrounded the 4 of them. Although Lord Thunder God is not here for the time being. But I think you 4 are not here to be guests. If there is anything, I am in charge here now. Please talk to me. I saw that the person who came was Kojiro, who was training the first team. At this time, the first team has initially acquired combat capability after so long of training. Ask for flowers. All members of the 1,000-person team started the primary armament Haki and primary observation Haki. Although there are only juniors, such fighters cannot be found in any pirate group on the sea. But Kojiro and Alonzo the Blood Sword have just returned to Gaia Island with everyone. Super observation Haki let Sparrow Kojiro directly discover the CPO-4 on the island. That's why there is this scene that now surrounds the 4 of them. Oh. I really didn't expect that the Thor pirates actually have such a power. The hidden ones are really deep. Looking at the members of the first team around them, the 4 CPOs couldn't help being taken aback. They also did not expect that the Thunder God pirates would have such a force. But these are not important. From the looks of it, Kojiro and Alonzo the Blood Sword in front of them should be cotters or something. Just catch them both, and the Thor pirates should show up. Thinking of these 4 people, they divided into 2 groups and rushed towards Kojiro and Swejian respectively. As the Secret Intelligence Department of the world government, the CPO is also the most powerful of all departments. In order to carry out the task, the CP organization naturally spares no effort at all costs. So in an instant, the 4 of them killed the 2 of them. I know that you are not kind. But it's a pity. You chose the wrong opponent. Facing the violent 4 people, K. Buletin and Shuejian had long been prepared. Soon the 6 of them fought into a group. As for the members of the other first team, this kind of battle is not something they can get involved in. Everyone can only stand aside and worry. However, the situation here was also notified to Arc Proverbs as soon as possible. Hearing this news, Enel had already expected it. After all, the world government has been silent. It seems that the CP organization has been allocated long ago, but it has just arrived. Seeing this, the matter of finding the ship's doctor can only be put aside. After all, the house has been stolen, so as the owner, you can't sit idly by. Soon the proverbs of the arc changed its course, and rushed to the gate of Gaia Island under the urging of Logares' full power magic power. Chapter 84. Just as Enel was making a quick return flight. At this time, the battle on Gaia Island has become a mess. Facing the surprise attack of the CP-04, Kojiro was able to handle it with ease. But facing the blood sword of two people at the same time was a bit powerless. Although blood sword's armament Haki has been promoted to advanced level, but observation Haki barely made it to the intermediate level at the end of Sparrow's practice. The current blood sword is enough to deal with one CP0, let alone two at the same time. Finger Pistol Madara. Tempest Kick. I saw that the two CPOs besieging the blood sword cooperated perfectly. Superman's 6 moves are even more mastery. Soon under the siege of the two, Shuejian showed his defeat, although his own strength was not as strong as 823. But CP0 is the elite of the world government elite. It is still too early for the blood sword to deal with two people at the same time, and the middle-level observation Haki can't keep up with the movements of the two at all. Pfft. As predicted. Accompanied by the attack of the two, the blood sword was hit by the Tempest Kick who hadn't expected it. Blood gushed out instantly. Team leader. Damn. Come on. Seeing that the blood sword is no match, the surrounding team members rushed up one after another. It's a pity that it was CP0 who came this time. Under the joint attack of the two, a series of Tempest Kick slashes blasted towards the surroundings in an instant. All the first team members who had just rushed up were seriously injured. Kojiro, who saw this scene from the side, could hold back. The first team is a combatant who wants to help Lord Thor fight. It would be bad if all of them died here just after training. Thinking of the Sparrow step here, Kojiro slashed away the two CP0s in front of him and came directly to Shuejian. Oh. Want to fight the four of us alone? It's really courageous. Watching Sparrow Kojiro stop in front of the four. At this time, the four of CP0 will not have any sympathy. As an intelligence department, he is absolutely loyal, and he is the eagle dog of the world government. So the four continued to kill Kojiro without the slightest hesitation. Facing four people at the same time, Kojiro did not dare to push him too hard. Pierce through him. Yan Lingwan. I saw Kojiro speak slowly following the Sparrow step. The soul-slashing knife in his hand changed instantly, and streaks of purple lightning wrapped around the blade. A huge cloud appeared in the sky. Oh, it's also an ability of the lightning department. You Thor pirates definitely have a big secret. People with lightning abilities appear again and again. Just wait until we get you, and we're looking for that Thor Enel. Facing the thunder ability displayed by Kojiro Sparrow, the four of CP0 are no strangers to it. At the same time, I was sure that the Thor pirates must have a secret. Although Kojiro's strength at this time has been greatly improved by Shikai. But there is still pressure to face four people at the same time. However, as the Yan Lingwan in Kojiro's hand continued to wave, a streak of purple thunder shot away in an instant. And the thunder clouds in the sky would chop down purple thunders one after another from time to time. Face this tricky ability. The four of CP0 couldn't take Kojiro down for a while. As for what the four of them are thinking, Kojiro is a Shinigami who has lived for more than 1,000 years, how could he not know? With Zanhunde Oshikai, Sparrow Kojiro went full fire in an instant. Beast bones scattered everywhere. Spires? Red crystals? Steel wheels? What moves is the wind, what is still is the sky. The sound of spears striking each other resounds through the virtual city. Hado S63 Fiery Lightning Howl. O King of Landing. Mask of flesh and blood, Vientian? Wings? Crowned with the name of man. Carve the double lotus on the wall of the blue fire, and wait for the abyss of fire in the distant sky. Hado S73 Twin Lotus Kanghuo Pendant. The edge of Senju, the dark hand that can't be touched, the sky shooter that can't be reflected, the road of radiance, fanning the wind of fire. When you gather together, don't be confused, just follow my instructions. Light bullets 8 body, 9 articles, heavenly scripture, disease treasure, big wheel, grey turret, bow to the distance, and dissipate away brightly. Hado S90 Senju Bright Sky Mu Cannon. I saw a series of high-ranking Hado being picked up by Sparrow Kojiro. Under the urging of the powerful Ryotsu, and the full power release after Kojiro's singing, the terrifying thunderlight and the blue fire instantly blasted towards the four of CP0 like overwhelming the sky. At this time, the power of the Millennium Shinigami was revealed to the world for the first time. My god! Is this Kojiro-sama's power? It's too scary. This kind of power is worthy of Kojiro-sama. Kojiro-sama, come on! Watching Sparrow Kojiro in full display of strength, the four of CP0 who were bombarded by the terrifying attacks even changed their expressions drastically and kept dodging. For a while, the members of the first team around 4 saw the power of Kojiro. Even Blood Sword Alonzo froze in place. They have thought that Kojiro was sent to train them must not be so strong. But now they found out. This is not so strong, the whole person is like a mobile fort. The high-level Hado is even more handy. It's not just Hado who keeps bombarding. Bakudo 0.5 is also a 4-player who is not bad at CP0. Faced with this weird ability, the 4 of CP0 were almost desperate. They had seen this weird ability before. Because I didn't understand it at all, I couldn't deal with it for a while. Soon the 4 of them had only the power to parry. There is no way to go on like this. He must be dealt with as soon as possible. Go all out. Seeing that the 4 of them would definitely be dragged to death by this weird ability if they dragged on. Seeing this, the 4 immediately lifted off the white cloaks they were wearing. Accompanied by a strange surge. The bodies of the 4 people changed instantly. Roar. Chapter 85. Roar. Accompanied by several high-pitched roars. I saw that the 4 CP0 in front of Kojiro had all completed the realization of Zoan Devil Fruit. The 4 of them turned into Asuka-type ability users at this time. The headed one is in the form of Neo-Nyokuo Night Owl, and the other 3 are also branches of Neo-Nyokuo. At this time, not only the strength of the 4 people has been strengthened, but even the speed is surprisingly terrifying. Zoan Devil Fruit is the scariest devil fruit for body enhancement. Especially after reaching awakening, the terrifying self-healing power, resilience, and resistance to blows are the strongest powers of Zoan Devil Fruit. Humph. Quick battle. Get rid of him as soon as possible. After exposing Devil Fruit ability, the 4 of CP0 immediately looked at each other. Then he called again at Sparrow Kojiro. At this time, Kojiro's attack was as slow as a turtle in the eyes of the 4 CP0. The dynamic vision, speed, and explosive power of birds are extremely terrifying. The astonishingly powerful purple thunder just now. The 4 of them escaped easily now. Even Hado, who shot 26 by Kojiro, was shocked by the 4 hands and turned into wings before dodging. Oh no! These 4 are all demon fruit power. It's a disaster. Kojiro-sama won't be defeated, right? Looking at the CPO-4 who showed Zoan's ability. The surrounding members of the first team suddenly looked at Kojiro with worried faces. But at this moment, Sparrow Kojiro's eyes were full of joy. As for worrying, don't make trouble, you see that the old monster who has lived for 1,000 years will be worried because of such a small scene. At this time, Kojiro was happy because of the CP04 who showed demon fruit power. 4 demon fruit power. Lord Thunder God should be very happy to be back. Thinking of this, Kojiro suddenly became serious. Yan Lingmaru in the form of a western sword in his hand was also held up in front of him by Kojiro Sparrow. The 4 people who had launched the raid stopped instantly. Relying on the excellent eyesight of Niao Niaoguo, the 4 of Sparrow Kojiro are extremely vigilant for any changes. But at this moment, the 4 of them suddenly discovered that the terrifying power of Japan was slowly surging from Kojiro's body. Not good. Stop him quickly. Feel the air all around is faintly filled with a sense of terrifying oppression. The 4 hurriedly let out an exclamation and rushed towards Kojiro. But it's too late now. Bankai. Huang Yanling leaves the palace. Accompanied by Kojiro roared. The Ryutsu all over his body instantly soared. The Yanling wand in his hand burst out countless purple thunderbolts and flew into the air. Almost instantly, a noble canopy made of purple thunder appeared in the sky above Gaia Island. The purple thunder that filled the sky completely stunned the 4 CP0 who were about to make a move. The 4 of them could clearly feel the threat posed by the purple thunder in the sky. Just when the 4 of them were already feeling fearful, Yanling wand in Kojiro's hand swung violently. The purple thunder in the air turned into 11 purple thunder snakes that instantly fell from the sky. It is the second Zanhundeo that can control the weather besides Hiren Meru. Yanling wand's ability is naturally far more than that. Facing the pursuit of 11 thunder snakes, the 4 of CP0 hurriedly dodged. But then on the way to pursue, the 4 were horrified to discover. The chasing purple thunder snake unexpectedly began to split apart. 11 roads instantly turned into 22 razors. A split razor isn't just not energy debilitated by the split. On the contrary, because of the continuous supply of purple thunder clouds in the sky, the 22 thunder snakes are even more terrifying than just now. Damn it! He has to be dealt with. Otherwise we will definitely die if this continues. The 4 who had been chased for a long time reacted quickly. Keep fighting like this, I'm afraid they will either be shot to death or exhausted to death. The 4 who thought of a solution quickly adjusted their goals. Regarding the thoughts of the 4, Kojiro smiled disdainfully. Just when the 4 of them wanted to attack, countless purple thunder snakes gathered around Kojiro. Seeing this scene, the 4 people gasped in unison. At this moment, one of the 4 was accidentally bitten by the purple thunder snake. The terrifying energy attached to this purple thunder. As soon as it touched it, it was swallowed by the rest of the purple thunder. After a scream, the whole person was directly hacked and lost consciousness. The other 3 who saw this scene dared to be careless. But now, the entire Gaia Island is shrouded under this canopy. Countless purple thunder snakes are waiting for the 3 of them. Not to mention escaping, even surviving this pursuit is not bad. But Kojiro is obviously not ready to play with these guys. Supported by Ryutsu after Bankai, Kojiro, who had stopped releasing Hado, began to chant again. In an instant, streaks of dim light gathered in Kojiro's hand. The thundering carriage, the crack of the spinning wheel, this thing has light gathered and divided into 61 of Bakudo 6 sticks of light prison. I saw Kojiro speak slowly following the sparrow step. The 6 paths lightning instantly struck at the 3 people who were still fleeing. The 6 paths lightning even split into 2 in the air and attacked the 3 of them at the same time. This sudden attack made the 3 of CP0 who were still dodging and chasing thunder in his hind take care of them. What the hell? Not good. Look at this sudden beam of light. The 3 of them couldn't help but a sudden jump in their hearts. But the 3 of them found out too late. The 6-numbered thunder light instantly locked the movements of the 3 of them firmly. The 3 of them who were still avoiding the thunder in the sky and wanted to escape instantly fell from the sky. With the bondage of the 6-stick light prison, although the 3 of them could talk, they couldn't move their bodies. Seeing the 3 who were still struggling, Sparrow Kojiro showed a smile on his face, and mentioned CP0 who had fainted beside him and walked over. The wall of iron sand, the tower in the shape of a monk, and the glowing iron are shining, but they are silent in the end. Bakudo 75 5-pillar iron guns. With Sparrow step Kojiro finished singing slowly. Several iron pillars instantly appeared out of thin air and pressed on the 4 of CP0. Looking at the 4 people who were still struggling, Buledin felt that they were not too secure. 99 of Bakudo. Forbidden. Bakudo first song Shed Eyes Hang. 2 songs 100 links. I saw it in the desperate eyes of the CPO4. His hands were completely sealed by leather strips and nails that appeared out of thin air. Soon there were countless bandage-like things tightly wrapped around their bodies, only a pair of shocking eyes leaked out. In the end, dozens of iron thorns appeared and firmly nailed the bodies of the 4 to the ground. Seeing the 4 of them being completely controlled, Sparrow Kojiro also nodded in satisfaction. But at this moment, everyone in the first team on the side was completely stunned. Chapter 86. Gee. Is this Sparrow Kojiro-sama's strength? This is too strong. Looking at the 4 CP0 who are about to be nailed to adult sticks by Kojiro on the ground. There is only one word left in the hearts of all the first team. Powerful. Kojiro, the instructor who gets along with them day and night, is actually so strong. Look at the meticulous and tidy every day. It turned out that this was the hidden boss of the pirates. Thinking of this, all the members of the first team have only one idea. At this moment, they really want to say something. What kind of ability is this? Please be sure to teach us. Facing the team members of the first team, they looked at each other with admiration. But Kojiro slowly released Bankai. Soon the sky over Gaia Island returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. But at this time, Shuejian walked over with a face full of guilt. Sorry my lord, I can't help you at all. The enemies are coming, but I can only watch from the side. With Shuejian's face full of guilt, he said. At this time, Sparrow Kojiro smiled. After so many days of contact, Kojiro naturally saw Shijian's efforts. But this time the enemy, Sparrow Kojiro, was able to take down Bankai directly. If it weren't for the increase in Bankai's ability and strength, it would be too terrifying. Even Kojiro couldn't take down the 4 of them. Don't blame yourself. Just train hard in the future. We are about to go to the new world. There are still many places where you need to fight in the future. Following Sparrow step Kojiro spoke slowly. Shuejian also nodded solemnly. In order not to let what happened today happen again. Shuejian secretly struggled in his heart, he must make himself stronger and stronger. Only in this way can you dedicate your strength to Lord Thor. Along with addressing these 4 CP0. The 4 people nailed to the ground were watched like monkeys. But at this time, the 4 of CP0 wanted to cry but had no tears. They also didn't expect Kojiro's strength to be so terrifying. It is simply an old monster that has been hidden for many years. Now they are screaming every day and should not be screaming, and they are so ineffective that they can't even move their bodies. Sparrow's Bakudo are all released in the state of Bankai. This strange power still directly acts on the souls of the 4 people. Not only their bodies were suppressed, but even their souls were also suppressed on the ground. If you want to move, you can only wait for Kojiro to release Bakudo. But this is simply impossible. If you dare to come to the base camp of the Thor pirates to act wildly, it is impossible for you to go back alive. Just like the 2 underlings of the 4 emperors. Now the head is still hung in the church in Magic Valley Town by Urage. Because of Zenitsu, Urage is almost becoming a head collector. Urage's beheaded heads were all put away and hung in the church. Soon Enel's magnificent arc motto appeared above Gaia Island. However, there was no sign of any fighting on Gaia Island at this time. The ark landed slowly on the port of Gaia Island. Figures of Enel and others also got off the boat. However, Kojiro and others at the port had already been waiting here. After all, there was an enemy invasion, and this kind of thing brought Enel back. After Enel walked down, he couldn't help but set his sights on Kojiro Sparrow. Kojiro, what's going on? There were no casualties. As far as Enel is concerned, Kojiro is naturally reassuring. But I'm afraid that the team that has just finished training will make a mistake. After all, this is the result of hard training. Losing one is enough to hurt. Logares and the others on the boat also walked down. The search for the ship's doctor is now on hold. Hearing this, Sparrow Kojiro couldn't help leading the crowd towards the suppressed CP0 and the others. Master Thor, those 4 enemies have been suppressed by me on the island. As for the casualties, they only injured some members of the squad. There were no casualties. Having said that, Shuejian standing next to Kojiro had a guilty expression on his face. The members of the first team are all because of themselves. But Enel was relieved to hear that no one was killed. Immediately, everyone rushed towards the suppressed 4 CPO members. And Nami, who just joined, is familiar with everything here under the leadership of Mei, Mikato, and Reiju. Everything here is very attractive to Nami, who just joined. But soon everyone arrived at the battle place. Looking at the 4 people who were still breathing after being pinned to the ground, Enel almost couldn't hold back. Just by looking at the technique, it was Kojiro who did it. But this Kojiro is too cautious. Not to mention so many Bakudo, even the 5-pillar barbarians are enough for them. It turned out to be a good thing. Kojiro directly greeted Bakudo one after another. Looking at the miserable 4 people in front of them, and seeing Enel appearing, their eyes were filled with pleading. But with these guys, Enel simply doesn't want to know who they are. After all, I have so many enemies now, the world government has been offended, the marine has been offended, and the 4 emperors ant has also been offended. That is, pirates all over the world probably want, Niu Wangzhao, to have their own heads now. My lord, all 4 of them are Zoan demon fruit power. So I left them alive. Just when Enel had no interest and was about to leave, Kojiro, who was on the side, hastily opened his mouth to read. Enel's eyes lit up when he heard these words. I only have 6 points of energy now, and I am still 4 points away from gathering and summoning the next Thunder God. Although these 4 people are Zoan ability users. But it can also provide 2 points of energy, which is already very good. Then you guys are really out of luck. Got the news? Enel couldn't help but shook his head regretfully at the 4 of them. In the terrified eyes of the 4 people, a thunderbolt instantly blasted towards the suppressed 4 people who had no history of resistance. At this time, there are 2 more energy points in Enel's panel. Chapter 87. With the CP04 in the end, Enel gained 2 more energy points. However, at this time, it is still 2 energy points away from recruiting the next Thunder God. This made Enel a little annoyed. Seeing that the Thunder Gods who are close at hand cannot be recruited is nothing more disturbing than this. But Enel didn't know that there was someone more troublesome than him during this time. Auntie of the 4 emperors of the New World. He was furious because of the deaths of Baron Egi and Pogmus. The kingdoms that had just been built were once again destroyed in a mess. The ant who has fallen into a state of madness doesn't care about everything. With Big Mom's rampage, the pirates on the 10,000 kingdoms suffered disaster. The pirate who wanted to go to Big Mom was directly caught and had his life deducted. A man in his prime instantly turned into an old man who was about to die. This scene really frightened the pirates who came to defect. But fortunately, with the joint efforts of Katakuri and others, Big Mom was awakened again. But although he regained his sanity, the ant is still very upset. 2 of his capable men were killed for sending a letter. The more I think about this ant, the more angry I get. Damn it! Pass my order. An order to all the pirates in New World, as soon as you find 293 Thor pirates, report immediately. My Big Momo pirates will fight him forever. It's just a newcomer. How dare you provoke my old lady like this? Hear Big Mom's order. Katakuri's expression changed even more, wanting to argue with reason. But today's ant can listen to it. But as the second in command of the Big Mom pirates, Ka-er is naturally much calmer, anyone can analyze the pros and cons. Although the current Thor pirates have just emerged, they have too many powerful combat forces. Because I just had a big fight with Marine. Although the world government relied on the bounty to put the Thor pirates on fire. But Katakuri knows that those guys in New World who want to encircle and suppress the Thor pirates are not the opponents all-in-one enemy at all. Most importantly, the 4 emperors are stable now. If the pirates act now, this stable situation is likely to be broken. The result of this is that the Big Mom pirates may not benefit at all and may suffer heavy losses. CGDJ, but now no matter how Katakuri advises, Big Mom won't listen. Just when Katakuri wanted to persuade him, Big Mom's huge head came to Katakuri in an instant. Katakuri. My most outstanding work. Now you have to disobey your mother's orders. I just followed my aunt's negative words. Even Katakuri couldn't help but shed a cold sweat. Aunt is really mad, don't say you are her. Still give you a little life left. Seeing this, Katakuri could only keep his mouth shut and carry out the order honestly. Got it, Mom. See Katakuri obediently. Big Mom just nodded. Soon the news of the Big Mom pirates spread throughout New World. No, this Thunder God pirates really want to die. You have offended one of the 4 emperors before reaching the New World. What a pity. I guess the Thunder God pirates will be wiped out as soon as they arrive in New World. Isn't it? So what about strength, New World is the grave of these newbies. The pirates who received the news immediately talked about it. The Thor pirates are even more pessimistic. As for the pirate alliance waiting at the entrance of New World, they were even more excited. Now they can not only rely on the banner of Big Mom pirates to siege and kill. When the Thunder God pirates are wiped out, the Big Mom pirates will still owe them favors. This business is really profitable. Gee ha 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 ha. Little ones. Keep waiting. Be sure to give these pirates who have just entered New World a little bit of power. The head of 5.5 billion Baileys. Mine. Shit, it's obviously mine. Accompanied by a quarrel, the New World entrance became even more chaotic. But that's become the norm these days. After all, everyone is here for the Thor pirates. Big fights are impossible, but small fights don't happen often. The redhead and Whitebeard on the other side also received news from the ant. For the nosy redheads and Whitebeard. The ant gave a direct warning, and if she disagreed, she would start a war. The two also looked helpless when they saw this, they could only agree. As for the Thunder God pirates, the two of them can only say sorry, although they are very optimistic, but now let's ask for more blessings. After all, Ant, a lunatic, doesn't follow the rules. Just as the New World is getting more and more chaotic. The world government on the other side also received news of the death of the CP0 quartet. What do you think now? All four of them are dead. This Thor pirates has become the climate. It's not so easy to deal with them anymore. 5 elders didn't care much about the death of the CP0 quartet. After all, for the world government, there are as many such elites as there are. There are countless brainwashed people waiting to be appreciated by the 5 elders. So don't care at all. What matters is how the Thor pirates deal with it. Now Enel's Thor pirates have become a thorn in 5 elders' hearts. Every time they see the news about the Thor pirates on the sea, the 5 feel inexplicably upset. But it was just as the 5 discussed. At this time, it is not easy to deal with the Thor pirates. But it's not like there's no chance. If only Uranus could be used. This Thunder God pirate group can wipe it out in an instant. Follow the old man with the sword to speak slowly. The other 4 couldn't help being moved. But soon everyone calmed down. No. The cost of using Uranus is too great. Unless it is absolutely necessary, it cannot be used. Now, wait and see. See how things develop. Chapter 88. After the 5 people discussed for a while. At this time, the old man with the sword was cleaning the sword in his hand unhappily. After all, there is nothing they can do to make a pirate group provoke the world government again and again. It's just embarrassing. Humph. Let them be arrogant for a while longer. If you really have no other choice, you can only activate the sky. At this time, the other 4 people did not have any opinions. At least the Thor pirates can't be too aggressive. Just when the whole world is paying attention to the movements of the Thor pirates. A pirate ship full of the style of Thor pirates came to Gaia Island. Watching the proverbs of the Ark docked at the port. Everyone on board was very excited at this time. Senior Thor's car. See the idol's car with your own eyes. At this time, Bartolomeo and the others, who had sailed all the way to Gaia Island from Loguetown, were very excited. Look at the golden look on board, that Haki look. Bartolomeo and others could not wait to fly over to observe carefully. Soon Urich and Weber, who were nursing the ship on the Ark, also heard Bartolomeo's movement. The two also looked towards Bartolomeo. When I saw Bartolomeo's ship, it was even bigger than the Thor pirates. At this moment, the two of them froze in place for an instant. And Senior Weber. Just when the two were dumbfounded. At this moment, Bartolomeo and the others on board saw the 2 people on board. The moment you see the real person. Bartolomeo felt that his entire life was content. Momentarily shed tears of excitement. At this time, the 2 of Urich were even more confused. Especially when Bartolomeo burst into tears. Is this a fan? Why don't you tell the captain that they are coming? The boat on the opposite side is also pretty. Looking at the ship, they couldn't help but discuss for a while. As for whether there is any danger, the current Barto club is full of rookies except for Bartolomeo. As far as their strength is concerned, there is no need to worry at all. The two also nodded to each other. This looks like a fanatical newcomer. Those pirates who want to join the pirate group are so fanatical, I'm afraid they have already joined. Soon the two dialed Enel's phone bug. Got the news here. Enel also asked Urich to entertain Bartolomeo and the others. At this time, Enel also smiled playfully. Unexpectedly, the big battle in Loguetown not only became famous in the big Shanghai. He even turned Bartolomeo, who should worship Luffy, into his own fan. After getting the news, Enel took everyone to the port. I also appreciate Bartolomeo Enel very much. Apart from the fact that this guy is a living creature, he's incredibly loyal, and he adores Luffy so much. What shit, red hair pirates, burn it, put the flag of the Straw Hat Pirates on it. Who is Laozi, you ask? Bartolomeo, the captain of the Straw Hat Teifuan Regiment's second team. They are also fans of the sea. How can you meet real people? So for this guy, Enel still likes it very much. But at the moment in the port, Bartolomeo, who was standing on the advancing Thor Sr., was staring at Urich and Weber obsessively. The look made Urich and the two of them a little unbearable. Hey boy, do you want to come up and visit? Oh. Really, Urich-senpai? Hear Urich's invitation. At this time, Bartolomeo on the boat felt that he was about to faint with happiness. The same is true of the other brain-dead fans behind him. Under the invitation of Urich, everyone came to the Arc Proverbs in a daze. Look at the decorations on the deck, look at everything around you. And what Enel went through when the whole pirate group sailed. Bartolomeo, who came to the boat, touched every place on the boat excitedly. This is heaven. What a blessing. Bartolomeo, who came to the ship, was extremely happy. The whole person looks here and touches there. Ask for her flowers. Excitedly, he ran to the Uriches and took out the books he had prepared a long time ago. Urich-senpai. Weber-senpai. Please be sure to put your name on this. After finishing speaking, Bartolomeo respectfully handed out the notebook that was ready to be signed. Facing Bartolomeo's adoring and excited eyes, the two also smiled and left their names. Look at the name on the book. At this time, Bartolomeo regarded it as a treasure. Just when everyone was so happy to see their idol, a group of figures slowly arrived at the port. At this time, Bartolomeo was still immersed in happiness. At this time, a crew member was extremely excited. 0. Come on, boss. Accompanied by a burst of excited shouts. Bartolomeo also came over. Looking in the direction pointed by his subordinates, Enel brought all the Thor pirates to the port. Bartolomeo, who saw this scene, fainted instantly with excitement. Seeing that Bartolomeo passed out directly, everyone in Enel couldn't help laughing. Originally, I brought everyone here just to meet this little fanboy. The result is still the same as the original work. Seeing the cotters shed tears of excitement. Seeing the captain himself, he fainted instantly. For a while, the men on the boat shook Bader one after another, trying to wake him up. Ha. Let's go, little ones, meet our little fans. Get ready for a party. Seeing this scene, Enel and others suddenly laughed. Everyone came to the boat immediately. Soon after Bartolomeo woke up, he was even more excited and asked for autographs one by one. At the invitation of Bartolomeo, Enel and others boarded the ship and visited their secret exhibition room. Everyone was quite surprised to receive such fanatical admiration from Bartolomeo. But because of Bartolomeo's treasure, the banquet started smoothly. Today's scene made Bartolomeo even more excited. Chapter 89. The banquet started smoothly. After the fans of Bartolomeo asked for autographs one by one. And so did everyone satisfied his request. Looking at the signatures on the notebook in his hand, especially the signature of Thor Enel on the first page, Bartolomeo is very touched by life without regrets. Hey Barto! Do you want to join my Thor team? Bearing the banner of the Thunder God Pirates. Just as the banquet was about to end, Enel also offered an olive branch to Bartolomeo. Hearing the words, the latter froze in place for an instant. It took a long time to react. Really, Senior Thor? Can I bear the banner of the Thor Pirates? In the face of Enel, the olive branch of 527 was thrown. At this time, Bartolomeo was even more excited. He is just a little pirate who just went to sea, and he can be appreciated by Enel, the god of thunder. Ha, of course. And, I'm sure you won't disappoint me. Say it with Enel. Bartolomeo nodded heavily. Please trust me to call Senior Thunder God. I will definitely grow up to help you become the One Piece. I saw Bartolomeo nodded solemnly. At this time, Bartolomeo's name also appeared in the faith lineup. With the addition of Bartolomeo, there is also a candidate for the captain of the 2nd Division of the Thunder God Fleet. From now on, you will be the captain of the 2nd Squadron of the big boat. But the follow-up people need to be recruited by yourself. Got Enel's order. Bartolomeo was even more excited to guarantee it. As for the small number of people, it won't be long before Barto can recruit more pirates than the first team. Most of all, Enel believes there are people recruited by Bartolomeo, who are definitely exactly the same fanatics. Don't worry about loyalty. After becoming the captain of the 2nd team, Bartolomeo's advancing Thor Sr. also hung a flag of the Thor Pirates. Looking at the flag, Barto was even more excited and shed tears. I was able to meet the idol, and successfully joined the idol's pirate group. Bartolomeo never dreamed of it. But now it's all come true. But Barto has another ultimate wish, which is to help Enel become the real One Piece. With the end of the banquet, Barto bid farewell to Enel. In Barto's words, now he has joined the senior pirate group, and is also the captain of the second team. I will definitely recruit enough pirates who are capable of helping Senior Thor and then come to Senior. So Bartolomeo set off with a group of younger brothers. Farewell to Barto and others. Enel is also preparing to set off again to find Luo's trace. Also, Germa 66 takes itself too seriously. The things he had arranged for him dared to be obedient, so he couldn't handle them well. This judge really thinks that he can do whatever he wants when Reijo is by his side. The current Reijo has nothing to do with you, Germa 66. Just when everyone was ready to go. At this time, an island slowly flew over in the air. Is that an island in the sky? My god, besides Lord Thor's ship, islands can fly in the air. No way. Looking at the island slowly approaching in the air, Enel's eyes flashed a bright light. In this pirate world, there is only one person who can control the flight of the island. Once upon a time legend. Pirate Admiral Golden Lion Shiki. Behold the lifelike lion head statues on the islands in the sky. Enel had already guessed the other party's identity. Just as everyone was looking towards the sky, the island slowly fell down. Soon it hovered in midair. Admiral, do you really want to go down? Shall we accompany you? That's right, that's the Thunder God Pirates. On Sky Island at this time, a group of pirates who were recruited by Golden Lion could not help admonishing them. Although the whole world is now hostile to the Thor pirates. But who dares to really do it? No one dares to deny the strength of the Thor pirates. Regarding the exhortations of these people, the proud Golden Lion seemed not to hear them. Ha 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 ha, so what? Only such a guy is qualified to conquer the whole world with me. No need to say more. After finishing speaking, Golden Lion directly manipulated a boulder and dragged himself down. A golden Zhang Yang's long hair, the iconic sailing and the legs replaced by 2 knives. The person who came was the Golden Lion who had disappeared for a long time. Golden Lion suffered a head injury in the Battle of Wald. Luoji surrendered himself, and Golden Lion entered the marine headquarters for Luoji alone and fought endlessly with Garp Sengoku. In the end, he was exhausted and sent to the large submarine prison. After learning the truth that Luoji surrendered himself to start the era of great pirates, Golden Lion also cut off his legs without any hesitation and used the double knives instead of using lion fruit to escape from the prison on the bottom of the sea, which is known as the Iron Wall. Looking at the Golden Lion in front of him, Enel sighed even more. Compared to Enel, the god who was killed by the protagonist's halo without even entering the theater version, Golden Lion is bad enough. In the theatrical version, I don't know how many times Luffy was killed by Ching 5.7. As a result, when you hit me Enel, you said that rubber does not conduct electricity, but when it comes to Golden Lion, it is a geo to guide the thunder in the sky. This kick not only shattered the ambition of Golden Lion, but also made this once great pirate of the old era completely withdraw from the stage of history. The protagonist's halo is terrifying. And, most importantly, Golden Lion's conqueror's Haki is useless against Luffy. But this is mostly due to the influence of the rudder on the Golden Lion's head. Looking at the Golden Lion slowly approaching in front of him, Enel is also slightly positive and doesn't think wildly. Oh, the famous Golden Lion will appear here. It really surprised me. Chapter 90. Oh. Unexpectedly, Lao Zi's name is still remembered. Hear Enel say his name. Golden Lion was also quite surprised. After all, I haven't been active in the sea for a long time since I escaped from the big submarine prison. And the world government also directly covered up the news of the Golden Lion. So everyone thought that the pirate of the old era, Golden Lion, was dead. I never thought I could still remember myself. But this is also good, there is no need for Golden Lion to introduce himself. Looking at the Enel crowd in front of him, Golden Lion also took a sip of his cigar with an arrogant face. Hey, now that I know Lao Zi's name. Lao Zi, stop talking nonsense. Thor Enel. Join me. Be my mate. Your companions can join, let us rule the world together. I saw the Golden Lion speaking arrogantly. His eyes were firmly fixed on Enel, 26, waiting for the other party's answer. Looking at the still insolent Golden Lion in front of him. But I won't be called Golden Lion if I'm not crazy. But for the Golden Lion's invitation, Enel refused without hesitation. With my current strength, let alone a Golden Lion that should disappear in the wheel of history. Even if Newgate came to invite Enel, he would not agree. Forget it, Golden Lion. I'm not joining anyone. In this world, I will become a real god. Hear Enel's answer to rejection. Rao was a Golden Lion, but he didn't expect it either. Looking at the calm Enel in front of him, Golden Lion also burst out laughing. For so many years, except for that guy Luoji who rejected him. The reason for Enel's refusal in front of him surprised Golden Lion even more. Compared with his ideal of wanting to rule the world, to become a god is to be above the whole world. To be precise, it should be the enemy of the whole world. What an arrogant kid. But it suits Lao Zi's appetite. But Laozi still wants to ask you one last time. Are you sure you don't want to join? After smiling, Golden Lion's eyes froze. A dangerous aura slowly emanated from the Golden Lion. Regarding Golden Lion's words, Enel said without hesitation, yes. I refuse. Don't even think about joining Golden Lion. However, we can cooperate. Say it with Enel. Golden Lion couldn't help being taken aback. How long has it been since a pirate proposed to cooperate with him? Looking at the confident Enel, Golden Lion also became interested. Cooperation. What do you want to cooperate with Laozi? At this time, Golden Lion also wanted to hear how Enel in front of him wanted to cooperate. Although the lion is old, Yue is still there. If you want to cooperate, you must have the capital to cooperate. Regarding Golden Lion's doubts, Enel said slowly, of course it depends on my experience. And the wound on your head. Including making you hold the double swords again. What did you say? Hear Enel's words. At this time, Golden Lion became interested instantly. However, Golden Lion, who has been in the sea for so many years, did not believe Enel's words for the first time. After all, the doctor had told Golden Lion that the wound on his head was too deep, and if he pulled it out, it might endanger Golden Lion's life. So Golden Lion can only hold the rudder. Because the location of the injury is the most mysterious head of a human being, it is also what causes the Golden Lion's haki to continually degenerate. Hehe, do you think Laozi would believe it, boy? Try it if you don't believe me. Speak with strength. I just followed Enel's words. At this time, Golden Lion was even happier. Because it's been a long time since anyone dared to speak so many Golden Lions. Interesting fun. Let Laozi try your hand. Don't disappoint Laozi too much. Just as Golden Lion finished speaking, thunder surged from Enel's body and instantly blasted towards the Golden Lion. Face Enel's sudden attack. The Golden Lion also floated in the air in an instant and flashed past. The two famous swords under their feet, Sakura 10 Deadwood, even kicked two slash waves towards Enel. As the world's #1 swordsman. Even if it is impossible to use both hands to hold the sword, the power is equally astonishing. Although the strength of controlling the double swords with both legs has been weakened a lot. But even so, the Golden Lion is still that proud Golden Lion. The battle is between Enel and the Golden Lion. So Logares and others watched the battle at the port. Soon after a tentative attack, the two in the air fought together. Come on, Admiral. Let these newcomers see how awesome we are. Master Admiral 803 must win. As the two go to war, the pirates on the island in the sky waved their flags and shouted. Because Golden Lion was captured and sent to the big prison under the sea, many pirates who took refuge in Golden Lion left. Those who are still under the Golden Lion are definitely more loyal. So everyone cheered for Golden Lion. Enel facing Thunder Fruit. At this time, Golden Lion also became serious. After all, his current strength is no longer what it used to be. Slash wave. 60 million volts. Brontosaurus. Just as the two continued to attack, the two slash waves directly cut the Thunder Dragon blasted by Enel into two pieces. Just as the thunder in the air gathered more and more. At this time, the Golden Lion suddenly grinned. Lion Majesty Gosho Rei Jumi. Tsitsaiza. Roar. Accompanying after the Golden Lion touched these thunders with a slash just now. Lion Fruit's ability is also activated instantly. The thunder that filled the sky was completely controlled by the Golden Lion at this moment. The lion's hair glowing with thunder roared towards Enel with roars. Chapter 91. Roar. Accompanied by the thunder that filled the sky, it continued to roar. The thunder lions roaring around Enel also all rushed towards Enel. Countless thunderbolts gathered at one point and exploded in an instant. But Enel, who is Logia, easily dodged it. Looking at the incomparable Haki Golden Lion in the air, Enel couldn't help but sigh. Golden Lion developed Lion Fruit very well. A paramecia fruit, forcibly developed by the Golden Lion is even more Logia than Logia. A person who excels is only a waste of ability, but a fruit without waste. These fruits have been developed beyond imagination. Can you imagine that a lion fruit developed by Golden Lion can control the earth, the snow can control, and the thunder can control? Everything touched by the Golden Lion can be manipulated. A paramecia lion fruit has completely become like a natural disaster. But Enel's methods are not limited to these. Looking at the smiling Golden Lion in the air, Enel launched Kaido without any hesitation. In One Piece world, Shinigami's ability is still very easy to use. The muddy coat of arms reveals faintly, the unruly and arrogant talent, the tide negation paralysis momentary, hinders the eternal sleep. The crawling steel princess, the clay doll that keeps self-mutilation combines bounces extends to the ground, knowing itself lets be powerless. Hado no 90 black coffin. Ends with Hado's chant. Countless pitch-black energies in the air instantly appeared and enveloped the Golden Lion. A huge black square appeared in the air. The 90th Hado that I have chanted completely. Its power is enough to make it instantly defeated if the Golden Lion eats them all. But after all, Golden Lion is a legendary pirate who has crossed the sea for so many years. Although the strength is seriously degraded now. but it hasn't regressed to the period after Luffy went to sea. The current Golden Lion's strength is still terrifying. Although facing this weird ability, Golden Lion obviously felt a little dangerous. But Golden Lion directly touched the barrier of Black Coffin. Lion Majesty, govern place Earth coiling. I saw that the Black Coffin hadn't started yet. The pitch-black energy that turned into a square instantly transformed into ferocious lions and spread out. Enel was quite surprised to see this scene. Although these abilities have been synchronized to Pirate World, they are also influenced by Pirate World. Unexpectedly, it can be controlled by the rules of Devil Fruit. Even Kojiro, who was watching the battle not far below, was surprised. This Golden Lion is worthy of being the king of the past. Ha 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 ha. Brat, is this your ability? It's not that good, just let Laozi be the deputy captain. The Golden Lion who came out of the Black Coffin again couldn't help laughing out loud. And the lions that Black Coffin turned into in front of them also rushed towards Enel. Face the Golden Lion of today. Enel didn't push himself too hard, and fired with full firepower. The thunder all over the sky condensed instantly at this moment. Enel, reincarnated as Thor, appeared in front of everyone in an instant. The sky is full of thunder, the breath of terror. The thunder god Fang Tian halberd condensed out of his hand and instantly chopped towards the Golden Lion. Now Enel is stronger than before. Thor, which was 200 million volts, has now been raised to 500 million volts by Enel. At this time, Thunder God Fang Tianji can be said to be dead on touch. Under Thor's 500 million volts, if he is attacked by Enel, he will either die or be injured. Facing Enel in front of him, Golden Lion also kicked out a series of slashes with both feet. At the same time, it uses its own lion fruit to control it. Lion, Thousand Slice Valley. The sky slashing attacks directly surrounded Enel. But soon Golden Lion found out. Enel's incarnation of Thor is covered with an unreal skeleton. His Thousand Slice Valley was useless. This strange ability surprised Golden Lion. Dahai has never had such a strange ability. But at any rate, he was the former king. Even though he failed countless times, Golden Lion was not defeated. Even in his twilight years, the Golden Lion still wants to rule the world. If Luoji is pure adventure, Whitebeard Newgate is family at its purest. Then Golden Lion is the purest pirate. A pirate who hopes to rule the world. From beginning to end, Golden Lion never changed his mind. I, the Golden Lion, want to rule the world. No one can speak well. I appreciate you, Luoji, but you can't stop me from ruling the world. Not only is it impossible, but I will pull you to rule the world together. This is also the purest point of Golden Lion. Facing Enel with such strange and diverse abilities, the Golden Lion did not hesitate. Lion Fruit is fully capable. The sea, the sky, and the storm are all for the Golden Lion. Under the action of Lion Fruit, they all turned into majestic lions and opened their mouths wide open towards Enel. But in the face of these roaring lions all around, today's Enel is Susan slowly condensing, holding a thunder sword in his hand. Trademark chop. Closely leaning on the sword that was cut out. All the lions that roared, of the king, roared all over the sky and turned into nothingness. Face this formula. Even the Golden Lion doesn't dare to forcefully control it, but can only avoid its edge. Soon the aftermath of the slash disappeared. Golden Lion also dropped the attack. There is no way to attack with full firepower, so naturally there is no need to continue. Most importantly, Golden Lion now understands that the Conqueror's Haki cannot be used. Even if other abilities are strong, they are useless. Seeing that Golden Lion gave up, Enel also lifted the status of Susan and Thor. The scene just now made Enel recognize the proud man in front of him. As far as Lion Fruit's ability is concerned, Golden Lion has definitely developed to the point of awakening. Boy! Laozi recognizes your strength. So, let's talk about cooperation. Chapter 92. Talk about cooperation, kid. There is no need to continue the battle. Golden Lion also fell down carelessly and sat on the deck. As a pirate, Golden Lion can be said to be really qualified. Whether he was worried about Enel's ambush or not, he sat down carelessly. Actually, at the end of the battle, Golden Lion knew he was no match. As a great pirate who has roamed the seas for so long, how can Golden Lion not know how to find the next step? The whole person is as fine as an individual. Soon Enel sat down in front of Golden Lion. Looking at Shiki, who is no longer the Lion Majesty style of the past, I can't help but sigh. Most importantly, both of them were beaten by Wang Luffy in the original book. Yes, the protagonist's halo is fully fired, without reason or logic at all. I can heal your head. Even your legs can be reattached to you. Following Enel's confident expression. At this time, the Golden Lion was not calm anymore. 497. Impossible. The doctor told me that if the thing on the head is removed, I could be dead in no time. There is no doctor in this world who can perform such an operation. I saw the Golden Lion say it with a determined face. He stared at Enel even more unkindly. An invisible breath suddenly surged. However, at the moment when the Golden Lion's aura was surging, Logares and the others beside Enel stared at the Golden Lion with unkind eyes. Looking at Logares and others beside Enel, Golden Lion can feel that none of them are weak. This is what took Golden Lion a little by surprise. Unexpectedly, Thor Enel's subordinates are also all strong. For Golden Lion's disbelief, Enel said quietly, then haven't you heard of op fruit? There is this fruit. Your injuries are nothing at all. So, do you want to have a cooperation? Speak to Enel. At this time, the Golden Lion is staring at Enel instantly. How could the name of op fruit, Golden Lion, not have been heard? The super devil fruit worth 10 billion Baileys that the whole world is looking for. It is said that it can perform immortality surgery. Looking at Enel who is so confident, Golden Lion stared, is the op fruit here? Not here now. But it'll be here soon. Arrange your operation then. How about it? Hear Enel's words. The Golden Lion looked at Enel suspiciously. In the heart of the Golden Lion, Enel is so confident that he definitely has the ability to op fruit. Even if you don't have the op fruit ability, you definitely know the whereabouts of op fruit. But being able to restore yourself to the peak is already very good. In that case, then I promise this cooperation. What do you need? After thinking for a while, Golden Lion agreed. After all, his strength has degraded too badly. If you want to continue to realize your desire to rule the world, you must regain your former peak strength. I have no choice but to pin my hopes on Enel. Seeing that Golden Lion agreed, Enel was also quite satisfied. You have been flying pirates for so many years, you should have collected a lot of devil fruit. I need devil fruit. Huh? Devil fruit, CG. Hearing Enel's request, Golden Lion also looked puzzled. You must know that a person can only eat one devil fruit, which everyone in the sea knows. But Enel actually needs devil fruit. But since they have already cooperated, Golden Lion naturally doesn't ask any more questions. Everyone has their own secrets, and so do they. If you are a devil fruit, you can only give rewards to your subordinates. I have 3 more. 2 zoans, 1 paramecia fruit. Since you want it, kid, I'll give it to you. After finishing speaking, Golden Lion directly contacted the subordinates on the island. Soon at the behest of the Golden Lion, 3 devil fruits were brought down from the island. Over the years, the flying pirates of Golden Lion have been somewhat defeated, and some ambitious pirates will not join Golden Lion at all. As a result, the power is getting smaller and smaller, and it can only be huddled on the island in the sky. So there are only a few of devil fruit left. But for Enel, these 3 devil fruits are of great use. After accepting 3 devil fruits, the cooperation between the two is just beginning. Then Golden Lion, stay nearby. Your surgery will be scheduled soon. Got Enel's answer. Golden Lion also nodded while resisting the excitement in his heart. As long as they can return to the top, Golden Lion is naturally willing to wait. After saying that, he returned to the island in the sky. At this time, Enel set his sights on the 3 devil fruits in front of him. The 2 Zoan Enels were naturally absorbed by the system without hesitation. Soon there were a full 10 points of energy in the system panel. However, Enel did not absorb this paramecia increasing fruit. Because if this paramecia is used properly, it should be very strong. In the future, it can be rewarded to subordinates to enhance attack, increase speed, and enhance body size. It is a fruit with good abilities. And it should be the same type as Berndi Valdo's Momo fruit. But now it is still the most important thing to summon the Thunder Gods. System. Start summoning. Thunder Gods are being drawn. Ding. Thunder Gods have been drawn. Draw 1 Pikachu from Thor's Pokemon. I saw that as the system voice just dropped. A thunderbolt appeared in front of Enel in an instant. Soon a yellow electric mouse appeared in front of everyone. Looking at this Pikachu, Enel was stunned. Pick up. Chapter 93. Pick up. Accompanied by a familiar voice. Enel was completely speechless. He never thought that it was Pikachu who was summoned this time. Look at the cute Pikachu in front of you. Enel didn't know for a moment what to say. The strongest skill is 100,000 volts. It is estimated that even a person will not be stunned by electricity in the world of pirates. But nothing compared to Enel. Logares and the others also lacked interest. After all, electric mice have always been of no interest to them. But May and the others came to Pikachu with a look of surprise. Wow! So cute! Is this a pet? What's it called? At this time, May, Nami, Mikato, and Reijo surrounded Pikachu. Looking at the cute Pikachu, the 4 girls took turns hugging them in their arms. For Pikachu, Enel is also helpless. An elf who can make a living by being cute. It's called Pikachu, and it will be a pet on the boat from now on. Say it with Enel. The 4 girls on the side immediately carefully looked at Pikachu in their arms. Pick up. Facing the eyes of the 4 girls, Pikachu also called out. This cute appearance captured the 4 of them again in an instant. But at this time, Enel suddenly set his sights on the devil fruit beside him. This growing fruit. If it is eaten by Pikachu, develop it, and Conqueror's Haki and 6 styles are all synchronized. At that time, the combat power will also be good, at least not weaker than Chopper of the protagonist group. Pikachu. You eat this fruit. This way you can become stronger. I just saw what Enel said. Pikachu, who was still acting cute, suddenly became serious. As the thunder gods summoned by the system, their greatest wish is to help Thor. So does Pikachu, of course. So after Enel said that, Pikachu didn't hesitate to come to Zensurishi. Looking at the fruit, Pikachu took a bite. But soon a Pikachu with dizzy eyes and vomiting foam appeared in front of everyone. I'm going. Is this devil fruit so disgusting? Seeing that Pikachu was almost unconscious, everyone quickly checked Pikachu's status. But it's okay. Just because devil fruit is too bad to eat. At this moment, Enel was also secretly rejoicing. Fortunately, when I traveled here, I directly replaced Enel's world identity, including the ability of devil fruit. Otherwise, I am afraid I will never forget it for the rest of my life after eating it. Soon Pikachu recovered. The ability to increase fruit can also be used initially. I saw a flash of lightning appearing on Pikachu's cheek. Pikachu's figure suddenly became almost the same height as everyone else. The people who saw this scene were also quite curious. I am afraid that the potential of this increased fruit is far more than that. But at this time, Enel focused his attention on the system panel. Host, Enel. Abilities, No Weakness Thunder Fruit, Conqueror's Haki Advanced, Thunder's Breath, Marine 6 Styles Grandmaster, Railgun, Thunder Dragon Slayer Magic, Kaido, Thunder Hairsker's Power, Mangekyo Sharingan. Thunder God, My Wife Zenitsu, Laxus, Sparrow Kojiro, Mikato Misaka, Mayraiden, Uchiha Suzuki, Heitake Kakashi, Pikachu. Ability Synchronization, Conqueror's Haki, Marine Style Grandmaster. Summon Power, 0/10. Faith Lineup, Uraj, Weber, Van Oka, Cavendish, Vince Mok Reiju, Ace, Blood Sword Alonzo, Nami, Bartolomeo. What surprised Enel was what he saw in the system panel. Bartolomeo is also in the belief lineup. However, other fanatical fans were not included in the lineup by the system. At this time, Enel also directly opened Pikachu's panel. After all, you need to choose an ability. Thunder God Pikachu. Possess abilities, Lightning Flash, 100,000 volts, Thunder, Electric Shock, High Speed Movement, Conqueror's Haki, Marine 6 Styles Grandmaster, Increasing Fruit. Look at Pikachu's abilities. Ask for her flowers. Although the ability is not bad, it is just not bad. However, the increasing fruit of this ability made Enel's eyes shine. System, I choose to increase fruit. Is it okay? Look at this fruit ability. Although Pikachu got it by eating devil fruit, it should also belong to Pikachu's ability. If this is the case, you can get a bug. Facing Enel's choice. Although the system was puzzled, it still agreed to this choice. Because it is indeed Pikachu's own ability. Ding, Zeng fruit selection is complete. Ability Synchronization. 5. 0. Hear the beep of the system in his head. At this moment, Enel was even more delighted. To collect devil fruit in the future, you need to pay attention to some fruits with relatively good abilities. Now the thunder gods have no choice. However, these fruits are prepared for the thunder gods who are summoned later. Soon the ability to increase the fruit reached Enel's body. Also because of the system, what is copied only has the ability to increase fruit, without the side effects of devil fruit. That is to say, the current Enel not only has the ability of thunder fruit, but also the ability of increasing fruit. Both devil fruits have no side effects. Compared with Blackbeard's double fruit ability in the future, Enel's is more perfect. Feel the ability to increase fruit. Now it can be increased by up to 10 times. Under the initial development, all abilities can be increased tenfold. The direct increase of his own 200 million volts is 2 billion volts. This exaggerated ability is simply too suitable. Now I go to war with all my strength, not to mention a tie with Garp Sengoku. I'm afraid they can be defeated without 10 moves. However, this increase fruit has not yet been developed, and the increase time is too short. I'm afraid it won't last long. It can only be used as a whole card. But being able to obtain this ability, Enel is also satisfied. Immediately afterwards, Enel set his sights on Nami and others. Chapter 94. Look at everyone in the Faith lineup today. Compared with before, several original characters have been added. Faith lineup, Uraj, Weber, Van Oka, Cavendish, Vince Mok Reiju, Ace, Blood Sword Alonzo, Nami, Bartolomeo. Among them, Uraj, Weber and others have already reached full value of faith. As for the newly joined Nami and Bartolomeo, Enel was quite surprised. The two are also unsurprisingly full of faith. Nami can understand. But Bartolomeo really surprised Enel. It is indeed the #1 fanatical fan in the original book. With this loyalty, he is definitely the most qualified subordinate. No wonder everyone commented on Bartolomeo. 410 I'm afraid this guy believes that he can become One Piece even more than Wang Luffy himself. Then it's time to strengthen the two of them. If Bartolomeo, synchronize with armament Haki. Nami can knock the bag out of Luffy's head at every turn, and armament Haki is definitely making great progress. It's better to strengthen observation Haki, it's Air Poseidon. Enel, who quickly decided to use the system to synchronize. Armament Haki syncs to Bartolomeo. And observation Haki is synced to Nami. The top observation Haki and Nami, the strongest navigator in the world, were born. Uraj, Faith 100%. Abilities, Karma Fruit, Conqueror's Haki, Marine 6 Styles. Weber, Faith 100%. Abilities, Conqueror's Haki, Marine 6 Styles. Fan Oka, Faith 100%. Abilities, Sniper Grandmaster, Armament Haki Intermediate, Observation Haki Top. Blood Sword Alonzo, Faith 100%. Abilities, Blood Sword, Armament Haki Advanced, Observation Haki Intermediate. Cavendish, Faith 100%. Abilities, Beautiful Sword, Conqueror's Haki, Rommel's Weasel to eliminate talent stacking. Vince Mok Reiju, Faith 100%. Abilities, Bloodline Factor Transformation, Superman Body, Conqueror's Haki, Germa 66 Battle Suit. Ace, Faith 100%. Abilities, Maramara Fruit, Armament Haki Advanced, Conqueror's Haki Beginner, Observation Haki Beginner. Nami, Faith 100%. Abilities, Navigation, Weather Perception, Observation Haki Top Level. Bartolomeo, Faith 100%. Abilities, Barrier Fruit, Advanced Armament Haki. At this time, everyone has all been promoted. Because of the action of the system. Soon there was a thunderbolt above everyone, and it instantly sank into Nami's body. The top observation Haki is officially credited at this moment. Feel the changes in your body. Nami looked at Enel with a look of surprise. With this ability, Nami especially wants to say that he deserves to be Lord Thor. And the other side. Bartolomeo and others who have just left Gaia Island. Although happy at this time, everyone was lying on the deck chewing bubble gum because of seasickness. At this moment, a thunder light suddenly appeared in the sky. Seeing this thunder light, Bartolomeo jumped up instantly. Senior Thor is invincible. Because of the worship of the Thor pirates. This caused Bartolomeo and the others to cheer in admiration when they saw the thunder in the sky. But this time, in Bartolomeo's cheers, the thunder in the sky instantly entered Bartolomeo's body. Oh. Boss. Miracle. Senior Thunder God's miracle. Everyone who saw this scene suddenly shouted. Surrounded by everyone, Bartolomeo felt the extra power in his body with a shocked expression. I saw in everyone's shocked eyes. Bartolomeo's fists were instantly covered with a layer of black armament Haki. I have received the blessing of Senior Thunder God. This new power made Bartolomeo even more excited. Although I have heard the islands near Gaia Island say that Thor will perform miracles. But this time, Senior Thunder God really performed a miracle on himself. This powerful force made Bartolomeo even more confident. Ha. Little ones. In order to strengthen our second team. Starting to accept people. With the blessing of Thor. Bartolomeo naturally did not dare to relax. He had to take on the responsibility of the captain of his second team as soon as possible. Everyone immediately drove the advanced Thunder God to the next island. On the other side of Gaia Island. Golden Lion temporarily stays over Gaia Island. After all, it will take some time for the operation to be performed. Enel set off again with everyone, this time heading straight for North Blue. Because this guy Lo is in North Blue. So have to go to North Blue and look for 4.6. As for Germa 66, who ruled North Blue, this time they must be taught a lesson. Enel doesn't have the slightest fondness for Judge, the BD right now. Ask him to look for Luo's traces in North Blue, but this guy dares to do everything he wants. As a result, there is no news at all. Such a result made Enel a little annoyed. As for Germa 66, it needs a new person to control it now. Thinking of this, Enel couldn't help but look at Reiju beside him. Rather than let the other brothers take over, it is more appropriate to let Reiju take over. Then, let's go. Go to Germa 66 first and meet our partners. Chapter 95. Father, we are firmly rooted all over North Blue now. The former kingdom of Germa has once again returned to its glory. Listen to Iji's report. At this time, Judge was even more happy. Today's Germa 66 has rebuilt its base on land. Occupies the most central area of North Blue. Because Enel's Thor pirates won that battle. This also caused the entire North Blue to completely fall under the rule of Germa 66. The Marine headquarters and the world government also abandoned the area. After all, even the Thor pirates have not been wiped out, and it would be thankless to continue to waste time dealing with Germa 66. It's just a North Blue. So the world government temporarily abandoned the North Blue area. Seeing that Germa 66 has gradually developed to its former glory in my own hands. Judge is full of sense of accomplishment. Ha. Good. In the future, the entire North Blue Do 26 will completely become my territory of Germa 66. And South Blue, East Blue, West Blue. These places will belong to our Germa 66 in the future. Thinking of this, Judge is full of confidence in the future. After all, the current Germa 66 still has the support of the Thor pirates. Speaking of the Thor pirates, Judge smiled indifferently. You can use the prestige of the Thor pirates to help you rule these places. Judge is naturally very happy. Who would have trouble with the territory? Only with the territory can the Germa Kingdom grow stronger. As for the rest, Judge is no longer afraid. Iji, bring Kyoji, Niji. It's time to see the results of our experiments. Speaking of this, Yuji's eyes brightened even more. With the arrival of the other two, everyone came to Germa Research Center in a mighty manner. I saw it in the laboratory today. Except for the clones of Germa Kingdom. There are even clones about the Thor pirates. Because I saw the power of the Thor pirates. So Judge collected everyone's data on the battlefield. Among them, because of the battle with Garp and Sengoku, even Enel's data is here. Watching the clones that are about to be born. Judge was even more delighted. Good. It won't be long as the experiment is successful, these clones can simulate the power of the General Thor. At that time, the whole world will belong to my kingdom of Germa. Thinking of the beautiful scene in the future, Judge became more and more excited. Just when Judge expects to get more powerful. Suddenly, there were bursts of explosions outside the institute. The king is bad. There is an enemy invasion. Look at the soldiers who broke in. At this time, Judge's expression was even more unbelievable. How is this possible? We are partners of the Thor pirates. That short-sighted person dares to hit us. Follow up with Judge. The soldier who came in at this moment glanced at Judge cautiously. It is the Thunder God pirates who are coming to attack. What? Hearing this sentence, Ji was stunned. Why did the Thor pirates fight over? Boom. Boom. Just when Judge was still wondering, the deafening explosions outside kept coming in. This makes Judge still sit still. Several people ran out in a hurry. Look around. The huge golden spaceship was flying in midair. Thunderbolts continued to strike down from the sky. Most of the base camp I just built was almost destroyed. Master Thor. Please stop. Is there some misunderstanding? My daughter is on your boat. It was about to be completely destroyed. Judge couldn't sit still any longer, and hurriedly stood up and shouted towards the sky. Look at Ji who remembers jumping feet below. Enel smiled. However, the attack did not stop, and the thunderbolts continued to attack downwards indiscriminately. From Gaia Island, Enel goes straight to North Blue. If you are looking for Luo, Germa will be looking for it after the solution. Damn. How so? Seeing that Enel didn't intend to pay attention to himself. Judge was also completely panicked. But now that the opponent is determined to destroy Germa 66, Judge must stop it. Go. Activate all clones for me. Now we can only let these clones go. Follow up with Judge. Naji and others beside him also hurried back to the research institute. Now only the clones of the Thor pirates can stand up for a while. Otherwise, relying on their strength, they are not opponents at all. The strength gap between myself and the Thor pirates is still very clear to everyone. Although I don't know why the Thor pirates attacked them. But now I can't manage that much anymore. Quick. Send me all the clone legions. I saw an order from Judge. Clone Legion 560 throughout Germa 66 launched an attack. But at this moment, Enel and others on the ship don't even have the idea of doing it. For this operation, Enel aims to directly destroy Germa 66 who is loyal to Judge. Then create Reijo a Germa 66 of her own. Facing the attack of Fangja Irma 66 below. Only relying on the continuous long-range bombardment of Lagoses and Kojiro. Not even a boat could get close. As for Fan Ayaka, he held up Kunlu and called them one by one. Under the top observation Haki, the heads of these clones continued to burst out with blood flowers. Looking at his glorious army is now being wiped out like chickens and dogs. Judge looked into the sky with fury. Damn Thunder God pirates. These pirates really can't believe it. Enrajo, ABCH. Naji. Iji. Yuji. Bring me all the clone rush. Under Judge's furious orders. The three Yuji who went to the research institute to forcibly wake up all the clones also set off at the same time. At this point all clones were given a mandatory order to destroy the Thor pirates. ZZZZ. Just when the battle is overwhelming. Suddenly, countless clones flashing with lightning appeared below. Chapter 96. Hear the thunder of countless birdsong from below. Enel also looked down quite unexpectedly. I saw it beside Judge. There are countless more clones who are somewhat similar to himself. Looking at these clones, Enel also frowned. Humph. Interesting. Do you even dare to clone me? If Enel destroyed Germa 66 before, it was for Reiju. Germa 66 has to be destroyed now. It is indeed the ambitious war country in the original book. In this quiet manner, the members of the Thunder God Pirates were cloned in 7s and 80s. I'm afraid I wouldn't even know it if I didn't attack by myself. Judge is not a person willing to hide in the sea. It can be seen from the original book that this guy married his aunt. Vince Mok family, an underground kingdom of killers, not well hidden in the dark. As a result, he suddenly jumped out and married his aunt. The object of the marriage is Sanji, a child who didn't grow up in Vince Mok's family at all. It is absolutely impossible for you to say that there is no conspiracy here. So, Vince Mok judge, this guy is a complete careerist. It's a pity that I didn't give this guy the strength to match. Go all out. The majesty of God must not be offended. I just followed Enel's words. Everyone on the boat stood up one by one eagerly. Being on a boat all the time is boring. Now it's finally time to fight. Soon Logares and the others took the lead and jumped off the boat. Golden thunder instantly bloomed on the ground. Come on. God-offending scum. Thunder overwhelms the raging waves. Accompanied by the full firepower of Logares. The golden thunder kept bombarding everywhere, what Germa's clone army. Under the full attack of Logares, it was directly blasted into a pile of debris. On the other side, the sunwheel knife in Shanyi's hand is like a harvester. Draw the sword, draw the sword. Wherever Shanyi's golden figure appeared, his head was beheaded to the sky. The return of Kojiro is like an elegant gentleman. By Jean Guizhou fully displayed. Kido's terrifying attack, a series of sharp slashes, and elegant speed. At this time, the perfect gentleman style is fully displayed in Kojiro. As for Weber and Uruj, they are like humanoid tanks rampaging all the way. Ace and Cavendish also shine. Flames all over the sky and gorgeous sword dances. In an instant, the entire Germa 66 clone army was beaten and defeated instantly. As for the clones of Enel, even before the boat approached, it was bombarded by the furious Mikato with a shotgun super electromagnetic bombardment, leaving nothing left. Humph! How dare you clone Lord Thor? A bunch of lifeless reptiles. Watching the Enel clone I've worked so hard to clone. He didn't even resist a blow from the opponent's cotters. The ups and downs made Judge even more unbearable. The other clones didn't even reach 1/10 of their original bodies. I can only blame the Thunder God Pirates for calling too fast. None of these clones' powers have been fully tuned. As a result, after a hasty start, it can only be such a semi-finished product. Thinking that all his hard work was over like this, Ji felt even more aggrieved. Damn it! Enel UBD. My hard work. This is all my hard work. Seeing that his 3 sons were easily taken down. With Sparrow Kojiro here, it's just a bunch of them. The 3 of Iji were no opponents when they opened their battle suits. At this time, Judge's eyes are eager to see. There are no more ups and downs in life than this. A second ago, he was still sighing and waiting for the clone army to continue to complete its research. In the next second, his entire Germa Kingdom was about to be beaten to death. The huge drop caused Judge to instantly open his combat suit and rush towards the arc proverb in the air. Now Judge just wants to ask Enel himself. Didn't I follow your instructions to find a pirate named Luo? Why are you destroying my kingdom as soon as you come up? But it's too late to say anything now. The furious Judge wanted to rush to the top of the arc proverbs. As a result, a golden thunder flashed in front of Judge in an instant. Logarth's ruthless face suddenly appeared in front of Judge. Offended God. Still want to resist? Be honest and ready to die. Brontoron's collapsing fist. I just said it in Logares. The golden thunder all over his body surged instantly. The fist wrapped in golden thunder slammed into Judge's face heavily. The huge gap in strength gave Judge no chance to resist. Smash back as fast as you rush up. Accompanied by a loud bang. Judge's tall figure was stuck in the building by Logares' punch. At this moment, Judge was completely desperate. He couldn't fight again, and could only watch helplessly as the Germa Kingdom that he worked so hard to develop was destroyed again. Enel. You bloody BD. Why would you do this? Why are you doing this to me? Laozi's kingdom. A kingdom built with hard work. Looking at the kingdom of Germa, now in ruins again. Judge looked even more desperate. But after Judge just finished cursing these few words, he found that the world in front of him was spinning. Humph. Death to anyone who insults Thor. Moms. I saw that Shan Yi, who had been harvesting on the battlefield, appeared here at this time. Hearing that Judge insulted Thor, Shan Yi cut it out without hesitation. As Judge dies. These clone legions all stopped. As for the 3 of Iji, they were thrown to Suzuki and Kakashi. With the Mangekyo of the 2 of them around, the 3 of them can't make waves. As this battle came to an end. Enel also looked at Reijo beside him. Go build your own Germa 66. Only in this way can you help me. Say it with Enel. Reijo on the side nodded heavily. When he was about to leave, Reijo quickly came to Enel's side and kissed him. After a kiss goodbye, Germa 66, which belongs to Reijo, also officially opened the curtain. Chapter 97. Finish the matter of Germa Kingdom. Enel is also after Reijo's kiss these days. The 2 are together every day. Because of Reijo's initiative, Enel cannot be left behind. Every girl in the family has taken the initiative, what are you afraid of? So during the few days of rest, Enel spent every day in the gentle village. It made Mikato and Nami upset with the vinegar jar every day. But I thought that Reijo would stay in Germa Kingdom to control this place in the future. The three girls have nothing to be jealous of. But the three girls did not expect that Reijo would be the first to pick the peaches. This PD off the three girls. But time flies by quickly. Luo's matter should be resolved as soon as possible. After bidding farewell to Reijo, Arc Proverbs sailed slowly into the sky under Reijo's reluctant eyes. But soon Reijo took his heart back. I have more important things to do. That is to help Lord Thor master the entire Germa 66. Iji. Niji. Yuji. Recall all the clones sent outside 120. The kingdom needs to be rebuilt at my request. As Reijo gave the order. At this moment, the three of Yuji did not hesitate to execute it. In the past few days, Suzuki and others have been using illusions to make them loyal to their sister. It is also slightly effective. Soon the entire Vince Mok family was in action again. But because the world government gave up North Blue. So no one knows about the Battle of Germa 66. No one knows that today's Germa 66 has changed owners. And at this time on North Blue, because of Germa 66's dominance, a large number of pirates have emerged from countless kingdoms that have been destroyed. Let the already chaotic North Blue become even more chaotic. Then the island ruled by Germa 66. Except for these pirates not daring to provoke, other villages and towns were all ransacked by these pirates. What a chaotic era! Rom Slaughterhouse. I saw a small island, which is exactly what Love You Road is looking for, CGBF. Now Luo has formed his own Red Heart Pirates. Looking at the pirates who were burning, killing and looting everywhere, Luo directly launched his fruit ability to execute these pirates. My body. Damn. It's Death Surgeon. UBD. Transform our bodies back quickly. Looking at the body that has been divided into countless segments by Luo. All the pirates suddenly clamored wildly. For this man who is active on North Blue, these pirates naturally know. But I didn't expect it to be so powerful. As for the clamor of these pirates, Luo didn't care. Just when Luo led the crowd to leave, he found that a group of pirates were also preparing to leave not far away. Oh, Hawkins is in charge. Looking at Hawkins sitting in the distance, Luo was also quite surprised. I didn't expect to meet here. But there is no deep hatred for each other, and there is no need to do it. At this time, Hawkins looked at Luo with a gloomy gaze. Trafalgaro. Would you like to see how your fortune is today? Following what Hawkins said, the divination card in his hand slowly swung. Luo also smiled when he saw this. Then take a look. After finishing speaking, others moved supplies to the ship. And Luo sat in front of Hawkins. However, with the swing of Hawkins' divination cards, a trace of panic gradually appeared on his originally calm face. Trafalgaro, today is a big turning point for you. It may be a good thing, or it may be a bad thing. And the divination shows. If I continue to stay with you, then the chance of me leaving will be 0. I'm sorry, I have to go first. Follow Hawkins slowly. Regardless of what Luo was thinking, he hurriedly put away the divination cards and left the island. Don't know if it's good or bad though. But Hawkins believed in his divination ability, and it might not be a good thing to stay. Seeing Hawkins turned around and went out to sea. At this time, Luo's expression changed drastically. Turning point? Could it be that Guy Doflamingo got here? Thinking of this, Luo's face became even more ugly. Popo. Pecan. Hurry up and get the things up and let's go. We must get out of here as soon as possible. Although I don't know what it is. But Hawkins is active in North Blue relying on his own divination ability. It is natural to believe in Hawkins' divination. I heard Luo's urging. The members of the Heart Pirates hurriedly loaded all the supplies onto the submarine. Just when everyone was about to board the boat and leave. A ray of thunder fell beside Luo in an instant. Luo, you are really easy for me to find. As soon as the voice fell, Luo even hastily pulled out the ghost cry from his waist and unfolded the boom field. But when he saw the person coming, the cold sweat on Luo's face instantly flowed down. Thor. Enel. During this time, Luo K did not watch the news less. Among them, the Thor pirates impressed Luo even more. Looking at Enel beside him, Luo broke into a cold sweat with fright. This is a werewolf worse than Doflamingo. With his current strength, he is no match at all. Luo, who originally expanded the field, could only take it back honestly. Head of Thunder God, did you find me because of my fruit? For Luo. Since Enel can find him, he must know about his op fruit. Hear Luo's question. Enel shook his head. Yes and no. But I'm short of a ship's doctor on board, and you're a good fit. Also, don't worry about the immortality surgery I'll need from you. I don't really need it. Say it with Enel. At this time, Luo also nodded after thinking for a moment. After all, if I want to run now, I can't run away. However, joining the Thunder God Pirates will definitely bring him closer to realizing his goal. Thinking of this, a bright light flashed before Luo's eyes. Chapter 98. Lord Thunder God. It's rude. But I have a request. I hope you can agree. Luo hurriedly said what he wanted to say. The whole person looked at Enel anxiously. For Luo's request. Enel knew it before he even said it. It's all about Doflamingo. You want me to help you get rid of Doflamin brother, don't you? I saw Enel say it. At this moment, Luo is full of doubts. He didn't even say it yet, but Enel already knew about it. But what Enel said next, Luo's expression changed. It's impossible to kill Doflamingo for you. Because now Doflamingo is my partner. I still need him to continue to do things for me. So I can't help you. Say it with Enel. At this moment, Luo's eyes were full of disappointment. Now I can't escape at all, so I can only join the Thor pirates. But the other party turned out to be a partner with Doflamingo. This kind of thing is simply unacceptable to Luo. But I can teach you and give you time to grow. When the time comes, I will tell Doflamingo, you have a fair fight. Regardless of life or death. Speak to Enel. Luo on the side also brightened up. You must know that Luo himself has no chance to challenge Doflamingo to a duel. Not just because of his strength, but also members of the entire Don Quixote family. It is too difficult for me to get close to Doflamingo. That's fine. As long as you can fight Doflamingo, it doesn't matter. I can definitely avenge Krasen. Okay. I promise you. From now on, I will be your ship's doctor. Follow Luo's words. The members of the Red Heart Pirates behind them were also surprised. Because in this way they can also join the Thor Pirates. Even if it is not a cotter, it is exciting enough. Smart decision. Seeing that Luo had agreed, Enel also nodded. My own ship doctor finally got it. Soon the entire Red Heart Pirates came to the Ark Proverbs. As for Luo's submarine, it's also a good boat and has an operating room inside. Fortunately, the boat was not big, so it hung behind the Ark. This trip to North Blue has come to a successful conclusion. But what Enel didn't expect was, before Luo, the guy Hawkins was also on the island. Consider a large portion of pirate supernova on North Blue. But Luo has been recruited to the ship. As for the others, they are still too weak, so it is not necessary for the time being. Soon the Ark Proverbs will return in the sky. After all, there is a golden lion waiting for an operation in my hometown. Just when Enel recruited Luo to drive the Ark Proverb to return to Gaia Island. In the new world at this moment. Dressrosa welcomed a special person. Master Jack. It's Dressrosa. This is where the Doflamingo guy is. I saw a huge pirate ship docking in an instant. The huge elephant head is shocking at the bow. Reached. Humph. Doflamingo the BD. This time Lao Zi will teach him a lesson. It was beaten by Zephyr and blamed by Kaido. Jack's fire has never been suppressed along the way. Now that it's finally Dressrosa, Jack naturally wants to vent his anger. As soon as Jack stepped off the boat, there was a roar that resounded through the sky. Everyone who heard the voice immediately looked towards G. Seeing the person coming, the expressions of all the people in the port changed dramatically. It's from the Four Emperors Kaido. Jack the Drow. Run away. If you don't leave, you will die. Seeing to know Jack the Drow, this brutal guy. This man would slaughter cities and towns at every turn. For a while, people in the port fled one after another, and they would die if they stayed. Ask for her flowers. Soon the bustling port was completely scattered. Just Jack the Drow and the crew he brought. Cut, a bunch of trash. Doflamingo. Come out and meet Lao Zi. Otherwise Lao Zi will destroy your kingdom. Seeing that this person has run away. The Doflamingo guy hasn't shown up yet. Jack suddenly yelled again with an unhappy expression on his face. But soon a group of figures came to the port. Phew, for who I thought it was. So it's Master Jack. Why did you let you go there yourself? Before the words fell, the entire Don Quixote family appeared on the port. 0. The leader, Doflamingo, looked at Jack with a smile on his face. Look at Doflamingo in front of you. Jack also looked unhappy. Joker. Where's Devil Fruit? Don't tell Lao Zi that you didn't find it. Use your ability in the underground world. You can definitely find it. Master Kaido wants Devil Fruit now. You must give it to me today, or else. Speaking of this, a sternness flashed in Jack's eyes. Facing Jack's threats, Doflamingo laughed sinisterly. Started with the collaboration between Dover and Enel. Doflamingo knows that Kaido will find him one day if this drags on. Therefore, the strength that has been silent for many years has been refined again under Doflamingo's retraining. As for Jack wanting Devil Fruit. Phew, that's really a coincidence. I really haven't found any Devil Fruit recently. Sorry if you need it now. Not a single one. Following Doflamingo's playful expression. Jack, who was already very bad-tempered, suddenly became furious. Doflamingo. It seems that you are toasting and not eating fine wine. Then Lao Zi will teach you a lesson first. I saw the voice just fell. The two scythes in Jack's hands slashed at Doflamingo heavily. Chapter 99. Fur. Facing Jack's double scythes. At this time, Doflamingo smiled and did not move. Hear Dover laugh. At this moment, Jack's mood became even more irritable. The strength in his hands has increased by 3 points. Just when Jack was about to slash Dover heavily, all the cotters of the Donquixote family on the side launched an attack. Even the twin scythes that Jack cut off were stopped by Diamante and Pika. Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise, the weapons in the hands of the three collided even more, and they were in a stalemate. The tyrannical look in Jack's eyes flashed away when he saw this scene. Doflamingo. Are you going to betray Kaido-sama? Because G237K is much stronger than Diamante and the others. The double scythes in his hands forced them back again. But this time Jack didn't launch an attack immediately, but stared at Doflamingo with unkind eyes. If he dared to betray Lord Kaido, it would not be a lesson for Jack. He'll unscrew Doflamingo's head in this dress rosa himself. As for Jack's query. Fur. Isn't it obvious, Jack the Drow? Say it with Doflamingo. All the cotters of the Donquixote family around him launched an attack on Jack. Boom. Boom. Get rid of this guy. We have endured you for a long time. I saw a group of cotters rushing forward together. Although the strength is not as strong as Jack. But Jack's strength is the weakest of the three disasters, but the ancient devil fruit makes Jack's skin rough and fleshy yet resistant. Although everyone's attacks landed on Jack, it didn't hurt Jack at all. Good. Give it to Laozi to prepare to die. Seeing that the guy he regarded as an ant dared to resist, Jack at the port was completely enraged. The whole body continued to swell. With a roar, a huge mammoth appeared on the port in an instant. Looking at the small Doflamingo and others in front of him, Jack stepped on it without hesitation. Fur. Pika. Understand the young master. I saw a light drink in Doflamingo. The unique voice of Pika next to him suddenly appeared in everyone's ears. Soon a huge stone giant stopped Jack. Pika, who is a stone fruit, went to kill Jack without hesitation. But Doflamingo didn't expect his men to beat Jack the Drow either. For Doflamingo, this time is the time to reprove your ambition. Although this time it might offend Kaido to the point of starting a war. However, I have partners. Thinking of this, Doflamingo has no scruples. Unknowingly, he has completely lowered himself and joined the lineup of the Thor pirates. Along with a group of cotters, they fought with Jack. But Jack is like a tank with both meat and output. Everyone's attacks were useless at all. Even Diamante's proud swordsmanship was useless. Instead, the twin scythes in Jack's hands opened and closed. Jack, who has fought so far by relying on his rough skin and thick flesh, has incomparably sophisticated combat experience. And Doflamingo recently let the family members start training again. But the harvest has had little effect. The scythe in his hand is like a deadly lion majesty at any time. Every attack by Jack was accompanied by injuries to the Donquixote family cotters. Fur. Get back. A new wave of the era has already rolled in. I don't want you as family members to fall here first. Say it with Doflamingo. At this time, the people who were killed by Jack retreated back to the side with guilt on their faces. After all, if they continue to fight, they will just be thankless. But this time they also clearly realized what Doflamingo said before. Their strength is still too weak. You have to speed up and improve your strength. Cut, Doflamingo. You traitor, come and die. If you are obedient in the future, Laozi can spare your life. Otherwise. Speaking of this, the threat in Jack's eyes was already undisguised. But Dover walked towards Jack slowly as if he didn't hear Jack's words. Looking at Dover in front of him, Jack was also puzzled for a moment, then instantly raised the twin scythes in his hand and slashed down. In the eyes of the reckless Jack, not speaking means disagreeing. Just when Jack was about to chop Dover's head, suddenly, there was no one under the double scythes. Leg shave string. Dover appeared in front of Jack in a flash. The silk thread wrapped around armament Haki was shaved heavily on Jack's face in an instant. Sharp thin lines plus the intensity of armament Haki. Pfft. Suddenly there was a deep and visible bone wound on the extremely arrogant Jack's face. Feel the pain in the face. At this time Jack was completely insane. A whole Doflamingo. Die to Laozi. Gusts of wind wrapped around the twin scythes in Jack's hands. With one knife move, he cut 3.5 towards Doflamingo's vital point. I'm afraid that Dover will die on the spot if he is cut. But at this moment, Dover's figure kept flickering, and the smile on his face never stopped. Jack. Fur, it's time for you to see the coming of a new era. Laozi's strength. As Doflamingo spoke slowly. From the bottom of the feet, it completely melted into countless silk threads. The entire port instantly turned into pale silk threads. Fur. Just take your head and announce it to the world. My heavenly Yaksha is back. I saw Dover's words just fell. Countless silk threads on the ground burst up and covered armament Haki in an instant, stabbing towards Jack. Chapter 100. Pfft. Countless silk threads burst out instantly on the ground. Jack, who has already turned into a half-beast, has no time to react now. Soon the threads sank into Jack's body. Feel the tingling pain coming from the body. At this moment, Jack stared at Doflamingo in front of him with red eyes like a cannibal. The double sickle in his hand cut off again. Jack, who was struck with anger, didn't even think about it, and the scythe in his hand slashed down with a sound of piercing through the air. 5 color strings. Ding! I saw that the blow with anger was firmly blocked by the 5 color strings pouring out of Dover's hands. My own double sickle was no longer diligent for a while. How is this possible? For Doflamingo can block his own attacks. This simply made Jack unacceptable. The Doflamingo of yore was nothing more than a self-righteous scum. 26. But now Doflamingo, who appeared in front of Jack, could fight himself. Phew. Surprised? You surprised too soon. Because you're going to leave your head here soon. Look at Jack's shocked expression. Doflamingo smiled unceremoniously. The countless thin threads controlled around the conversation even pierced into Jack's body unceremoniously. Damn Doflamingo! Feeling the sharp pain coming from the body. This made Jack, who was already full of confidence, even more uncomfortable. Accompanied by a loud roar, Jack's whole body completely turned into a complete animal. A huge mammoth appeared on the pier with scarlet eyes. At this time, Doflamingo's countless silk threads all touched the mammoth's skin and were directly bounced off. Go to hell, Doflamingo! The tall mammoth broke free from Doflamingo's restraint at this time. The terrifying body kept trampling on the port that turned into silk threads and rushed towards Doflamingo. Phew. It's useless. Jack. You can stay here today. Even Jack has turned into a mammoth. At this time, Doflamingo didn't care at all. From the former self, the strength has really improved too much. Standing still makes Doflamingo realize that if he keeps going like that, I'm afraid it won't be long before it will be eliminated in the tide of this era. Today's Dover is much stronger than his previous self. The cobweb lair. Facing Jack, who rushed towards him. Countless silk threads instantly formed a huge spider web in front of Dover. Jack, who rushed over directly, did not break through the spider web for a while. Just when Jack was about to continue the attack, the sense of crisis that had been tempered by years of fighting suddenly sounded violently. This weird feeling made Jack hurriedly dodge towards Yu Ching. Pfft! Accompanied by the sound of cutting flesh. No matter how fast Jack reacted, it seemed too slow under his huge body. Although responded in a timely manner, but still got an arm cut off by Doflamingo. Looking at the arm that fell to the ground and the 5 unusually sharp silk threads. At this moment, Jack is completely awake. The current strength of Dover is definitely not weaker than his own strength. If you continue to fight like this, I am afraid that you will really be left here. Thinking of this, and the sharp pain in his arm, Jack had to calm down. But at this time Doflamingo did not intend to let him go. Phew. You hid. I planned to cut off your head directly. Pity. Listen to Dover's eccentric words. At this time, Jack didn't dare to be arrogant even if he was angry in his heart. Because if you are not careful, you may not be able to leave here. As for how to escape, Jack glanced at the boat behind him without any trace. But what Jack didn't expect was that all the crew members he brought were dealt with by the cotters of the Don Quixote family. Now Jack is really left alone. Just when Jack was still thinking about how to escape, Doflamingo's attack has already arrived first. At this moment, all the silk threads in the sky turned into Dover's means of attack. Numerous things wrapped around armament Haki kept bombarding Jack. Even Jack's rough skin and thick flesh can't withstand such intensive attacks. In an instant, Jack was dripping with blood. Damn it! Doflamingo, you wait. Master Kaido will never let you go. Seeing that if he continued to stay, he would be killed here. How can Jack accept this? After Jack uttered a harsh word, the huge mammoth figure rushed towards the sea in an instant. Now the only way to escape is to jump into the pirates. The huge body-covered armament Haki even directly burst Doflamingo's silk thread 583. To the strength of Jack the Drow. If the opponent really wants to escape, Doflamingo's strength is not enough to keep the opponent. Looking at Jack, who plunged headfirst into the sea, Dover also had no idea. But everything today will completely make the name of Heavenly Yaksha resound all over the world again. Phew. It's time to contact our partners. After dealing with Jack, Dover was also satisfied with the release of the awakening. The whole port is restored to its original state again. But just when Doflamingo was ready to pick up the pieces, Jack, who fell into the sea, also drifted away with the current. And at this time in Wanakuni, listen to the report of his subordinates and the life card handed over. I saw that Jack's life card in Kaido's hand was half burned. In this case, it is conceivable that Jack's condition is definitely not very good. Doflamingo. How dare a clown disobey my orders? Looking at Kaido sitting on the main seat. At this moment, everyone was silent and did not dare to speak. Everyone knows that Kaido is in the worst mood right now. A depressive atmosphere enveloped everyone in an instant.